Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the National Schools Regatta 2026. It is another lovely day at Dorney for those of you who are listening to the live stream but are already on site or will be joining us later today or tomorrow. Please do remember your hats, your water bottles and your sunscreen. It is going to be a scorching one today, both on and off the water. We have an absolutely packed schedule for you today, starting in just a couple of minutes with the time trial of the Championship Open Singles, before moving on to the Championship Girl Singles, Quads, 8s, the J16s. We have a full program of all of the under 16 and under 18 racing. Those of you who might accidentally have missed the under 14s and under 15s, those were yesterday, please do check out the playbacks and the results archive, which is available on the site, and also the photographs available from our photography partners. But we have seen the championship scullers heading up to the start. There are 56 of them competing in the open time trial this morning. And those of you with a program or who are following along online may have seen the intriguing code which describes the progression system of what happens to these 56 scullers after they have done the time trial. The fastest 8 scullers out of all of these 56 will go through to a semi-final labelled semi-final AB, where they will compete for spots in the AB final. The A final, the top final, is the one where they will contend for the medals. The B final will set the speed order for 7 through 12 on the national stage. And the scullers ranked 9 to 40th from this batch of 56 will go through to the repechage, where they will have another chance to overturn their result of the time trial, and the fastest scullers from those repechages will go through into that AB semi-final as well. They will also go through to some of the lower finals, the C, D and E final. Crews ranked from 41 onwards in this 56 boat time trial will progress straight to a 6 boat final with the 6 boats who with a similar time to them. So all the way down, everyone gets at least 2 goes down the track today out on this amazing Olympic lake. And it looks, I always think it looks very short as you sit in the commentary tower. We can sit here, have this wonderful view, you can see the start, it feels like it's right there, but it is 2 kilometers away from us, which is quite long. And the athletes today will be time trialing over 1900 meters. They have a little bit of space to turn around at the top end before their time will be taken 100 meters from the start, when they are up at pace and going. And they will race as hard as they can down the rest of the track to the finish line at the bottom in the main tower, and their time over that 1900 meters will be taken and used to rank them. And you might notice today, and we'll see this on the live stream a little bit later, we believe that the order of the crews today has been flipped from the way they were published, with if they have arrived at the start in the right order. The first cruise off will be the cruise with the highest bow numbers. So we're expecting to see crews with a bow number around 561 coming down the track first, with 501 bringing up the rear. I believe the flip has been done to minimize overtaking and is related to the speed order. Every crew in rowing in the UK has ranking points that they carry with them on their individual record, which represents how many people they've beaten, how many wins they've had in events this year and in previous years. And you carry that little scorecard around with you in your British rowing record, which does give you an idea of how fast scullers might be or how fast crews might be. They are not always representative, but they are giving it a go in order. I believe today the championship events will be raced in 2 lanes. In lane 1 and lane 2, closest to the spectators, for those of you who are watching on site or are listening in your car queuing to get in. So there should be a good view on site, but it does mean that we will be focusing on the live stream pictures. You can see that on your screens now. Everyone looking like they are in the same 2 lanes, that is intentional. When we come to the side-by-side racing later, they will be utilizing 6 lanes, but for now, crews set off at approximately, I believe it's meant to be 15 to 20 second intervals in those lanes, so that everybody has a clear run down the track. And the rules of this, there's not too many rules. Fastest crew gets right away. Any slower crew, anyone who is being caught up, must give way to a faster crew catching up on them, so that people have the most uninterrupted run and the chance to set the best time they can. So what are we seeing on the water at the moment, Mark?
everybody. Good morning. Well, we've seen the crews start about a couple of minutes ago, so they are coming towards the 500 metre mark, I suppose, those who are leading the field here. And as Caroline said, it's a wonderful morning. It is almost perfect conditions out there. There is a light breeze, which is pretty much a tailwind down the course if we look at the flags that are across the way from us, but ideal conditions. It's not too hot, not yet anyway. It's going to get to about 25, 26 degrees, but there is a light cloud cover, which means that the heat, the sun's worst is taken off, and I would have thought it's pretty much perfect sculling conditions coming down the course. At the moment, we should be seeing Hugo Downer as the first person to go past us if all things go right. He's number 561 from Minerva Bath, and he's coming towards us now. So from the commentary position, apparently yesterday I wasn't here, but I gather from Caroline, who was, that the commentary was somewhat challenging yesterday, in that the commentary position ended up being behind a trailer. But I'm pleased to say that this morning we are in much better shape. We have got a clear view of the course, and the scullers coming towards us now. We're sitting pretty much bang on the finish, about 50 yards or so from the finish, and the first scullers are coming towards us as we speak. So they've just gone through the 1750 mark, with just 250 left.
And we are just trying to spot crew colours and blades for you out the window. The first sculler coming towards us looks to be Thomas Paklis from Lee Rowing Club, who has just started taking his rate up as he's being challenged by the sculler, who I think is from Hartpury, who seems to have caught him up over the course and is now racing next to him. Although this is a time trial, so these athletes are only judged on their time, it really does change the dynamic if you find someone pull up alongside you to give you that extra push on, that extra need to keep your speed up. And so the first two scullers from Lee and Hartpury have crossed the line in the championship single time trial this morning. Coming down through the red boys towards us is Hugo Downer of Minerva Bath.
So just to put that in perspective, Thomas Pakulis of Lee, who finished absolutely dead level with Daniel Page, I think it was, of Hartpury, and the difference between them was actually 9 seconds. So they finished level, but obviously they would have gone off as a time trial, one behind the other, and Thomas would have closed 9 seconds, so a number of lengths. Which obviously is a great feeling as you pull up alongside a sculler, and gives you an extra little push, because you know that you're moving quicker, and it makes it that much simpler. And of course the opposite is also true, but it's Thomas Pakulis who has set the early pace, number 556 from the Lee. The time to beat is 6:42, and 5 scullers have now finished.
Indeed, with Peter Masters of Grange School carrying number 553, crossing the line to take the second position at the moment, and with 56 scullers to race in this time trial, and only 6 having finished so far, it is far too early to tell what these results are going to be, but we do have live times in front of us. You can access the live times via the results feed on the National Schools Regatta website as well. It is a fascinating piece of data crunching to keep on top of how these young athletes perform and slot in and maintain or lose their top ranking position. As a reminder, the 8 fastest crews will go straight through into the A-B semi-final to contest for that A final, which I believe is tomorrow. These 6 J16 and J18s race across 2 days rather than just one. But yeah, looking to beat that very, very swift benchmark from Thomas Paklis of Lee, who is still sitting there on the 6:42, a clear 6 seconds ahead of the nearest competitor at the moment. We have quite an influx of scullers from Maidenhead Rowing Club who are crossing the line, and a really large number. It's beautiful to look down the course. So on your screens at the moment, you probably have the finish line where you marked, and you can see the finish times of athletes as they come across in your top left-hand corner. The athletes that look like they're going the wrong direction are actually the girls rowing up for their championship single time trial, which will be after the boys. We are not using the warm-up lake for the time trials this morning to keep things tidy, so on the screen while we have the finish line, you will be seeing people going in both directions.
So to get into the semi-final here, you certainly will need to be sub 7 minutes and probably sub 6:50. And the top two at the moment are sub 6:50, but there are 4 that have gone sub 7 minutes, with 11 having finished.
And indeed, at the moment, those crews with the sub-7 are, as you mentioned, Lee, crew 553, which is Peter Masters from the Grange School, 557, which is Daniel Repechage of Hartpury University and College, who had that excellent race to the line with the sculler from Lee, and 555, that is Ezra Ferguson from George Watson's College, also coming in under 7 minutes at the moment. They are hotly chased in the time trial standings by number 548, which is Hamish Gamble from Hereford, who is on a 7 minutes, 0.4 seconds. And they are remaining unchallenged as that top 5 at the moment. We have crew number 546, who is Adam Pritchard from Warrington, in 6th position at the moment. And 549, Ben Rayner of Marlow in 7th. And 560, which is Dara Fuller from St Joseph's College in Ireland, the Bish, in 8th at the moment. They would be the 8 who go through to the AB semis, but with another 40-odd crews to come across the line, this could change significantly as the time trial goes on.
So just to put this in perspective in terms of an organisational thing, there is already 2.5 minutes between the fastest and the slowest finisher today. So bearing in mind you've got 2 lanes, you've got 50 plus scullers coming down it, and 56 scullers coming down it, and the challenge of course is to try and give everybody a clean row, but when you've got that kind of difference in the timing, you're going to have crews going past each other, individual scullers going past each other. And what you don't want them to have to do is to deviate significantly during the course of their race. You don't want to have them changing lanes if you can avoid it, but setting them off at the start. It's not always clear. If one's going to finish in 6:42 and somebody else is going to finish in over 9 minutes, then there is a challenge as you come down the course.
But on that one, I would just pick up the sculler at the back. This is still a massive achievement. Many of you might not recognise the name Herodian Boat Club, and I believe this is their first season. After HSBC Rowing Club, after many, many years on the Tideway, vacated their boat club, it was actually bought by Herodian School, which gave them a rowing programme for the first time ever. Herodian are based in the old Harrods Sports Club, just behind the famous Harrods Depository that you may have heard of on the boat race course. And a relatively small school down in southwest London, but that ability to acquire the rare opportunity of a boathouse on the Putney Embankment has given them a rowing programme for the first time, and so this year is their first appearance at the National Schools Regatta, and they will have they're up against these programmes, these schools, these clubs with traditions that date back in some of them more than a century. So while he may not have posted the fastest time of the day,
Caroline,
it is fantastic
to
see Herodian
it was no indictment of the slower time. I'm just pointing out the difference between the scullers on the course and the challenge that represents from the starter's perspective, from the timer's perspective, because even for some of the more established boat clubs, there is a minute in difference between the leading and the slower scullers. But everybody out there having a great time, a great scull. People are coming past us one after the next, raising their rate as they come to the finish line. 6:42 remains the time to beat. That was the very first time that we had Thomas Bakulis of the Lee, number 556. And there are still just 4 that have beaten that 7-minute mark, with 22 now having completed. You're quite right, Caroline. It's very rare that boathouses come up, and a number of people bid for that HSBC boathouse. Bought a boathouse myself on the Tideway 30 years ago, which is now Crabtree Boat Club. It used to be Lensbury, and when that one came up on the market, I wrote a letter as a rather bumptious 24-year-old and said I'd like to bid for the boathouse. I was rather shocked to get a letter back saying it's yours.
Hang on, this means you're a Cambridge man, and we have accidentally roted.
I then had to raise the money to buy it.
We've accidentally roted a Cambridge blue and an Oxford blue this morning on the live stream.
I'm not sure that's necessarily accidental.
We will take that and run with it. 24 crews over the finish line at the moment. There is fierce competition in the middle of the pack. What is really good about this progression system we have today is that it batches crews into 6-boat, I believe, looking at this, we're going to be racing 8-boat finals later today to get really competitive side-by-side racing, where you are racing the people who are very similar speed to you in the time trial, which actually is a really good racing experience for these athletes to sort the overall national speed order. This progression system has been worked out over many years, and I believe is in accordance with the world rowing system. So this is something that is used across major regattas the world over to ensure the most competitive racing. We've just had another glorious, almost side-by-side finish with the sculler from Westminster in distinctive pink lycra with pink blades, really taking his rate up as he came to the end of his time trial, really gunning to catch up with the sculler in front of him. He's in an MPAC as he crossed the line. I don't know if you on the live stream will manage to catch which club he was from. It's a little bright for our eyes this morning. Tricky to identify. I'm just watching the live stream to see if we can work that out from the times that pop up on the screen. But still, this is Lee and Grange and Harpreet maintaining those top places, looking like they may not be challenged, but we do have some additional people slotting in very good positions. Harry Shaw of Camas put in a 7:04 to go into 6th place. And Kieran O'Loughlin of Molesey Boat Club, a 7:05 to take the 8th place at the moment, holding that last place qualifying for the AB semi-final. That is probably the most hotly contested spot of this time trial so far today. As we reach approximately the halfway point, we've still got 4 crews to get started and about 20 of them on the track, but 29 of them over the line so far.
Nice little internal battle from Maidenhead Rowing Club. They've got 3 scullers who have all finished, and they've finished within just under 4 seconds of each other. But the prize among the Maidenhead Rowing Club people goes to Leo Davis, who is the fastest of the 3 Maidenhead scullers to have finished. He finished in 7:36. It won't be enough to get him into the AB semi-finals, for which the marker appears to be at the moment 7:05.6. Still only 4 crews, only 4 scullers who have gone sub 7 minutes, and only 2 that have gone sub 6:50. The 8th place at the moment is being held by Molesey Boat Club's Kieran O'Loughlin, so he will be hoping nobody else beats his time of 7:05, because if they don't, then he will sneak into that AB semi-final for the 8 fastest.
And it does rather look like the change to the starting order with the higher numbers starting first has potentially given us those fastest crews coming across the line first. We've now just had the sculler from Marlow crossing the finish line, just waiting to see where that time pops him in. We already have a sculler from Marlow, number 549, Ben Rayner, achieving a 7:08 to take 11th position.
But just as I was saying that Molesey could be sneaked out, the commentator's curse, I'm afraid, I put on them, because Warrington Rowing Club and Adam Pritchard have sneaked in.
And also Benjamin Cousins of Leander Club posting a very fast 7:01.7 to claim that 6th spot at the moment, but that top 5 does remain unchanged. So in those top 8, we now have Lee Rowing Club, the Grange School, Harpreet University, George Watson's College, Hereford, Leander claiming that 6th, Camas hanging on to the 7th, and Warrington sneaking in at 8th.
So everybody has started. 35 have finished, and the remaining 21 are on the course.
That is, of course, if my counting to 56 was correct this morning. It is a large entry, the championship singles remaining, an incredibly popular event at the National Schools Regatta, arguably one of the most pure forms of rowing. When you're in a single, everything that goes well is down to you, everything that goes wrong is also your fault. There is nowhere to hide, and it is a rather gladiatorial battle at times between your own mind, your body, and the other crews on the water.
Are you a sculler, Caroline?
A former sculler who sold her boat because I did not enjoy the pain sufficiently. I was a cox, really.
So, okay, and presumably not an indoor rower either on that basis.
I remain the reigning champion of the women's PR3 1 kilometre at the British Indoor Championships. The year that I competed in my category, I'm also an adaptive athlete. The year after, they changed the distance.
Really?
So I will remain the reigning champion from 2016 in the 1 kilometre distance.
There you go.
So, small fact, the time is unspectacular. Please do not go and look it up.
I'm occasionally out in a sculling boat, but I am much more often on my ergo. In fact, normally at this time in the morning on a Saturday, I am just getting ready to get on to the Zoom ergo of 8:30 every Saturday morning, which is 4 by 8 minutes. If any of you out there decide that you fancy rowing along with others on a Saturday morning, there is always a Zoom ergo session at 8:30 on a Saturday, and it's a lot of fun.
Including the upper echelons of national rowing.
Well, but also we have all comers, so we've had Olympic champions, and we have people of all backgrounds and abilities, and we have just a lot of fun training together. So zoomergos.com if you're interested in joining us on one of those.
Particularly any of the parents who might be interested in seeing what it is that your youngsters put themselves through on a near daily basis at this level. That they're rowing at the championship single entries at the National Schools Regatta is not to be taken lightly. These will be athletes who are training multiple times a week, supported by very dedicated coaches, schools, clubs, and of course the parents who could not be a more instrumental part of these young athletes' journey. And we thank all of you who help and support the sport in whatever capacity. Your support means more to all of us who are in the sport of rowing than we can really adequately express. So thank you to all of you, particularly the parents who endure the early mornings, the drives up and down the country, and the endless food bills for your young athletes.
I mentioned Maidenhead Rowing Club there as well, Caroline. One of the stalwarts of coaching and indoor rowing is Darryl Preston, who is at Maidenhead Rowing Club. He was running a session just yesterday on Zoom ergs, and I did it, and oh my word, was it hard work, but rather wonderful. Stroke rate pyramids we did, 3 times 11 minutes, so if you ever fancy a bit of that. Right, back to what's going on the water. The same 8 are holding the top 8 places, with just 10 left to finish. So it's looking like the time that was set right off the start by Thomas Peculis of the Lee is going to be the quickest time in this time trial. 6:42.1 he finished in, and only 2 remain who have gone under 6:50, and right at the start, 4 who've gone under 7 minutes. The time that somebody on the water would need to beat to sneak into that semi-final, AB semi-final, is 7:05.4. That's Warrington Rowing Club's Adam Pritchard. And the top 8 places: Lee, Grange, Hartbury, George Watson's, Hereford, Leander, Camboys, and Warrington.
As we just see the bright green blades of 2 athletes from Kew House School crossing the line. Everyone is now on the course, just 6 athletes to go. They are coming down thick and fast, have been started off close together. These athletes having a great racing experience, high level of competition against each other. We've got coming down towards the line with yellow blades. I believe that is going to be Shoreham Rowing Club, the 5:01. I believe that's Charles Fraser just finishing his time trial now. Chased hard by King's College School carrying 5:05, which is Alexander Golder, crossing there, seeing what times they can set. With the last couple of scullers, this is Shanklin's, I believe Shanklin's Sandown? No, that might be Shoreham. Apologies, my Isle of Wight colours are not very good. Not an area, not clubs we see coming up to join us on the mainland all that often, but it is great to see crews who have travelled up to be with us. Yep, I think that was Shankton Sandown crossing. We have just got Reading and Shoreham to go. Reading Bluecoat and Shoreham, who've ended up in a bit of a side-by-side battle for the line. As we've had some of them earlier, it really does push you on and spur you on to do your best, to try your hardest to keep your bow ball ahead of that competitor who might come galloping up behind you. The last two athletes in this time trial about to cross the finish line, and we can look back. These results are still unconfirmed until they get the green flag on the website. They are not fully locked in and approved by all of the umpires, but it does look like those top 8 for the AB semi-final remain unchanged. Lee Rowing Club, Grange School, Hartpury, George Watson's, Hereford, Leander, Camas and Warrington going straight through into the AB semi. Crews ranked from 9 to 40 will go through a series of repechage races where they do have the chance to come through those repechages into the AB into the AB finals. It will be very exciting to see what happens later today with those athletes.
So this being sculling, let's give them each a shout out. It's Thomas Perculis who has been the quickest in this time trial, and then second was Peter Masters of the Grange School. Daniel Page was third, and then for George Watson's College, Ezra Ferguson was the next to finish in under 7 minutes, 6:53. Hereford Rowing Club's Hamish Gamble was fifth, and then for Leander we had Ben Cousins, and then the last two places were taken up by Harry Shaw, and then for Warrington, Adam Pritchard. So congratulations to that 8 who unofficially are into the AB semi-final, thus having completed the time trial now for Championship Single Scullers, race 201, and before we know it, race 202 will be off.
In just a couple of minutes, but for those of you who are following the progression of perhaps your athletes through the championship singles, the repechages start at 12:54. The conditions today are absolutely cracking. We anticipate that this will be on time, so please do join us again shortly before 1 o'clock. The repechages, there are quite a lot of them. Just scrolling through my program, there are 4 repechage races which will go off between 12:54 and 13:12. So join us for those. And the semi-finals of this event will be at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. But for those those scullers who have made their way straight through to the AB semi have a nice rest until 11 o'clock, half 11 tomorrow morning. But for those who have made the repechages, please do join us again shortly before 1 o'clock today.
So we've got just a few minutes before the second time trial. The championship single for girls goes off. 8:32 is the starting time, so we've got just 3 minutes in between. The banks are starting to fill up across the water. We can see people wandering up and down. My son described National Schools Regatta to me the other day as Henley for youngsters. And it does very much have that feel as you look across at the marquees on the other side of the water from where we're sitting.
Indeed, it does. I always think it looks rather medieval. There's something of the tournament about it with the marquees and the flags fluttering.
Yeah, you can imagine Henry VIII strutting up and down.
I'm not sure I can imagine him in a
Field
single.
of the cloth of gold. No, definitely not in a single. In fact, I think he would have been a 6-man. because they...
I think very definitely engine room. However, just before we start the Championship Girls Single Scull time trial, we do ask all athletes if you have any interesting facts about the crew, results so far, or the athletes. They can be submitted via the National Schools Regatta website. We've had a few this year. Not so many, but we do have a few facts to bring you. Molly Bullen, who is racing for Headington School, has had a back injury and has actually been out of the single for 3 years, so it'll be very interesting to see her come back. She's had a good season so far. From Nottingham and Union, I am just scanning for the name. It's Anya Knight from Nottingham Union. Is actually a J17 racing up, has had an excellent season so far, including winning Head of the Trent in the autumn, and is doing very well through the Olympic pathway. She is going off at number 617, and she is aiming for Henley Women's Regatta this year and to PB on the erg. So we wish her all the best as she goes off near the front of this time trial. From Stowe Sculling Club, we have Libby Doughty, who started rowing just in 2024 at Stowe, and then absolutely fell in love with the sport, moving to join Northampton Rowing Club in February 2025 to get extra water time, and she has said that she is grateful to her coaches both at Northampton and Stowe for all of their support. We have a special request from her to give a shout out to her parents for all of their hard work and commitment and the support that they give to her day after day and all the sleep they sacrifice. She appreciates everything they do, and she's made it this far because of them, and I'm sure that is so true for all of the parents. But that special shout out to Rebecca and Matthew Doughty, the parents of Libby Doughty from Stowe, who will be going off number 594 in this time trial. We also have a shout out to Martha Anderson from Tees, who also is a J17, racing up again this year, and won at Tees just a few weeks ago, and raced an amazing 7 times in the same day at Durham City Regatta in May. So she is very definitely fit, and we are looking forward to seeing what she can put together over this course.
Well, that's Imogen Grant-esque, I would have thought.
Indeed.
Very impressive.
And we have one more submitted for this, which I think is Sophia Michael from Surbiton High School. She's put in a 7-day campaign, in her own words, after a very late decision to race the single at the National Schools Regatta. This is, I think, and I say this as a former very mediocre scholar, an incredibly brave decision to see where she can go after 7 days in a single. She has raced at Henley Royal Regatta in the quad, and she won the Junior Inter-Regional Regatta as a J15 a few years ago in the quad. So she has done a lot of sculling in the past, but has now jumped into a single in the last week, and is going off number 595 mid-pack out of these 54 Girls Championship scullers in this time trial. So all the best to her. She, in her own words, says it has been a shock to the system, and this is her first ever regatta in a single, but all the best to her and all the best to the rest of the athletes. Anyone else who might be listening on their way here or at home and racing later in the day, and you do have any facts you would like to hear on the live stream, please do submit them via the website. We love to find out a little bit more about the athletes and their families and their paths through the sport as they come to race at the National Schools Regatta. And particularly, we love to be able to give the parents and coaches the individual shout-outs they so deserve.
Don't forget the hashtags there, Caroline, because in that little note there are lots of little hashtags, not just shock to the system, hashtag shock to the system, hashtag rusty not forgotten, and hashtag sculling roots.
Indeed, but
very sweet little note that we've had in.
But this time trial has now started. We've got the first 5 athletes on the course, and going off at the head of this time trial are Hartpury, Nottingham and Union, Wallingford, American School in London, George Watson, City of Sunderland. They are starting thick and fast, and they have started with crew number 618. We believe which is Matilda Hudson-Hulls from Hartpury. They do seem to be going roughly in order. I always find this, either when I umpire as well, so either umpiring or commentating. There's something strange that the girls seem to be able to get themselves into numerical order much more precisely than the boys. It does make everyone's lives much more easy.
What does that tell us?
I mean, it's a Saturday where we know. It's Saturday, it's half term, numbers are not strictly required, other than for coxing and counting strokes.
I think it might be something more fundamental than that, as the father of 3 girls and 1 boy.
I'll let you say that. Couldn't possibly comment. But as we look down the lake, the conditions are absolutely immaculate. We've got the championship girls quads heading up to the start as well, that you can see rowing across your screen now. They will be the next time trial after the championship girls single. And those quads will go off at 9:02. So if you're tuning in for those, do have time to make yourself a cup of tea and then come back for the quads. But we do have championship girls quads on the course now. And they do look like they're passing around the halfway point. Those first athletes come through that 1,000 meters into the second half of the race. And I always find that's the point where it gets really psychologically tough. You give yourself up for the early start of the race. You'll have a race plan in your head. Okay, get myself up to speed, get going, and you know what you're going to do at the finish. And that rather soul-destroying part in the middle of the race that really, really sorts the high-level competitors out, those who can push through when your legs start burning and everything in your body starts deciding that maybe it would rather you didn't try quite so hard. And it's those athletes who have found that ability to push through the pain even at this young age who are going to be set to succeed out here today.
I always think it's one of the great fascinations of rowing that you go off and for the first 30 seconds or so you think to yourself, I could literally do this all day. And then about a minute later you think to yourself, oh my God, I can't do this for another 10 seconds. And then somehow you find a pace that you can maintain. But that change between the opening 30 seconds where you really feel that the adrenaline is coursing through your body and the challenge, of course, and particularly for these young athletes who are just sort of learning this, the challenge is not to let that run away with you, because if you do, then a couple of minutes later you run out of pace completely. So that opening 30 seconds, you've got to have an element of control in what you're doing so that you don't set off at too high a pace and blow. But sort of around the minute mark is when you think to yourself, oh, hang on a minute, not sure I'm going to be able to do this for the full 7 minutes down the course. And then you settle into a rhythm, and the rhythm takes you through. There are about 15 scullers out on the course at the moment. 2 have not started who were expected to start. I don't know if that's because they've got tied up at the start. We can't see all the way down to the start, but Herodian and Strathclyde, the scullers from there, have not gone off. That's Eloise Cardigan from Herodian, and from Strathclyde, Stevie Gildert. Don't know if they'll be starting later on, but they haven't gone off in the order that they were expecting to go off. So we shall see if they appear later on.
And we do now have our first sculler coming down into the red boys on the course. They're a little difficult to see on the live stream. You can see them just to the left of the finish line. But for most of the course, the boys that mark the racing lanes are white. And then as you get 250 meters to go from the finish, they change to red. It's a really clear signal to the athletes without having to turn your head or look at the distance markers, how little distance you have left to go. And that should be somewhere around the last 25 to 30 strokes in most boat types. And this is Matilda Hudson-Hulls of Hartpury University and College coming down to the finish line to set the time to beat. In this time trial, she rows through that line now. And that first time in the Girls' Championship Singles Girls is a 7:38. I believe they've tried to set these crews off like the boys with the fastest scullers first. We will see. Yeah, similar to the Open Championship single sculls, we are looking for the first 8 crews to go straight through to the AB semi-final. Crews ranked from 9 to 40 will go through to the repechages later today, and the remaining crews will race in the minor finals tomorrow. And we now have a bit of a 3-way tussle emerging on the course. It looks like a sculler from Wallingford Rowing Club, nearest to us, is just closing down on 2 others. Oh, and the single sculler, we don't know if we have it on the live stream. One of the scullers has actually just capsized, and the safety boat was right there to go and fish her out, as unfortunately she tried to clear the way for a faster sculler coming through and managed to topple over and lose her balance in her single just as the other scullers pushed through. I believe one might be Nottingham and Union, so that will be Anya Knight has crossed the line in second, and indeed Wallingford, that was a storming row from Naomi Bell of Wallingford, going into first place at the moment with a 7:36.
Can't actually see from where we're sitting which sculler it is that went in, but I was watching as those 3 boats were coming down, and she was looking quite tired, and then got going again, and then just caught a stroke side blade, caught a crab, and before you knew it, the sculling boat had gone over. If you've never been in a sculling boat, then you will, I'm sure, be very surprised to see quite how unstable they are. They're very narrow, and it doesn't take a lot to flip them. So it's no disgrace at all to find yourself going into the water. Obviously, you would prefer it didn't happen at a time that you are racing. It'll be a great disappointment, but it is not unusual to catch a blade and go in. I remember Caroline was mentioning our heritage with blues rowing. I remember one of the blue boat in '93 going off sculling and coming back looking very sheepish, having swum most of the way home.
I do think sculling, I think, is very akin to cycling, but we all forget just how difficult and wobbly it was to learn to ride a bike in the first place, because we often do it while we're so young. It's very much the similar sort of idea that while you are in motion and doing it well, and if you are uninterrupted by any external influence, it goes quite nicely. The minute you kind of clip a wheel on a bike or similar, it's very similar with a sculling boat, the smallest of things. But if you can get it up and moving, you can achieve remarkable things.
Yes, it's about the depth of the spoon in the water. It's very easy if you put your blade into the water at not quite the right angle, then what happens is that the blade buries more deeply than you plan it to, and then all of a sudden you lose control completely. And then the handle will go over your head, and you will find that effectively you have 2 stabilizers with your 2 blades in the water. But if one of them is not doing the right thing, then all of a sudden the boat will flip to the side, and once it goes, there is not a lot you can do about it. It all happens extremely quickly, and that's exactly what happened just a moment ago in front of us. So disappointment, but these things do happen.
And we do now have 7 athletes over the line. Naomi Bell of Wallingford Rowing Club remains in the lead on the live time, so that's 7:36, setting the pace to be followed, pushing Matilda Hudson-Hulls of Hertford University and College into second after she took the early lead. We've had Holly Andrews from Grange School sneak in to claim the 3rd position, but with only 8 across the line at the moment, it would seem a little early to call it on anywhere else in that AB semi-qualification, although that did look to be a very good run from the athlete who just crossed the line. Just trying to squint into the sunshine to spot some colours, but that did look like an excellent run.
So sub 740 will almost certainly get you into the AB semi-final. Probably sub 750 is likely to get you into the AB semi-final here as well. And there have been 6 scullers so far who have gone sub 8 minutes.
And indeed, that was Amelia Robb of Lady Eleanor Hollis of LEH, who just crossed the line. As I was commenting, that it looked like she'd gone very fast, and she had. She's gone into 3rd position overall at the moment with a 7:44. You can see from the body positions, a lot of these athletes, you'll see them finish and then kind of slump over their handles, their body's reacting to the effort they've just endured to go through that 1900 meters as fast as they can. It is that power and that need to push hard etched all over the body as you finish. You see the bowed heads as they come across the line. They take a few deep breaths and realise that they still have to row back to the landing stage. It is only another 100 metres or so, but the effort visible on the faces and the bodies of these young athletes. You can just see the safety boat go across the picture, taking the recovered single scull back to safety. But that will be unfortunate for that. Although at least it is a very nice day. Rather nice weather. If you are going to go for a swim in the lake, today is probably the day to do it.
Yes, at least you're going to dry off quickly.
This is very true.
But that doesn't help when you first hit the water. One of the if you hit that cold water, it is definitely a shock.
And now about to come into your picture from the left-hand side is Ava Russo from Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association. Distinctive green all-in-ones that have been a hallmark of the club for a very long time. Make them very easy to spot, whatever the conditions. Great to see them back on the scene. They had a small hiatus a few years back, but great to see the resurgence in sculling from them.
So there are still 15 still to start. And there is about another 15 or so on the course at the moment. 14 have finished. And you will have to go sub 8 minutes now to get into the AB semi-final, because the 8th place at the moment is 7:56.4. That is Minerva's Olivia Greenwell.
And we also had Caitlin Warnock of Glasgow Rowing Club laying down a 7:39 to take that 3rd position. Top 2 remain unchanged, with Naomi Bell of Wallingford and Matilda Hudson-Hulls of Hartpury College sitting at the top of the pack with that very early standard set by Matilda Hudson-Hulls, beaten only by Naomi Bell of Wallingford so far.
And Maya Whaler, if I pronounce her surname correctly, of the American School, has just snuck in. She's just been pushed out literally as I speak, because St Andrews Boat Club's Katie McKendrick has taken the 8th place, 7:52 now the time to beat. So
I'm going to pull you up on that one. St Andrews, plural. Well, with the apostrophe is the university. The boat club is St Andrew, no S. Just representing for my Scottish friends, I have been taught that one. We know these club identities are very important to people, So we'll go away learning St Andrew Boat Club.
I am better informed, as is our listening audience.
There's another thing. If you have names or a club name with unusual pronunciation, please do also submit that through the crew information form, just to make sure we do get that right for you. We always do our best, but some of these are unusual. Please do help us out with that one if any of them are tricky, and please do let us know if we ever get it wrong. We are on a quest for continual improvement, because we are rowers after all.
13 seconds at the moment separates the top place in the AB semi-final. No, actually I can't do the maths. 16 seconds between the 1st and the 8th. From Wallingford and St Andrew Boat Club.
And we also had Amy Milner from Bradford putting in a 7:48 to slip into 5th position, despite starting lower down the pack with that 5:99 number. And I think we just had Barn Elms cross the line. That was Freya Hall from Barn Elms, who in previous years has been an absolute force to be reckoned with. I still don't think she's a J18. I think she's still maybe a J16 or J17 racing up. And not quite in the form we've seen her in before, but putting in a solid time of 8:10 that will take her into the repechage at the moment to see what she's got and whether that can be turned round. She has been a force to be reckoned with in previous years with some stunning results, racing several years above her age for a little while now. But it can be difficult in this sort of weather. Some athletes love the hotter weather and find it very comfortable, and some find it much more challenging and would prefer to race on a colder, more blustery day. Barn Elms, being a tideway club, may well have been more favoured on a rather grotty, windy day. I say this as a Thames rowing club girl myself. You get used to what you row on.
Yeah, it's not too bad right now. I mean, it's going to get warmer later in the day, but the sun is breaking through a little bit more than it was first thing this morning, and it's quite clear that the cloud is going to burn off by later in the morning. But it's only 21 degrees here at the moment in Dorney, so it's not too bad. In Shanghai, was it last summer or the summer before for the World Championships? I forget now. And the temperatures, they were absolutely brutal. It was brutal enough just standing around. How anybody succeeded in racing, I have no idea. But they did. And they're doing well here today as well. And the challenge will be around lunchtime when it gets up to 27, 28 degrees.
And indeed, the BBC reckon we are on to break the all-time May temperature record this weekend. And given how close we are to Heathrow, that record is almost always broken at the end of the runway at Heathrow. So we will be watching out for that later. But if you are joining us on site, or if you are watching the live stream while you are on site, please do remember your water bottles, your hats and your sun cream. We cannot emphasize this enough. We do have good medical cover on site, but if we could avoid using it, that would be fabulous. Please do enjoy these wonderful conditions safely.
I read an article the other day, Caroline, that suggested that in August we should expect temperatures of 40 degrees this year, apparently because of El Nino activity earlier in the year. If that's true, I don't know how they can predict it. Anyway, 40 degrees maybe summer sounds rather alarming.
It does. It is only becoming more common, and it's straying into my work. I actually work for an environmental part of the University of Oxford these days, so I will away from the from the work chat. Fear I shall get fully distracted, and note that I believe we've just had a sculler from Hinksey, which would be Alice Pearson, crossing the line distinctive blue and white blades, making her easy to spot, putting in an 8:11 to take 20th place at the moment, going through the repechage. But let's see, no, that top 8 remains unchanged at the moment, with Katie McKendrick of St Andrew Boat Club holding that 8th position with a 7:52. Indeed, Mark, as you said earlier, it's definitely going to be a sub-8 to get straight through into that AB semi-final, though there are a couple more spots in the AB semi available for crews who have to go through the repechage. But that will require a second race today, which many of these athletes will be hoping to avoid. And that is a sculler from Minerva Bath in the distinctive bright yellow, crossing the line. There are a couple of scullers from Minerva Bath in today. I think that would be Charlotte Pusey in carrying number 585.
And the final sculler on the course has just started. That's Mia Milanoia from 1863. So everybody has either finished or is on the course. There are 3 that don't appear to have started, as in they appear to have withdrawn from what we can see from our time trial, although of course one of those may well be the sculler that you couldn't see the number of, or the blade colours of, who capsized just before the finish, so obviously there won't be a finishing time there, but people have either now completed or they are on the course as we speak. Sub 750 is the aim. 749.6 is the 7th placed sculler, and 752.3 is the 8th placed at the moment.
No, it really is great to see this many contenders come out, 53, 54 of them in this time trial for the champion girls single. It's great to see this many athletes confident in their own abilities in a single. Sometimes it is easy to opt for a bigger boat with, as we've seen, a little more stability, but to come out either as maybe an athlete from a small program who can only boat a single, might not have any bigger boats here to come and represent, or to have the confidence in your own abilities and your use of this tippy, tricky boat to come out and race. I think to get 53, 54 of them on the water is a great achievement and just shows the depth of junior rowing in this country and the demand for it. And I think we see that across this weekend. Huge numbers of athletes competing. We'll try and get the stat for you somewhere. It is well into the thousands of competitors, and lovely to see this level of enthusiasm for junior rowing in the UK.
10,000 people sign up through schools every year, which is a very healthy number.
That really is, and if we can retain them in the sport, if we can find ways to harness the enthusiasm, and as well as on the water, there's all sorts of other ways of being involved, particularly at events, either helping out with your own club events. We often have opportunities at events here at Dorney and other multi-lane courses for helping on the start on state boats. I know they've been looking for parent volunteers for the timing team here, which is also great fun to do. And in fact, one of our commentators, I haven't spotted her yet, and I feel derelict in my duty for that, is actually racing today as well. So there is no age barrier to getting involved behind the scenes at these events. Very distinctive boat going past now, the red, yellow and green of Doncaster Schools Rowing Association. There you go, Megan Hill, that was done for 5.76. Always easy to spot the Doncaster boats.
What's the background behind their boat colours? Do you know?
I don't know, but I do know they have a special relationship with Staines Boat Club. The Doncaster come down in force to do Staines Regatta in the summer, and apparently there is also a reciprocal arrangement where Staines travel up to Doncaster. I do not know the boat colour, but I do know that those clubs are firmly linked.
One of the things I always wanted to do was create a home and away fixture mechanism between rowing clubs. There's another many things that I failed to persuade powers that be to take on as an idea, but I always think that home and away matches in rowing work very well. In fact, here at Dorney Lake they have a series called Basher amongst some of the schools, where they come along and conduct private fixtures. Of course, there are lots of private fixtures that take place all over the country, but in my view, not enough of them, because they are a great opportunity to socialise within the sport and have a bit of fun. Because as you rightly say, Caroline, the challenge is not the 10,000 people that join the sport, it's retaining them in it because of the commitment that is required.
Indeed, and just looking at our top 8 does still remain unchanged as we have the last 10 or so scullers coming down to finish the course. We've got 2 declared did not start. So Stevie Gilder of Strathclyde Park did not start today, nor Sophia Young from Methodist College Belfast. Hoping that they are safe and well and uninjured, and it was nothing major that has prevented them from being here today. But you know, we have the 1, 2, 3, 4, about 8 or 9 left to complete the course, seeking that sub 750 for that guaranteed path straight through to the AB semi-final tomorrow. But it is the crews placed 9 through 40 will go through to the repechages this afternoon, and everybody will get a second race, a side-by-side race through the minor finals tomorrow. So we have not seen the last of these ladies. All of them will be back in action either today or tomorrow. It's great that they've managed to construct the timetable for this regatta to give most of these athletes 2 goes down the course. That is the aim, to make sure that their time here and their entry fee is well spent, well deserved, and not too many people leave just having done a time trial. It is, conditions permitting, the aim that everyone, as many people as possible certainly, are able to race side by side in a competitive race with crews of a similar standard to themselves.
It's an extraordinary logistical feat that the team puts on, led by Mike Martin. who's in charge of the National Schools Regatta. They do a tremendous job between them all, and they are all to be congratulated for managing to do it as seamlessly as they do, getting this many people out on the water.
And along with the army of volunteers that support the organising committee, all of the launch drivers, the marshals, the umpires, the timing team, even the people who do the catering, because let's face it, most regattas run on tea and bacon sandwiches. They should never be forgotten and always be appreciated. Those quiet workings that when things go well, many of you watching at home will never see these people, many of the athletes won't notice a lot of these people, but nevertheless we absolutely could not do it without them.
You'd notice them if they weren't there.
Indeed. So just 4 athletes to go to round out this championship single scull girls time trial. Just waiting for times for Peterborough, Wallingford, Lymington and 1863. I think we can see the last of these scullers coming down. They have all just about now made it to the red buoys, so just almost there, nearly 250 metres to go for those very last scullers. Got Wallingford will be the next across the line, number 564, which is Millie Goodall. And I think that is Lymington in the burgundy and blue. Which is 563, which is Molly Cartwright-Tickle. And then Mia Milanoy of 1863, which is the boat club associated with the London Oratory School. Is just making her way, racing as hard as she can down through the last 150 or so metres towards that finish line. And on the screen, that was Lymington. Molly Cartwright-Tickle just crossed the line. Waiting for her time now. And we remain unchanged in those first 8 as we wait for those results to be made official. It is Naomi Bell of Wallingford Rowing Club who remains unbeaten, chased less than 2 seconds behind by Matilda Hudson-Hulls of Hartpury. Caitlin Warnock of Glasgow Rowing Club, Amelia Robb of Lady Eleanor Hollis, Amy Miller of Bradford Amateur, Holly Andrews of the Grange School, Alva Clements of George Watson's College, and Katie McKendrick of St Andrew Boat Club look to be the 8 that will go straight through into the AB semi.
Well, that hour's gone incredibly quickly. We've had 2 time trials. We've got more to come, but we have a change of commentary after
Indeed,
the first
we do.
hour. Barely seem to have sat down, and the hour is over. So we are about to hand on.
But
for
we'll
the
be
next
back.
races.
We'll be back variously across the weekend. I think you'll hear many of the same voices on the live stream and the on-site commentary for those of you who are able to join us in person. And we will hand you over and bid you a fond farewell.
So it's Martin and Alex to pick up.
And here we go for the Sheriff Cup Championship Quad Sculls. 8 fastest go through to the A and B final. Time trial here, due off at just after 9 o'clock. Marlow crossing the line. Wycliffe have gone through. That was the Marlow quad there that just crossed the line. We're looking across now, we can see Tideway Scullers approaching the finish. And I'll say a very good morning to Alex.
Morning, Martin. How you doing?
I'm very well, mate. And yourself?
Yeah. Pretty straightforward drive down from Birmingham, which I was quite thankful for. So looking forward to some good racing today.
So you drove down from Birmingham, but with an Arsenal cap on.
Oh, well, you know, I was an Arsenal fan before I was even born, I'm pretty sure, because my dad used to go in the 70s and stuff like that, and my granddad's from North London, so you don't have a choice in my house.
Excellent. There's 50,000 rocked up the other night at the Emirates.
Yeah, well, I wasn't one of them. It was a school night, but, you know.
I know, it was extraordinary. I didn't think there were that many that lived near Arsenal or Islington.
I think they're just on the streets. My first memory of Arsenal or even football was my dad throwing up the window and screaming out down the street when Michael Thomas scored in '89. So, you know, I'm sure it's similar
good memory,
scenes.
and there you go. They've lifted the trophy again. That was Maidenhead.
That was, yeah.
Quad there, just crossing the line. These are the time trials. For those of you tuned in for the first time, we get the timings up and the results, and it is the fastest 8 that go through to the A and B final. A little later on today, the others will then race off a little later. So we have seen Maidenhead cross. Next up should be...
I believe this is Hartbury's. It should be coming through.
Should be Hartbury. Yes, that's Hartbury that have just crossed the finish line. George Heriot's next, crew number 645. Difficult. I always think it's a difficult thing, the old time trial, particularly, and it's not so bad, I suppose, if you're in a single scull because it's down to you. But here, you've got to pace yourself, and you've got to have everybody else in tune with pacing themselves. And of course, if you think, oh, I'll save a bit for later, there's a fear and a definite possibility you've not gone quick enough to qualify anyway.
Well, yeah, my crews, I never told them to hold anything back in a time trial, because you're going to get one shot at this, and if you don't execute it well, then your later might not be the later you want it to be.
And you never know. I mean, weather conditions, you know, hopefully they'll be really, really good. But last year up at Nottingham, of course, you know, some of the medals was decided on the time trial. So, given that, these girls now moving down towards the finish. The times are coming up, I think, in front of you there. So you can see who's currently the quickest down the track.
So it's Marlow at the moment, 6:18.3 with a 5-second lead over Tideway Scullers. So, and Tideway Scullers was just ahead of Wycliffe. So those are the 3 quickest so far, but still a lot of crews, 30 crews in this championship quads for the girls to come through. I think it's this Yarm school coming towards us at the moment.
Looks like Yarm.
So we had City of Cambridge just came through, and then we have the distinctive Kingston Rowing Club on approach to the line. They'll just come into your screens soon. But as these times, they come through live for us, it is still Marlow, Tideway and Wycliffe at the top.
So they're coming down in order as we look out, expecting Peterborough and then Royal Shrewsbury. So looking at the times here, the time to beat is what's that, Alex? 6 minutes?
6:18. I believe it's a 1500 time trial. Is that right?
Yeah.
Or is it a 1750?
We've just asked for clarification there of how long this time trial is. So it will be a rolling start, so we're assuming this is a 1900 metre, but it's of course the same for everyone. Rolling start would mean they turn at the very top of the course in front of the stake boats, and as the term dictates, they will be hitting the start running. So a little bit of a gap here as we look.
Yeah, a bit of a gap between Lee and Stratford-upon-Avon. Next on approach, and then we should have a Bedford crew as well.
So Marlow, Tideway, Sculler, Wycliffe, Maidenhead, George Heriot, Royal Shrewsbury, what do we say? 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the cut-off is?
Currently 6:39.4 Hartbury are in there, and we're about halfway through the runners on this. Still no change at the top. Marlow, Tideway and Wycliffe the top 3. Stratford-upon-Avon have just come through. They haven't hit the top, so no change at the top yet, but obviously all of these crews are going to be pushing to make their way into that top 8, like you say, because that's where the medals are going to be competed for.
Yeah, we've just had confirmation from one of the head honchos here who knows stuff, and he tells us that the time trial is over 1900 metres. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah. Looking at those times seemed about, seems to make sense.
Yeah, looking at those times, pretty swift.
Yeah, absolutely.
We were down here yesterday, Alex, and it was very blowy. You know, it was gusting a bit. Lot calmer today. Also guaranteed to be a lot hotter. So if you are coming on site or are on site, for goodness sake, have a hat, plenty of water, put that sun cream on, because it's going to be an absolute belter. I think I read somewhere it's getting up maybe as high as 28, 29 degrees.
Yeah. Normally, because I'm a teacher, you get to half term and the weather turns bad, but it's just gone the other way this time. So, yeah, play it safe, put the sun cream on. There's no need to be a hero out there. Just, it's not worth the long term, sunburn. So, yeah, cream. Stay hydrated as well, especially the athletes. Once you finish, don't be standing out of the side. Get yourselves under cover. And
no, there are plenty of water points and bowsers around the place. So hydrate is the word.
Well, I think of a day like today, that plays into it as well. When you go to race later on, you want to be still in position to race. So this is what Kew House School coming to the line now. So you've had a couple, I'm from West London, so Kew House School, Brentford, they're sort of, from when I was a kid, they weren't there.
Brentford?
But yeah,
Brentford's a new one on me, so what?
I believe they were Team Keen and have rebranded, I believe. But even when I was a kid, Team Keen wasn't there. It's still after that. I started rowing in 95.
Well, Fulham Reach, Kew House, Team, they were all pretty new on the scene. But Brentford did very, very well yesterday with the 14s and 15s.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
And they've picked up a kind of a maroon looking thing. I went to Chiswick School and that was kind of our colours.
Barn Elms, that's that neck of the woods as well.
Yeah, that bit sort of between Well, it's sort of the back end of the boat race, you know, from the
Yeah.
finish line through to sort of Hammersmith Bridge is that kind of stretch. I mean, you know, Fulham reached slightly past that, but that's kind of the predominant
Sure.
bit of water that you'd see them going up and down on. So we had Reading just come through, and I believe it's supposed to be Hexham coming through next. Well, okay. Coming a bit thick and fast now, aren't they?
Yeah.
Which is what we want. Just in terms of the times, no change in the top 3. It's still as it was. Top 4, 5. I'd say the top 8 has probably been pretty stable recently. As these other crews come down.
Yeah, Hexham have just gone through there. They've not done enough to qualify. As we've said, it is the fastest 8 that go through to the races a little later on today.
So we have 6 to come. They've all started. They're on the track. Just waiting for them to hit the finish line. Now, I'll be honest, I'm not super familiar with Nat schools. Do these other crews go into minor finals later on? Do they get to race again?
Yeah, I believe they do.
Sorry.
So we're just waiting for the last 3 boats to come down, which will be Tiffin, Oratory and Moncton Combe. Right, Alex, how are we looking on the times? Give us the top 8 so far.
Top 8, right. Marlow still sitting there pretty. 5-second lead over Tideway Scullers, who had about a second over Wycliffe. 4-second gap then to Maidenhead, so 10 seconds separating the top 4. Then George Heriot School, 5th. Shrewsbury 6th. Oundle School 7th, Hartbury 8th, and it's City of Cambridge just a second outside that top 8. But they will get a chance to go into the medal race. They're just going to have to do it through a repechage.
And this looks to be the last of the qualifiers here. Crossing the line looks to be at Moncton Combe, I believe. What does it say on your sheet there? Have they given a time for them?
Moncton Combe coming through in 28th, 7:31.1.
So in fact the last crew to cross was actually Tiffin, wasn't it?
Yeah, Tiffin were third from last to cross, but slowest in the time trial that time round, yeah. But now I think some firepower coming back down the course.
This is Windsor boys who are charging down the course here. Forest Cup Championship Quad Sculls.
That's all right, that's really nice.
And we've got how many here? 28 going down, trying to qualify. And the first one's down Windsor Boys School, and they are absolutely flying. What sort of time have they got? Let's have a look on the screen. So due off at 9:17. This is Championship Quad Sculls, and that's a time of 5:41. That's very impressive. Swilliam Borlase next. And Swilliam Borlase crossing the line now.
So assuming this is a 1900, that split time they would have pulled on that 5:41 would have been a 1:29.7 for that.
And Swilliam Borlase go down in 5:46. Next Leander. So these are the championship quads, and you'd expect to see these next month competing, or the month after actually, competing at Henley in the Fawley, I would imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is Fawley's a big target for some of these clubs. Yeah, feels like they must seed this slightly. Just looking at who came down first in the championship women's quads, and then similarly, you'd expect to see
Leander have
Windsor
gone through.
boys
That's Claire's Court. So Windsor boys, Borlase, Leander, Claire's Court, all big names over the last sort of 15 odd years in sculling, schoolboy sculling. Tiffin then Marlow.
Yeah, and as you'd expect, as they cross in front of us, like they're looking really explosive. You know, they'll be in their last throes of this effort, won't they? You know, they'll be looking to just eke out every decimal point to try and get into that top 8.
And the top 8 at the moment, with the crews that have gone down, it's Windsor boys 5:41, Leander 5:44, William Borlase 5:46, Marlow 5:47, Claire's Court 5:48, Tiffin 5:51, Tideway Scullers just coming up to the line, and they cross now.
See if they upset the order here. They do jump up into third there, 5:45.
Yeah, pretty swift.
Then a bit of a gap to the next crew who are side by side here. So one of them has caught up on the other. It looks like
Yarm.
Hinksey, I think, catching up on Yarm there.
Yeah. So those that are not qualifying for the first 8 will go through to a repechage later.
Yeah, I've just had a quick look on the Instagram for Nat Schools, and it doesn't give it in super detail, but there's a time trial into repechage, into semi-finals, and then to finals. So I think being in the top 8 gets you that bye straight through to the semi-finals.
So you're not having to race once more
an extra time.
effectively.
So yeah, to win a medal, you might have to race 4 times, but realistically 3. You got your time trial, your semi-final, and then your final. And I think that's what you'd like. You'd like to have one less time down the track if you could help it.
And Kingston, you spot them a mile off. Here's Kingston Rowing Club.
So Hinksey now into 7th, and Yarm a 9th. We've only had the 9 finishers, so it's Tiffin School at the moment in 8th, who are just holding on to that final automatic spot in the semi-finals.
Kingston have just moved up the ladder, haven't they? With,
Kingston just, yeah, okay. So that means Tiffin have been pushed out, and it's Hinksey. Kingston just 0.1 of a second ahead of Hinksey there. So Hinksey are in 8th, Kingston in 7th. As we have Norwich School should be coming up to the line now.
so presently in
Norwich
8th spot
School,
we have
yeah.
Norwich, yes?
Norwich 9th,
Beg your
but
pardon.
by 0.1 of a second. They've just
Hinksey.
missed out on Hinksey.
Yeah.
Yeah. So only 0.2 of a second separating 7th and 9th at the moment, and they're all right on that borderline.
So these lads have got to beat 5:51 or they basically repechage.
Yep. I wonder if with some of the other, if you knew you weren't probably going to get the top 8, whether you just save a little bit. I think that's the way I would get my crews to play it, if I wasn't convinced they'd be in that top 8.
Yeah.
Like, do your proper start, get off, right, then maybe just throttle it back to 90% rather than being on the red line. Especially on a hot day like this is going to be an absolute war of attrition.
Well, they'd have a
getting
bit
into
of
the
form
end of the day.
coming into today, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I think
there's
so,
been
yeah.
a few regattas
Yeah.
coming up. They're not always the same crew, so it's not always comparing like for like. But it's generally a decent indicator.
Yeah.
And when you see Windsor Boys, Leander, Tideway Scullers, Sir William Borlase, Marlow, Claire Scott,
Yeah.
you know.
That's 6 of the places already
Yeah,
taken
yeah,
there.
yeah.
Yeah. That's Hartbury just gone through into 12th there. I wouldn't tell my crews to absolutely take their foot off the gas. They want to be working at least to a certain degree, but I think
Well, you'd know where you are in the pecking order, wouldn't you? If you were borderline qualifying.
yeah, I think you'd want a decent lane in your repechage though,
Yeah.
because I presume they'll seed them to the
Yes.
more favoured lanes.
Yeah. Although yesterday was interesting, we had quite a lot of lane 5 and 6s doing rather well.
Okay.
Whether that's because the wind shifted, or just as you say, maybe they'd have just saved a bit for the, for the later stages. Right.
Northwich is who are due,
Yeah.
and then George Herriot.
Down at 50 on the weekend
Bit of a gap there while we wait for the remainder of this. You're watching the qualifiers for the Championship Quadruple Sculls. First 8 go through automatically to the A and B semi-finals a little later on today. The others repechage.
Yes, I believe this is Bradford School coming to the line, being followed by Moncton Coombe, it's supposed to be, but I think those colours aren't quite right. So, I'm going to look through here. So, there's Bradford Grammar School, yeah,
Yeah.
coming through 17th. That is Moncton Coombe, absolutely.
Yeah.
This is the problem with a brand new sparkly set of blades. You don't get the old spoon colours that we want. I believe that's St Andrew. It looks like St Andrew.
It does look like St Andrews. Still the same top 8, I believe.
Nothing. Yeah, Hinksy's still there. Nothing's changed up at the top there. I think Norwich wish they'd had that 0.1 of a second. But this next crew down looking pretty punchy and sharp. So see if Bedford can burst their way into the top 8. So you just see them coming into the shot now. Let's see what the clock says. So Bedford come through. Down in 18th, but a massive effort there from those gentlemen in that boat.
Spalding College School. Saw their coach having a chat with them earlier. They, from this angle, not looking quick enough to disturb the top 8. Let's have a look.
So clock says 21st, absolutely. And then we've got King's School Worcester. Train on the same patch that we train on at the University of Birmingham. So saw them racing out at Worcester Regatta. Some of their crews looking quite nippy.
We were talking about Brentford earlier. This is Brentford now, isn't it, coming up to the finish?
Yeah, Brentford coming up to the finish. I mean, Brentford absolutely should have some kind of rowing going on because it does sit on the Thames. So you know, it's just, I think the access to this sport compared to say 30 years ago, it's just really opened up, which is great. Distinctive Peterborough. I'll be up there next week at that regatta. You ever been up to Peterborough Regatta?
Yes, I did. I commentated there. I was actually guest speaker at one of their dinners.
Oh, very nice.
Which seemed to go on forever.
What, your speech or the dinner?
Well, the dinner. Well, both. Both. I was pretty tired by the time they asked me to say a few words. Yeah.
And then Dart Totnes. I've not been down there, but apparently it's a very nice stretch to row on. Down on the Dart. So still no change up at the top. And I assume, based on a sort of pseudo seeding, that unlikely for these crews to make the top 8, but they're still just going to give it their all. You can see St Neots coming down, being chased by King's Rochester.
It's got Taunton down here, but I can't see them. Can you?
It says they've started. I think they're much further back there. I think Taunton, if you have a look. Yeah, they're up around the 500 at the moment. I believe. Yeah. What's due after this is 8s. It's due after this.
Not seen them around.
And they're not an 8.
Have you?
I've not heard of Taunton, to be fair.
No.
But, like we just said, access to rowing, it's just increasing. A friend of mine who graduated last year and has started teaching near Peterborough is being asked if she might be able to set up a rowing club at her school. So that could be another one that turns up in the next couple of years, if that does go ahead. King's Rochester have actually, what did they start? 27th, but they finished in 21st. I suppose if this was a bit like head of the river, like, you know, taking a few names.
So assuming Taunton are not
breaking the top 8, I think we cut back up to it. Yeah, so it's Windsor Boys, Leander, Tideway, Borlays, Marlow, Clares Court, Kingston, and Hinksey will round out the top 8.
Hinksey did enough just by, look at that.
Just by 0.1, yeah.
0.1.
a click
So
of the
0.1
button.
of a second means Norwich have got to have an extra race. Well, we'll bear that in mind to see how they do later on the day.
Yeah, well, Norwich and Tiffin were both within half a second of that top 8. So I think they'll go into the repechage with a lot of confidence
Yeah.
that they can probably get through there and not have to burn all their candle at that point and save a little bit for the semi-final. And also, when you're that close, you think, oh, actually, I could overturn one or two of those and go have a go at them.
They're doing well here today. The umpires and the officials, all volunteers, of course, and without them, this sport just literally would not run.
No.
And I know some of the guys. Talking to one of them last night after racing. I mean, they put in basically give up all of their weekends, so these guys can race. I mean, they value the volunteer. Gee.
Well,
they're
I'm a
incredible.
volunteer coach just in my part-time, like outside my job, and one of the Birmingham rowing clubs were like, oh, you don't get paid for this? I was like, no, and he was like, so it's literally for love of the sport. And I think that's it, it's for love of the sport.
It is for love of the sport.
That's it.
Some of these umpires do a huge amount of mileage, stay in hotels at their own expense. I mean, I'm just, full of admiration for them. Absolutely fantastic. So you young people out there, when you feel like giving an umpire a mouthful, please don't. Just suck it up, as they say. Right. Champ 8s. Queen Mother's Cup for Championship 8. Same story. The 8 fastest automatically go through to semi-finals A and B. And it's St Paul's.
St Paul's just so great, aren't they? I mean, I assume they come at fairly regular intervals off the start, but this is not a regular interval. This is a blistering blast. I wonder if they just want to lay down a marker and just we want to be the quickest in every single round.
Yeah, well, all the chat, you know how all these kids sort of big each other up and chat. But I was talking to a couple of the coaches yesterday. They felt it would be between St Paul's and the Shipley, actually.
Shiplake a fourth down the track, so we'll have to see. That's a 5:19.8 for St Paul's. Just use a little bit of website maths and let's have a look.
So 5:19.8 sets the marker for everybody else to come up against. Next up is Hampton School.
That's the 124 split for anyone that's sat on an erg. Sit on that for 5 minutes and 19 seconds, and I'll give you a lot of credit.
Right. Be really interesting to see what Hampton
Let's see what
clock
it
here as a
says.
time.
Yeah, 5:27, so 8 seconds.
5:27, 8 seconds. Yeah, here's Westminster. The gap between Westminster and Hampton, not as big. Westminster looked to have a bit of boat speed there. Let's see what sort of time they clock.
Very tight, 0.2 seconds
Wow.
between Westminster and Hampton, but it's Westminster on the top of that. They jump into second place.
And here's Shipley.
Did Shiplake win at Henley last year, I believe?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. They run the
Different sets of athletes.
Yeah, they
but
won the PE last year. Whether they were predominantly second years, I think they probably were. Radley, by all accounts, going really, really well this year. Dave Moffat, isn't it? It's,
I'd
Radley,
love
I
to
believe.
tell you.
Yeah.
We could look that one up for sure. But Shiplake jump into second, 5:26.
5:26 against the. I mean, St Paul's did clock a very, very fast
Yeah,
time.
they
there,
did
didn't
that. Yeah. And then Radley now into second, so they've jumped up. And actually, only 0.4 behind St Paul's.
So Radley were
absolutely
fast,
blistering,
yeah.
So that's going to be
So
a
it's
good race later
less
on.
than a second, isn't it?
0.4, yeah,
Yeah.
0.4 seconds there.
Wow.
Bedford School on the
Bedford
way.
School, yep.
Well, What's your favourite boat to watch when it races?
I do fluctuate a bit. I mean, I like a double scull only because it's a little bit like a little Ferrari racing car. You can accelerate them quickly. But you know, to get down the start, if you've never actually been to the start, an actual live start of 8, you know, 6 abreast off the start, what a sight!
Yeah, just the raw power at the start of an 8 race, I think can't be matched. I don't think.
No, I think it probably does get the nod. But for racing and acceleration, and the sort of the tactical bits and pieces, I think a double scull is exciting.
Yeah, I think it definitely, you get the slightly smaller boats, it does become a bit more tactical.
Yeah.
Whereas these are just full bore, and who's got the most power for the longest period of time. And speaking of that, looks like Dulwich absolutely trying to go for it.
Yeah, the Boys and Girls Championship 8s finals, you know, which has always been the blue ribbon at national schools, over the years have produced some absolutely amazing racing. And the thing with these kids, you know, under 18s, they're fearless. You know, they know no pain. Just go for it. I mean, it's really, really impressive. And it's all got a bit more technical, isn't it? I mean, all the aids now you as coaches have to help you and the athletes to get the boat going quickly.
The telemetry you have, or the speed coaches, the video analysis. I mean, we don't get that all at the beginner level. I'm now coaching this year, but usually I stick a speed coach on there just so got a little bit of rate on it. But yeah, some of the telemetry and the screens you can have in and get the instant feedback.
So here's a question. Oh, let me throw this one at you. So you've got a group of youngsters there. What age do you coach from?
Well, I coach at university level, so basically 18 to 22, but you know, they're just basically coming off the back of this, but not having rowed before, but similar mentality.
So you get some come in, Alex, that haven't rowed before.
Yeah.
What's your first indicator as to these are going to be athletes? What do you look at first?
Well, to be honest, usually the ones who are going to be best have come from something else. So, like, you know, my best athletes this year typically have come across from swimming.
Yeah.
But I've got some that have come across from dance.
Yeah.
And that's actually pretty useful when you're trying to teach people to single scull.
Yeah.
It's good when they can stay in and do a complete session instead of maybe 15 minutes and then it's like, all right, we'll have to stick you in the shower because you've just gotten cold. But I think...
Is this boys and girls?
Boys and girls, yeah. I just think there's kind of an inherent competitiveness that some people do have, and I think that's quite a key thing here. Just being able to, because we can all coach, like you coach everyone the same, not exactly the same, but you know what I mean. You don't favour this or that. It's like, okay, I'm going to coach all of you. Let's see how you get on with it. But the ones that really want to like get their teeth stuck in and just be like, I actually want to be one of the quickest ones here. I want to learn this the quickest because.
Hugh House School going through.
Yeah.
Yeah, the reason I asked was I was talking to a coach yesterday of one of the schools, and what he was saying was that the ergo is a pretty good indicator. Doesn't mean to say that they can row or scull.
Yeah.
But you know whether they've got the power, etc. So you get a couple of athletes there that can put in really good ergo times. Then you can build your 8 around them, and if you have 2 that are exceptional, you should actually then be able to really press on. But you've got to teach them how to do it. So yesterday was the real youngsters, the J14 octopals, some very powerful young kids there, learning their trade, learning what to do. And this is Eton College now.
I think, some of it is the want, I think with youngsters as well, they don't necessarily get a say as to, like, do you get to go rowing? It'd be like my dad was like, you're going off to rowing. That's it. Like, okay. It's a bit like a PE club, isn't it? You have to go do it. You're at school. It's like, okay, well, I suppose I have to. But the ones who are like, okay, I have to do it, but if I'm going to have to do it, I'm going to do it well. Yeah. Those are the ones that are going to sort of push their way to the top, aren't they?
Right, in college, let's see.
Let's have a look at these times.
Are they posted?
Jump into 11th. But it's very tight here, actually. Once we get past this top 8, so Dulwich are the quickest not qualifier, but we're looking at 5:32, 5:32, 5:33, 5:35 for the next ones after that. So pretty close between all those crews there. And actually, if you look down this list, you know, these are names you'd expect to see here.
Yes.
You know, in the Champ 8s. Like, no one's kind of hidden. They're like, oh no, we'll go in there. That's what we're supposed to do.
Yeah. Westminster.
I mean, in my head, Westminster have been a sculling place.
Yeah,
but
I was just about to say that. Yeah.
They got an 8 here.
Yeah. You look at the Fawley. Their name was on the Fawley. You know, not that long ago. What, last maybe 20 years or so?
Well, we had a guy turn up in sort of the 2010s, and he was more of a sculler, George, but still, good athletes come through that place. A lot of good athletes come through Westminster. So we've just had Enniskillen come through, 5:35, so right in that mix as well. So we've still got a pretty similar lineup at the top. It's St Paul's and Radley, 0.4 seconds apart at the top. A little bit of a jump of 6 seconds down to Shiplake. And then very close then between Westminster, Hampton, Bedford, Teddy's, King's College School, and that's your top 8, with Dulwich 3 seconds after that.
So just the last couple to come through here, Alex?
Yeah, expecting St Peter's School and St Joseph College from Ireland as well. Yeah, that's who we're expecting. And we can see both of them here, so no one's got lost on the 1900 metres down.
Beautiful conditions here today down at Dorney Lake. We're back here, having had a year up at
the 1 year
Nottingham.
hiatus.
Yeah, but it was just tough. The venue fit for purpose maybe a few years ago, but this regatta was just too big. Just too big to fit in. And
I think the extra 2.
Sadly, the weather.
Yeah,
the
extra 2 lanes you have here.
Yeah.
I think, and not just that. I think having the service lane up makes a massive difference as well. Yeah. But yeah, the weather didn't play ball. It would have played ball this year, looking at it. But I think, you know, you can't help that. But yeah, we do bucks there, and it is. Yeah, it's very busy. We've gone to 4 days. We've had to go to 4 days to make it fit. But yeah, I think this has a lot of pluses to it with that service lane. They're not using the service lane right now, but it's there when you have 8-lane racing.
I've always enjoyed Nottingham. I quite like it. I mean, in some respects, there's too many regattas at Dorney, you know, but they've moved off the river because of X, Y, and Z.
So we've got here. You got Met here, Wallingford
we
here,
are,
Marlow here. This is here.
Yeah, we are where we are, I suppose. Right, Championship 8 for the girls. Eddington, Shiplake, Henley, Latimer, Surbiton, St Paul's Girls, Teddy's, Bedford Modern, Enniskillen, Royal Shrewsbury, King's School, Canterbury. These crews go off.
And actually no repechage.
No, they're all going straight through. So this is really for lane order.
Yeah.
Eddington are the first down.
Eddington, I think, for a good period of time, I would say, was the best school rowing program for girls in the world. I would say, like, the results they were putting out were phenomenal.
And their big rivals at the moment, Shiplake's second down the track. Shiplake coming up towards the finish line now. So let's have a look at some of these times. 2 times, Alex.
Yep. So we got Headington second now, Shiplake first, but maybe not as quick as they have to be, because like we said, everyone's going to get through to a semi-final. So maybe not everyone's fully on the gas for
So
this first
Shiplake
round.
went down there quicker than Headington. So psychologically, they got a semi coming up. We shall see. Henley.
I mean, I would say Henley are definitely not going for this. Like, there's a lot of power, but
No,
the
they're
rate's down in
they're
the sort
saving
of
themselves. Yeah,
20s, high 20s, low
Yeah.
30s, I think.
Somebody said to them, save yourself, ladies. Terrific rowing program at Henley over the years. Produced many, many wins and medals. As we watch Latimer Upper now, they seem to be giving it.
Yeah, they're
a bit more
definitely a
beats,
little
don't
bit on.
they?
Yeah, they're a little bit more on it. Coach following down with the stop clock, so I suppose they are actually bothering to put some time in if he's taking some times.
Surbiton look to be putting in even more effort here, I reckon. Yeah, interesting. This one too.
Yeah, quite a big gap they're looking at. Latimer and Henley about 20 seconds slower than the top two.
Right, what time are we of the day? How are we doing?
Well, it's 9:52 in the morning, so still much racing to come today.
Yeah, we got the Junior Cox Fours girls next. That's due off at 10:02. And then a couple of minutes before 10,
Well, yeah,
it's the boys.
the J16 girls, Cox Fours, have just started, so
Yeah.
they've just gone off at the top. We don't have any times for that because obviously we're only getting finish times, but yeah, that has kicked off. So Teddy's just come through. So there's definitely so Teddy's went for it as well. There's a clear divide here. The top three are sort of 606, 608, 609, and then the next three are 626, 27, and 29. So
Yeah.
clear divide in the.
And we've got
the
what?
6 times we
four
got.
crews to come. 1, 2. I can see them on the course.
Yeah, 4 left to come. So I think one has disappeared. So was it, St Paul's did come through. I think it's Surbiton. Surbiton are not there. Yeah.
No, Surbiton didn't start. You're quite right.
Yeah, they got a very distinctive S on their blades.
So you've got Bedford Modern, Ennis Skilling, Royal Shrewsbury, and King's School Canterbury.
Yeah, that's who we're due. And looking up, I can see 4 8s, 3 8s. 1, 2, 3 there, and one a little bit further up, probably at the 1K mark.
So, any of these athletes heading your way next year?
I'm not sure. I mean, I hope some of them. That'll be pretty useful. I think by Bucks results, we have the 4th best women's squad in the country at university level. We won women's Henley in a lightweight double last year. We picked up quite a lot of medals. We won women's champ single. So if anyone wants to take over from Katie Mole and be our premier sculler and try and win the champ single, you're more than welcome to come to Birmingham.
Do you have open days? Do you have people come and have a look round? And
We have many open days. We don't necessarily do a lot of open rowing days. We have them, but just get in touch and we can get people on there. But bluntly, some of these I think will end up across the pond.
Yeah.
But we have a lot. We have fantastic programs here. It's just a shame that we often can't offer the same thing in terms of a free ride, as it were. Like when I was over at UCLA back in 2013, just shadowing their coaching a bit. Basically they said like all you have to do is pay for your flight across. Everything else, accommodation, tuition, and if someone's willing to invest, $160,000 in you across 4 years,
exactly.
that's a bit different to having to pay it here, and obviously it's been in the news, the stuff about student loans and the interest and stuff like that. It's a challenge sometimes.
One of the sponsors here today is he's offering a consultation to talk about opportunities in the States, and there are loads of them.
There are some wonderful places to row there, but wonderful places to row here as well. So but everyone's different, isn't it? It's like our university sector is absolutely, thriving at the moment as well.
All I would say is if you're considering your son or daughter to go to the States, for goodness sake, go over there and check it out first.
Yeah.
I know some horror stories where they've gone out there and it's not been what they've promised. Anyway, back to what's in front of us.
Yes, we're just waiting for one more to come through. King's School Canterbury is who we're looking for, and we can see them. I'd say probably not quite up on the rate as they could be, so just saving a little bit of energy. They're not paddling it through light, but I think they have a couple of gears they could climb up into if they needed to. Yeah, so Enniskillen kind of, we were saying there was a clear gap between top and bottom. Enniskillen 6:16, so they're in 4th now, so 10 seconds ahead of the ones in 5th, 6th, 7th. But 7 seconds behind the top 3. So Shiplake, Headington and Teddy's pretty close together, just 2.5 seconds separating them. So yeah, we'll see who goes into each semi-final. I assume they'll separate one into, normally it's the first place go into the first semi-final, second, third go to the other, fourth. It kind of spirals that way. So Shiplake probably ending up with Enniskillen in their semi-final. But once that draw comes out, obviously you'll be able to see that stuff online. And just crossing the line there. Now we do have our full complement. That's King's School Canterbury crossing. So, bit of a change in boat class. Got to row a Cox 4 a little bit differently to an 8.
Yeah, these are the Junior 16 Cox 4s here. The girls, 6th fastest. Okay.
So this is different, straight into...
So the way this cascades or levels out then, Alex, if I read this correctly, is that the 6th fastest go into the final A. 7th to 12th fastest times go into the B final. And then C final, and that's about it, isn't it? I think,
They have got a D final as well, so we'll get to race again, but they won't have to do a repechage. No. And the semi-final, this is just straight into your next race. A bit like how I think they do that at Met now. You do a time trial and then they just split you down into your relevant speed order crews. Just watching some 8s row back up. So we've also got crews heading back up to the top. J16 second 8s are on their way up just as we wait for these crews to come down. So we're expecting Thames Scullers down first, and I believe that is the distinctive high vis of the Thames Scullers on their way down. I think that's quite a good way around the whole, some places are making you wear high vis, just if you just make it your blades and your kit, then you cover yourself straight away.
Well, you wouldn't miss them, would you? Very fluorescent.
Yeah, so the seeding went pretty good in the recent rounds, but we'll have to see how it works for the J16 4s.
Bedford Modern then chasing them down. And our friends from Brentford, they've had a decent shout out today, haven't they?
Oh, yeah, if I'm here, I'm going to definitely say good stuff, because I wasn't brought up in Brentford. We were brought up in Acton, which is a couple of miles away, and then when I was 15, moved to Brentford. Didn't have to move school, though, so always went to Chiswick School. But it was Thames Scullers now in second, Notson Union quite a long way ahead, 30 seconds ahead of them. Big effort there though, as the three seats just laying down, lost the blade. And then crossing next we have that Brentford Boat Club. So it's about to hand over, I believe, on commentary.
Yeah, it's going to be Scott's Corner next, I think. We've got any interpreters around? Hey, Alex. Well, us Englishmen are being booted out by the Scots.
Looks like it.
How
Looks
do we
like
feel about that? Let's see
Like
this
Braveheart
through to
in
the
it.
end, though. The girls' championship. The girls' Cox junior Cox fours. As we've said, we're looking for the 6 fastest here to go straight through into the A final. And the scoreboard tells us what at the moment, Alex?
Tells us that there's quite a big spread between Notts and Union in 7:21, but being at first, and then Thames Scullers 7:50. They're currently second, and then Brentford Boat Club 8:01 third. So definitely a bit of a spread here. We're waiting for Bedford Modern and Habs Monmouth to come down. That's who we're looking for next. I think Habs haven't quite caught up with Bedford Modern.
We've had a good hour
yeah.
here, actually. Some of the, all of the trial. I mean, they've been close, exciting. Some people have obviously gone out, banged out, really good times.
I think we got lucky there. We got some.
Looking at Jock and Hamish here, and is that similar. Been a good morning. Have you been watching? Yeah, excellent. So the championships, boys and girls. Wow.
Yeah, quads and eights. Couldn't ask for any better, to be honest.
Anything could happen. When you sit down here, you can tell us your thoughts on that. Yeah, sure, it'll be good. No, it's going to be a glorious day. We're certainly looking forward to it. So stay tuned. Remember, if you're coming down here, hydrate, water, sun cream, hat. Stay out the sun, particularly if you're competing later.
Yeah, make friends with someone with a gazebo if you need to. It's worth finding some shade. Or just bring an umbrella. That's the classic Filipino move. Just keeps the sun off.
Not many of them around here today, I don't think. Umbrellas. Or Filipinos.
Well, I got 2 in the car and myself, so 2 umbrellas, 1 Filipino.
Right, Alex, who we got here crossing the line?
We should have Godolphin should be up next. Looks like they've just jumped into 5th.
This is LEH, isn't it, Lady Eleanor Hollis?
I don't think we're due an LEH, so we've got Sydenham and Dulwich.
Oh no, the boys are jumping
just
up
come
and down.
through
I
in
think
4.
Aberdeen must be coming. Yeah, here they are. No, that's not Aberdeen.
King's Chester just crossing there. And then it should
Kingston.
be
Sorry, that's St George's. Kingston. I was getting ahead of myself there. Aberdeen will be black. Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, Kingston Grammar, and then the last ones down are Shandon from Ireland.
move this screen slice.
So Kingston Rowing Club
just
crossing the
on
line.
approach.
How are we looking on times here?
Tightened up a little bit at the top. Notts and Union 7:21. St George's College 7:30. Habs Monmouth 7:34. Then that Thames Sculler crew that was down first. In fact, we had a little bit of a change. Kingston have gone through quickest 7:20.7. Due to have Canford is who we're due next. And Surbiton. Have we got this Surbiton crew? Let's have a look who's approaching the line at the moment. I think it was. Yeah, so Canford go through in 3rd. 7:29.7. Surbiton. This Surbiton crew is indeed there. Their 8 was a scratch, but this 4. Now, it's really important here to be in that top 6. That is key. And actually, there are 2 crews, Thames Scullers and King's School Chester, who have identical times in 6th at the moment. So we'll have to see if Surbiton push them down any further. In fact, Surbiton now move into 6th. So both of those crews have equal times, and they've been pushed out of the top 6. So they won't have to go to the extra. Yeah, they won't have to put the extra decimal place on it now.
Yeah.
And in fact, they've been pushed down again now to 8th. So Godolphin and Latimer push up into third. So just 4 left across the line before we hand over. So this should be LEH coming to the line now. LEH cross in 7th, just missing out, 7:35.9 compared to 7:34.3. But that also does push Surbiton down to 8. So Haberdasher's Monmouth is in the hot seat right now in 6th, just as we have 3 left. Aberdeen, Kingston Grammar and Shandon are who we're waiting for.
That's Shandon there, isn't it? The Irish, I believe. Kingston Grammar will be the last crew to finish.
Yeah, so Shandon must have been absolutely motoring, having started as the last crew off.
Yeah.
We'll see Aberdeen's time places them in to 12th. So they're just holding on to the B final. We'll see what Shandon do.
Yeah. What sort of time have they posted?
So we just wait for the update, and they have jumped to 9th. So not quite enough to get into the top 6. 4 seconds away from that, but jumped right up the order there. And
well, that's been cool. We're going to vacate here in a moment. We'll just watch Kingston finishing off the qualifiers for the Junior 16 Cox 4s. Boys are next, the Open. We're going to be handing over. So from Alex and I, it's a very good morning. And we'll see you all a bit later on.
Well, thanks, Martin. Thank you, Alex. We're moving on in the schedule. J16 Coxed 4s. This time it's the open event. It's me, Fergus Mainland. Alongside me is Fraser Innes, and we've got the next batch of racing that we'll be taking you all through. We've got some great stuff coming up. We've got the open J16 Coxed 4s. Then we'll be heading on to the J16 second dates, the open one. Same event for the girls, about 10:15, and we'll have the J16 first dates for the girls at 10:18. Continuing that theme with the open event, 10:23, 10:30 we get the third dates, 10:35 we get the kickoff of the second dates, the open and the girls at 10:41. And then we move to some quad racing, and then the championship Coxed 4s just before 11 o'clock. Lots to keep excited with. Everything's been kicking off. The Champ 8s have been fantastic this morning, as they so often are. And Fraser, the sun is out. The first of our crews is coming down the course. Life is good at day 2 of National Schools.
Yeah, there's nowhere else I'd rather be than Lake Donia right now. For those of you who aren't able to be with us, we hope to bring the energy, the glorious sunshine and the wonderful festival of rowing we have so far.
Yeah, certainly. First of our crews is coming down the track, and that was Cheltenham College Boat Club. They've just come through the finish line. We just sit back and wait at this point for the rest of the field to catch up with them, because they have motored down the course. They've set the benchmark time, 6:57.7, provisional for now. We'll wait and see what that means for the rest of the categories racing. But the time trials this morning, there's been a lot of excitement to the time trials, hasn't there, Fraser?
Always is with the championship events that we started with. Now we're moving on to these J16 events. I think, yeah, the championship events split across 2 days, as they have been for the last few years, really gives an opportunity for us. Every time these crews go on the water, they are giving it their absolute all, because they have that greater recovery time. Whereas these J16s will be racing in finals in just a few hours' time.
Yeah, well, we've got 1863 there through the finish line, closely followed by the crew from Walton Rowing Club, and then it is Glasgow Academy. They're your next three in quick succession. Going very nicely there.
Walton and taking the top of the timing sheet there, 6:54.4. Well, Glasgow Academy and the 1863 club slotting in behind.
Next up, if my eyes don't deceive me, that is our crew from Pangbourne College.
You're usually better at these things than I am, so I'll take your word for it, but we'll see as they cross the line.
Yep, winners at Wallingford Regatta, first ever J16 crew from Pangbourne to win it. Second place for them at Bedford Regatta.
And the Pangbourne crew has now set a time just under the 7-minute mark at 6:59.8 to go third fastest overall.
Yeah, just over 20 boats will have racing in this field. I think 22 if my counting serves me correct. A great mix, really great mix of programs that we've got coming up. As we've said, you know, we've had Cheltenham 1863, Glasgow Academy, Walton, Pangbourne. Not quite going in time trialling order at this point, in number order, but the next of the crews coming down, that'll be the King's School Canterbury. They'll be next over the line, and they'll be followed by the crew from Lymington. Lymington Amateur Rowing Club, the British Rowing Club of the Year. Won that award, 2025 British Rowing Awards. Fantastic setup they've got going on there. Some really outstanding athletes coming through, and it's a real mix they've got. You know, racing here at regattas, but they've got a phenomenal setup when it comes to beach sprint and coastal rowing as well, and some great talent is coming through that pipeline there. Looking ahead to the development and growth of beach sprint rowing as well.
Yeah, with juniors, with adult athletes, and all sorts of. I don't think there can't be many clubs with a greater diversity in their rowing activities.
No, I imagine there probably won't be. I think probably the one that would be missing is gig rowing. Don't know if they have that one. That's one to double check. But Queen Elizabeth High School, they're next across the line. They go second overall, great time. Just behind that crew from Lymington, who have stormed all the way into the top spot. Awesome result from them so far. Provisional for now. We'll wait and see how it stands as the rest of the field comes down.
With the championship crews, the British rowing point system is often how these time trials are seeded, and we tend to see them lining up in a bit closer to their true speed order. But for these younger crews, where they don't have quite as much sort of national level racing under their belt, there can be a lot more surprises in the time trial start order, and we could well see some of the lower ranked crews on our start order come through to mix up in the A final.
Yeah, Brentford, they're next through. Brentford Boat Club from West London, one of the newer clubs on the Tideway. Great to have them racing here. They go 6th overall, provisionally.
Yes, as we say, all these timings are provisional. We need to wait for the umpires to give the white flag and make sure all the timing was correct. The timings on your screen that you can see in the top left corner, those are the same provisional timings. And for official results, go to time-team.nl, look around for the National Schools Regatta, and once the racing has that green flag of official, that's when you know how the racing will progress.
Shrewsbury and Wallingford, great times from them. Shrewsbury 6:54, Wallingford coming in with a 6:51. That's good enough for second place at the moment for Wallingford.
That progression system, same as the last race, as you heard, 6 fastest to the A final, the next 6 to the B final, the next 6 to the C final, and the next 6, or the remainder of the field, to the D final. That'll provide us some exciting racing later on.
No, it will. It will, and I think I was on for some of the A and B finals off the back of some of this seeding yesterday, and it was exquisite. The way they're able to bring the whole field together and do it like this, and you get a very close group of people racing each other. That's Pangbourne College. They've just come through the finish line there ahead of Emmanuel, passing through their new head coach at Pangbourne, Harry Brightmore, cox of the British men's 8 that won gold at the Paris 2024 Olympics.
And he'll be happy with that result, right to the top of the timesheet.
He'll be very happy with that.
6:35.1, our fastest so far. But as we say, these crews deeper in the start order are coming up and they're upsetting things. As I speak, the King's School Ely in their light blue are our new leaders in a 6:33.5. These times just keep getting beaten. It's like Formula 1 qualifier.
It is. It's also like any time trial stage of the Tour de France or the Giro d'Italia. And you're waiting, seeing what's going to happen. It's brilliant. Really, really good.
Looking for the J16-4 equivalent of Filippo Ganna. Our next crews are approaching the finish line.
Yeah, this one's Reading Blue Coat School. Hard racing from them, fast racing from them, right the way up to the finish line. Reading Blue Coat School come through good enough for 5th place at the moment, as things are constantly jumping around, chopping and changing.
We still have 5 crews left on the course coming down. It's that St George's College that I see in their distinctive sort of maroon colour.
Your eyes don't deceive you. You're getting better. You know, you're just over a day in. You're picking them up. You're identifying them well. You're getting better. Well done.
The Scottish crew was right at the start of this event, so my free pass has passed me by.
Yeah. Fraser was correct. St George's College over the line. Next up, it will be the crew of King's School Chester.
They really strong program. We saw them racing in all sorts of boats yesterday, and as the J14s and 15s we saw yesterday rising to the J16 level, this crew goes 5th.
Do you know what I would say about King's Chester? Their ability to develop and put coxes in a great position to succeed is outstanding. Some of the coxes that they've had coming through King's Chester are exquisite, and it immediately springing to mind Jack Totham, who's coxing the British women's 8 at the moment. He's flying out to the First World Cup with Harry Brightmore. He was King's Chester as well. The coxes, they've got an incredible pipeline that they have coming through there. It's very, very impressive.
Yes, indeed. As we see Dulwich College come through the line, followed by another crew school with some talented rowing alumni. Great Marlow School, of course, the old stomping ground of one Sir Steve Redgrave.
And Peter McConnell, who was on commentary yesterday.
And with just one crew left to the line, the King's School Ely are still our leaders, but we have Shiplake College herring down in their last few strokes here. Cheered on by another Shiplake crew doing their warm-up. The Shiplake boys will go 2nd overall, just 0.7 of a second off the lead. That is going to be one exciting final this afternoon.
It's going to be exceptional. All of these crews in the J16 Open Coxed 4s racing for the Arundel Cup, presented for Colts 4s in 1968 by R.L. Arundel, who was for many years the regatta controller and committee member. In 1974, Bob Arundel died as a result of a car accident. The Cup was known as Colts 4s until 79, when it was presented to junior under-15 8s as the Arundel Cup. In the following year, it reverted to the junior under-16 Coxed 4s, but renamed, name was retained as the Arundel Cup. So there you go.
I believe the Colts category used to be for anyone who was returning to school the following year. So a J17 was the Colts category, if I'm not mistaken.
which is now the J16 category.
Which is now, given that J17s don't race as much, this regatta initially founded as the 38s and Colts regatta. We'll see the 38s racing in not too long. But for now, we'll move on to our next event.
We do move on. We stick with the J16s though, but we move to the J16 second dates. Open second dates, and we don't really have much time to breathe, as I believe that is the distinctive pink of Abingdon School coming down to set our first time of the morning. Yep, Abingdon School there on course at the moment, up to the finish line. Let's see what they can do. Always highly competitive, this field. It's a brilliant one, really great one to race.
Some of the big, the most sort of established brands in sweep rowing, really having that depth to have a second date at the J16 level and for it to remain competitive. This next crew coming by in dark blue, but I believe, is that not Eton College?
It is Eton College. That's them on home water through the finish line. They take the top spot. No surprise there. They were incredibly tight at the school's head of the river. Just Eton 0.8 of a second ahead of Abingdon there. And they've done it again just now, this time 3 seconds better ahead of Abingdon racing. And heading into the boathouse that has their name on it. Two fast finishers though, Radley College and Latimer Upper School, both of them in action at the school's head. Great marker in winter training. Radley finished ahead of Eton and Abingdon on that occasion, and they do so again just now, coming through. They take first place, comfortably ahead of their opponents at the moment for these provisional results. Latimer Upper, let's see what they can do as they come up to the finish line. Fourth place for Latimer. Hampton School, they did well at school's head. They did particularly well. Second place for them. Let's see what they can do here.
Yes, indeed. Hampton School coming into the line here. The Radley quad currently at the top of our timesheets will be inspired by their younger crews. They won both the first and second J15-8s yesterday.
Yeah, they did. That J15-8 was awesome, really awesome, and I think the way that they went about and raced that performance yesterday was exceptional. Just took it by the absolute scruff of the neck and didn't back down against the St Paul's crews, who I think were coming in as favourites for it. But Radley, I thought, raced exceptionally well yesterday.
Yeah, I think it's there's something good going on at Radley. But as we see our penultimate crew coming across the finish line here, it's King's College School, based in Wimbledon, who will set the third fastest time of the morning so far.
Yeah, third of the morning so far. Third for them at the school's head of the river as well. But all eyes are going back up the course. We're into the final 250 metres of the time trial for St Paul's. We talk about motoring. Here they come, sitting up very nicely, going particularly well up to the line. They won school's head by 16 seconds ahead of Hampton School. Now, we're not quite expecting 16 seconds here. It's going to be close, but they are looking very, very good as they come up to the line here.
Indeed, these St Paul's crews, obviously school's head on their home tideway course, but they are always well drilled, the St Paul's 8s.
Yep, well, here we go then. A couple of strokes left to go for them. Let's see, up to the finish line for St Paul's. St Paul's go fifth.
That will still progress them into the A final, 6 to the A final, with the other to the B final. I wouldn't be surprised if we ended up with a 7-boat A final, just because it would probably better without having a one boat B final. Might be a little processional.
You're talking about things that are well above your pay grade, Fraser. Well above your pay grade.
But as we look back up the course, we have the girls' equivalent to this event, the J16 second dates.
Yes, we will do. We've just had the Eton Vikings Trophy for Junior 16 second dates, the open event. And now we will have the same thing for the girls. Just 3 crews will be contesting this time trial. We'll have St Paul's girls, we'll have Wallingford, and we will have Headington School.
Yes, this one very much a race for lanes. All of these crews will be progressing to the A final this afternoon. But looking for the centre lane, I would imagine, will be the preferred one in the wonderful conditions we have here. I think I'm looking across the field to a line of flags sort of hanging limp on the flagpole, such as the calm conditions that we have. A wee bit of a breeze coming in, helping the crews along in the tailwind, but these are lightning fast conditions here at Dorney Lake.
Yeah, they are good. They're really, really nice. We've seen, I think the wind's probably dropped a little bit from when we saw the Championship 8s coming through this morning. But our next crews, 3 crews as we said, they're on the course. This is the J16 girls second 8s, 3 of them racing. First of which will be St Paul's. They're up to the finish line.
Our initial marker 7:03.5. We'll see how that comes. Wallingford are hot on their tails, so we won't have to wait too long to get a judgment on how quick that time is. And as they go just about 13 seconds, faster. It's a tight run. Again, how will the crews be approaching this sort of race for lanes time trial? We'll see. So we could easily fall into the habit of overthinking these results. But the crews will certainly want to act with confidence and come in to their final as the number 1.
Well, the third and final crew over the line will be that of Headington School. And just like that, over in a flash, the Steve Gunn Bowl for the junior... Sorry, that's the next one that's coming up. I'm already getting ahead of myself. Next up will be the Steve Gunn Bowl for junior 16 girls first 8s, which is already on the course at the moment.
This is that was the City of London trophy.
There you go, City of London trophy, presented in 1992 by John Milborn, who, as a master of the City of London School, had been coaching schools in the Tideway since 1974. And he first helped at the Regatta in 1956 and served on the committee for many years. That's the City of London trophy. This is now the Steve Gunn Bowl for the J16 girls first 8s, and that over the line is St Edward's School.
Yeah, already that blue with the flash of yellow. St Edward's programme that's going from strength to strength, having had depth across the boys and girls side. Followed closely by Molesey Boat Club, I believe that is, with their all the Black Death, as they used to be nicknamed, or maybe still are. Molesey go and set the fastest time so far, 6:45.1.
Good performance there. Next up, it will be the combination from Wimbledon High School. Wimbledon High School, let's see what they can do. They're next over. They go second. Molesey Boat Club still hold the advantage provisionally by 5 seconds or so at this point in racing.
These 2 crews, Wimbledon and Molesey, row out the same boat club.
Oh, there you go.
That's my wee fun tidbit for this race. But they are followed closely by Latimer Upper.
Yeah, Latimer Upper have been fantastic during this winter season. Winners at the School's Head of the River, 6 seconds ahead of second place there. Great racing again at Hammersmith Head for them. Haven't done a huge amount of racing this regatta season, but they've certainly shown a lot of speed so far this year, and they've done it again just now. They topped the time trial. Big topping of the time trial there.
Surbiton right behind them.
Yeah, a good, I think, sort of a good head season, sort of mid-pack during the head season for them. Second place at Wallingford Regatta as well, stepping on very nicely.
Second place in this time trial.
There we go.
Lady Eleanor Hollis are our next crew to come towards the finish line.
Yeah, I think certainly, throughout the season they've been particularly close behind the crew from Latimer Upper. Their coach Ollie Knight just cycling past at the moment, watching on as they come through the finish line. No, I think they set themselves up very nicely to challenge Latimer Upper, and they're doing just that.
And it was lightning tight. 1/10 of a second between those 2 crews. That will be one to watch in the final as they get to line up next to each other. Latimer Upper holding on to that first spot, but LEH literally 1/10 of a second behind. A blink of an eye separating these crews, and that will be one to watch this afternoon. But we still have a few more crews to come in. St Paul's Girls' School will be our next across the finish line.
Yeah, what a change that is from School's Head. 6 seconds between the 2 of them at the School's Head of the River. Now we've got St Paul's girls, who are just a little bit further down. St Paul's were 5th at School's Head of the River. They go 4th just now in this time trial. And then Headington School, 4th for them. 4th for Headington School across the line. They'd like to do a big shout out, actually. They'd like a big shout out to their coach this season, Tom Symington, who they think has been fantastic. So that's wonderful to hear, and great to see that his programme and his crew are enjoying all of the rowing that they're doing. So Tom Symington and the Headington girls, they go 5th provisionally at the moment, because we have a new leader. Wallingford Rowing Club have come down the time trial and have laid an absolute marker down. They go top of the pile, a good few seconds ahead of the likes of Latimer and Lady Eleanor Hollis.
And that, I believe, is our time trial. We have but we have another one hearing down the course. Oh no, we have the first crew that we were due to be met with. I think that's another St Edward's School. Unfortunately, catching a crab just as my eyes turned to them.
Goodness gracious.
But
St
they
Edward's School, they're up and running, they're recovering, but it was a crab for them with about 150 metres left to go as they came up to the finish line. They've recovered, they're up and running, but they're being chased down hard by a fast finishing crew from Bedford School. We need to wait and see what will be happening. This is, of course, the Desmond Hill Cup for the Junior 16 first 8s. Teddy's come across the line. Wait and see what happens. Bedford School, though, they come through and naturally are race leaders at this point. But it's all kicking off. It's all getting exciting here in the J16 first 8 time trial. Lots on the line as our crews come up to the finish line.
Yes, this is another one where we are going straight from a time trial to a final. 6 will go into our A final. 7 through 12 will be in the B final, and the remainder will go to the C final. But we will see who those are as we have our next crew across the line. Is Eton College, who reset the standard with a 550.5 so far, just under a second ahead of the Bedford's crew, as we are treated some really tight racing today.
We are. We absolutely are.
It's Latimer are going to be our next crew to cross the finish line, as they look to press on and do their best in the time trial, stopping perhaps a little early across the finish line, but they will go fastest. A 5:43.7 on there puts them around about 7 seconds ahead of the next place sculler as we begin to unfold in this event.
Do you know, I think that's a really strong performance from Latimer. A good step on from what they did at the School's Head of the River. They were 7th at School's Head, 3 seconds ahead of Eton. So here they are now, and they've grown that advantage over a shorter course as well. That's up to 7 seconds now ahead of Eton College. So for Latimer up at this point, with more crews still to come down, looking good.
We have 2 crews coming thick and fast in this one. Haberdashers Monmouth will be the first across the line, but they are being hared down by the iconic pink of Westminster School.
Yeah, Westminster going well, Haberdashers Monmouth going well at this point.
Both crews that competed at the School's Head looking to build on that performance. Haberdashers Monmouth a 6:14.4. But as Westminster crossed the line, a 6:00.9 seconds ago, 4th overall in our time so far. We've only had 6 crews across the line. We still have some very impressive crews from all across the British Isles still to come. We've got, as well as the names of the English southern powerhouses that you might expect. We have a Llandaff Rowing Club and Enniskillen Royal from Wales and Northern Ireland respectively.
Wind's picking up again. I'm just noticing the flags in the background. The wind's picking up again a little bit as KCS are coming into shot. KCS though, that's a nice looking crew they've got there. They're coming up.
And
that's George Thompson there, coach, just cycling past, checking his phone, checking the stopwatch. suspect he's checking the results as he comes past. KCS go second, provisionally second at this point.
But they are chased by a Radley College School. Radley, as we said about their J16 second date, doing very well. This one finishing third, slotting into the timings. But a very close battle at the top of the table. It's the yellow of Hampton that will follow them down. They're two coloured blades, which can make them difficult to spot from certain angles and iconic from others. But this Hampton crew really giving it their all as they come to the end of this time trial, and will slot into our timing sheet as the second fastest yet, just 0.3 of a second off the lead.
Yeah, that's awesome from Hampton. Really, really impressive from Hampton School. Racing Popular Regatta last weekend, just getting some last minute preparation in for them. They were second behind Westminster at Poplar. So what they've done is stepped on. They were second again at Schools Head of the River, that time behind St Paul's. So looking to build on that and see how close they can get to St Paul's. We're starting to come into view, but crossing the line now. That's our crew from Abingdon School. Fourth place in the J16-8s at Wallingford Regatta for them earlier on this season. We're back again at Dorney Lake, the host of so many events this season. Fourth again at Schools Head of the River. So work to be done. They'll be wanting to step up and get themselves onto a podium. Here comes St Paul's though, your winners at Schools Head, and surprise, surprise, St Paul's have done it again. Top the rankings here at the time trial of the National Schools Regatta.
Still two more crews to come down in this one, as we will see Llandaff and Enniskillen both started. St Joseph's College are also on our entry list. Unclear whether they've started this race or they've withdrawn, but we will be hopefully awaiting these last two crews with a bit of a gap on the lake in front of us before the third eights race, which I think may be my favourite race at this regatta.
Why is it your favourite race at the regatta?
It's the original. This regatta was founded as the third eights and colts regatta, as I mentioned earlier, because while first eights and second eights had lots of places to race, the third eights didn't, and it is obviously it's now in its 79th edition of the third eights and colts regatta. They will be racing. This is the original event of national schools, and while the first eights and second eights have joined, as well as all litany of other categories, creating this festival of rowing we have here at Dorney Lake this weekend, the third eights are our run through history. But we have our last few J16 first eights coming across the closing stages of the race now. We'll just be popping into your shot now.
Yep, this one's Enniskillen. Here they come. Enniskillen Royal Grammar.
Slotting in 11th place. Chased by Llandaff of Wales, who will be just having the last few strokes of their race. They've really given it all in this time trial. And perhaps some issues along the way as they slot in into 13th of our 13 crews we've seen so far.
Well, we don't have a huge amount of time to catch our breaths for the third eights. This time it is Shrewsbury who are out leading the way in this field. And again, as we so often do, we can cast our eyes back to what was going on at the Schools Head of the River. Chiswick to Putney, and as we've mentioned, as we know, St Paul's on top. Shrewsbury for them, 6th place finish, but it was tight, very tight between themselves and Abingdon, just a second ahead. Abingdon in 5th place there at the Schools Head of the River. Hampton School that were coming into shot, well, they were 10 seconds back on Shrewsbury. Let's see what they can do as they come up to the finish line on this occasion. And well, for Hampton School, second for them, close behind Shrewsbury once again. The two of them just interlocked all season long.
Really close racing as we see our next crew coming down the course. Abingdon, their third eight. The how would you describe that colour? I'm sure they have a particular word for it, but I can't quite remember.
Well, I'd say pink personally, but I suspect it's just like Leander is cerise, not pink, and Durham is palatinate, not purple. And Edinburgh University, baby blue, not just blue. Anyway, we digress as we go through the colour charts. Abingdon School, though, up to the finish line for them. I'm hoping to see, let's see what they can do in terms of bouncing back from some of their sort of the mid-table results that they've seen so far this season. So far, they've gone top of the time trial. Eton College, they're coming through the line. Eton College, well, they were ahead of Abingdon at School's Head, 30 seconds or so. And we're seeing something similar again just now coming into view as Eton put 13 seconds. Again, these results provisional at this stage. 13 seconds, Eton lead this time trial of the third eights. We're still waiting for the big ones. We're still waiting for St Paul's and Shiplake to come into view. We know they were first and second at the School's Head of the River, and naturally will be favourites coming into this one. But now coming into shot, it's our crew from Dulwich. Dulwich College, another one of our Putney-based clubs. Few strokes left for them in their time trial. Chased down hard by Shiplake. We've mentioned Shiplake. 18:01 they did on the School's Head of the River course. A good 21 seconds back on Shiplake. So Dulwich as they come in, 5th for Dulwich. Shiplake College, what have they done? First overall. No surprise there, Fraser. But St Paul, we can see them just in the background coming into view.
And Radley as well, who were third place at the School's Head. But that, I think it's worth underscoring, that is a 20-second just about lead that Shiplake have taken. So that is a really impressive performance as these last two crews will look to better it even further.
Yeah, here come Radley. Radley up to the finish line. Third place at the School's Head of the River. Let's see what they can do as they come up to the finish line. Radley goes second, 5:53, not too far off, 7 seconds back. Here comes St Paul's, here comes Ben Zachary, their coach. He's just like George Thompson earlier, he's checking the results as they come up and up to the finish line. St Paul's School, St Paul's goes second. Second for St Paul's, 5 seconds.
Second and a half between them and Shiplake.
Wow.
That'll be a great one
Wow.
as they look to compete for the oldest event at the National Schools Regatta.
What a statement that is from Shiplake. That's a big turnaround. I mean, we've still got the side-by-side racing to come, Fraser, but that sets the stage up very nicely, doesn't it?
It does indeed. They will be competing for the West Cup. This cup was, as we say, the original trophy for the Public Schools Third Eights and Colts Regatta. It was presented in 1947 by Dr. Franklin West, who was the school doctor at St Edward's School for the fastest Third Eights. The boat clubs of St Edward's and Shrewsbury added the plinth.
Well, there you go.
But the eights don't stop coming as we glance up the course. There's maybe 400 metres remaining for the first of our second eights, open second eights. As this one, a similar setup to as has been for many of the races that we will see today. We have a time trial, and then we will be sorting into finals of 6, all the way down. So 6 fastest to the A final, and then the next few, and then the next 6 to a B final, and so on.
Third eights to second eights. It's building up nicely. And then from the second eights, from the open and from the girls, we get the second quads for the girls and then the open.
It's really, for these programs, these second and third eights, is a real sort of demonstration of depth. For many of them, they will have other boats in smaller boat categories, but being able to put together 2 or 3 really good eights with your J18s and your J17s is a real mark of pride for these crews.
Yeah, enormously. And I think when your third eight's going well, when your second eight's going well, when your J16s are going well, I think it speaks volumes to the whole program. I think if the whole boathouse is moving in the direction, generating a lot of speed, then it can only mean the very best for your crews right to the very top.
Yeah, we have 2 crews lining up here. I think this may be the J16 first 8 for St Joseph's College, racing alongside the same club second 8. Just to make our timing team's job a little more challenging, as we had one crew starting a little out of order in that race. That was a few minutes ago now. But they are being followed by another crew. I believe that's Shrewsbury, although...
Yep, Shrewsbury through the finish line.
I think we might have to wait a wee bit longer for the timings on this one as they begin to filter through there. Yes, St Joseph's College was their J16 8 coming through, and as well as their second 8. But Shrewsbury are the current standard to live up to in the second 8 event.
Well, here come Latimer Upper. Abingdon School will be chasing them down. You know, we know we'll, particularly if these conditions stay the same, we'll be getting quick times in you know, a lot of the championship racing, everything that's still to come. But across the board, we'll get the exact same thing in the second 8s as well.
I think this will be one for you, for the record watchers. These are fast conditions. We have warm water. We have an ever so slight tailwind.
I don't know, Fraser. You've been banging on about record conditions this morning. You're like, oh, record conditions. But I mean, don't get me wrong. It's quick, but I don't think quite quick enough yet. He says as the flags start flying even more. But no, I look at the flags further up the course, and I think yes, we've got, you know, a lot of movement there. But the ones towards the finish line, I suppose, where it's a bit more sheltered, not a huge amount of movement. We'll see.
We also don't know the weights of these flags. A lot of these flags are different weights, but let's not get worried talking too much about flags as the Eton second 8 comes barreling towards the finish, looking to set the new standard. Currently held by Bedford School. The Eton 8 has obviously will have been racing in all of the major events, but racing here on home water as they look to step up in the second 8s. And they will set a new standard about 2 seconds ahead of Bedford School as they are chased down by Radley, who we've been talking about their strength and depth all day long, especially after their wins yesterday. But their second 8 will come through, and again, that is a new standard, 2.5 seconds again on Eton College as at the top of the table. Shiplake coming down towards us as we're still waiting on 5 more crews to finish. But Shiplake will be the next one to set a new benchmark. And how was the lineup at the Schools Head, Ferg?
Well, I think the results that we've seen from Eton and from Radley, no particular surprises there. Shiplake are winners in this event at the Schools Head of the River. A lot of cheering, coaches getting vocal as they come up to the finish line. Let's see what they can do. Radley leading well. Radley stay leading 0.2 of a second for them. Great row from Radley, because separating them at the Schools Head of the River was just over 5 seconds. So Radley with a nice swing of momentum in their direction in this time trial. Still waiting for the likes of Hampton School to come down. We can see them in the distance, probably about 300 metres left for Hampton at this point. But out in front of us at the moment is Dulwich College. Again, coaches, you know, they're on the bikes, they're cycling along, they've got their heads in their phones. I think someone just about took a tumble off their bike looking at their phone or their stopwatch.
But it will be interesting. 5th place right now for Dulwich College, sitting near that cut line for the first A final, and we still have some really big hitters in King's College School Wimbledon, Hampton School and St Paul's School still to come, and it's King's Wimbledon who will be the next ones that we see.
Yep, KCS into shot for them. They're gunning for it. They are absolutely motoring at this point. They've come past their supporters' gazebo, which is sitting just a little bit further up, just after the 250 metre marker. So they'll have had a big cheer. KCS goes 6th, just behind Dulwich. So in the battle of those Putney clubs at the moment, Dulwich are winning out by 3 and a bit seconds. Hampton School, though, let's see what they can do. 3rd at the Schools Head of the River. They pipped St Paul's to the podium by 0.1 of a second. And Hampton continuing to go from strength to strength, but it's 4th place for them.
A tie for 4th. Same time exactly as Bedford School, but
we'll see. We'll see how that, if there's any adjustments. Of course, these are provisional for now. But Hampton School, they go 4th.
And all we are waiting for is St Paul's School to see how they will shake things up. As a reminder, are your top 6 to the A final.
Yeah, I think what was interesting, both St Paul's go sixth. Sixth place for St Paul's.
Provisionally into the A final, you just got to get there.
You just got to get there. I think what's interesting actually, that Hampton program that we've just been talking about, I think have been comparing naturally themselves to Shipley quite a lot this season and wanting to get as close as they possibly can. And I think they both raced at Wallingford, and I think they were of a similar speed at Wallingford, very similar speed at Wallingford. So I think they've stepped on nicely from School's Head. They've stepped on nicely from Basher as well. We just need to see how they get on side by side when it comes to the final. But next, Fraser. Next, we've had the second dates for the Open. We'll now have the girls' second dates in the course.
Indeed, we will. The girls' second dates, and indeed one third date in there as well, as the first two crews we are expecting are both from St Paul's Girls' School.
Yep, and we'll have two crews from Surbiton, one from Shipley and one from Headington. All crews will be progressing through to the A final, all 6 of them, so less of the jeopardy that we've seen in some of the other time trials, but a good opportunity to see how you stack up.
Yes, indeed, some really big names in schoolgirl rowing in this event as well. Some really impressive crews. But as they enter the final 200 meters or so, we have the 2 St Paul's Girls' School crews coming down towards us. They will know each other well, and will be looking to really set their stall out against the rest of the world, who largely begin with the letter S. I must say this is a rather S-themed race. St Paul's, Surbiton and Shiplake, with Headington giving us some name diversity alphabetically. But alphabetical order doesn't matter. All that we can worry about for now is our time trial finish order.
Yep. Well, St Paul's Girls came up to the line, as Fraser's alluded to. 2 crews that they have racing this one. They'll have battled it out all season long on their stretch of the Tideway. They, of course, boat out of Tideway Scullers, do St Paul's Girls. First of them is over the line. They were 5th place at the School's Head of the River, 20 seconds or so back on Surbiton. But by the time they got to Wallingford, they'd closed that gap, so we get to have another opportunity, another run out at them to see how they're getting on. So St Paul's, well, no surprise, St Paul's are 1 and 2 in this race. But I tell you what, Fraser, that Shiplake College crew is just looking superb, as they are just confidently coming through the first of our crews from our crew from Surbiton High School.
Really making that boat move, levering it through on every
There's so much send, isn't there? There's so much send there, and I think there's gears to come in that Shiplake boat as they go top of the board ahead of Surbiton. They beat out both of the St Paul's Girls boats, but here come Headington. What have they got? Well, they go top now, 5-ish seconds ahead of Shiplake. No surprise there. They won this category by 9 seconds. And their momentum has just continued. They raced in first dates at Wallingford, where they finished 5th. So Headington again just flexing and just showing their strength here in the girls' second dates. But there we have it, 5 crews, bish bash bosh. And that's the girls' second dates racing for the Somerville Cup.
And we have a little bit of a gap on the lake as we come. I think the first of those quads are just about the halfway mark in on our view, so we've got some time to wait until the next cruise comes down.
Yeah, second quads, that'll be next up. The Wimbledon Centenary Cup. What have you got for me? What can you tell me about the Wimbledon Centenary Cup? Or do you need me to keep filling at the moment whilst you find it?
The KCS Wimbledon Centenary Sculls is how it's listed in the programme. It was presented in 1997 by the headmaster of King's College School on the occasion of the centenary of the school's move from the Strand to their current home in Wimbledon. I didn't realise they didn't open in Wimbledon. We're learning something here.
Every day.
Every day's a school day.
Every day,
especially in the national schools.
Exactly. We are, of course, waiting for this time trial to come down. There's a huge amount of other things to get stuck into here at the National Schools Regatta. You know, when we look out here, we can see the giant marquee that is the National Schools Regatta shop. A huge amount of merchandise that can be purchased in there. T-shirts, bucket hats, goodness knows what else. I actually haven't ventured over, so I haven't been able to have a look in. But I think it looks like new designs this year, and I think some vests, they'll be nice in this weather. Some good t-shirts, long sleeves, short sleeves.
I got a necktie yesterday.
You've got a National Schools Regatta tie now.
Yep, that's been added to the collection for various regattas. Might wear that tomorrow.
Sunday finery.
Yes.
Your Sunday finery and your silk tie.
But as the first of the quads is now coming into the last 250 metres, this the girls' second quad event, I must say I am a little partial in this one. My alma mater is Racing George Heriot School. Some athletes I've done a bit of coaching with. But we are bound to have some great racing. These quads, the second quads are much younger events than the second eights at these regattas, especially on the girls' side. But we are treated to some really great sculling by some programs with real depth. And I think the first one coming into view is St Michael's Rowing Club coming across from Limerick in the Republic of Ireland.
Yep. Coming all the way from their home river, the Shannon. But we've seen them, we welcome them so often. And they've done particularly well, sending athletes to under-19s, to the Coupe de la Jeunesse, all part of Team Ireland, and been performing well. They've had top 10 finishes at Earn 4's Head of the River, and in the women's junior 8s at Earn as well. They've just been getting stuck in all over the place into the Irish scene. Their squad, they were 14th at the schools 8s category. At the women's 8s Head of the River, so they made the venture over to the UK, and we've seen them in action already this season, so 14th for them, quality result. And fascinating to see how they stack up with 2 blades instead of 1.
But yeah, this is Kingston coming through now. They are rowing really well. I think they may have even overtaken some crews in that distinctive red and white stripe of Kingston as they come across the line now to set a new standard at 7:02.8 over our 1900 metre time trial.
They're looking good, looking very good. Hexham, they're through next. Hexham, it's a small lake that Hexham train on, up in the northeast. Not a river, it's a lake.
How long is it?
Not particularly long. Perfect sort of length for a sprint racing regatta.
It's just a week or two until Hexham Regatta.
Is it?
I think it's quite close. It's on I'm on some Durham College's training plans on the lineup. I can't quite remember the date, so I'm feeling a little embarrassed.
But it's coming up. Have you got your crews entered?
I believe the secretaries have done that, yes. They're very good at the entries. I believe, if one can read into the numbers, I think the secretary of Collingwood College Club was the first entry in the Head of the River.
Excellent. Excellent.
But Kingston remain at the top of the pile, with plenty more crews pushing behind.
Yes, we've had the likes of Hexham coming through, Kingston, Oundle have come through, Sir William Borlazes have come through, Hartbury University and College, Tideway Scullers there across the line. Tideway Scullers, your new race leaders, ahead of Hartbury, who are pushed just down into second place. Sir William Borlazes take 4th. Fraser, you're starting to get really excited now, aren't you?
Here comes the George Heriot School Quad. They refer to themselves as the Diva Quad. They would like that to be known to the world.
Okay.
Having a relatively fresh lineup, but the second Heriot Squad came 10th at the Junior Sculling Head here, and they will slide into 3rd on the time trial rankings so far, and down to 4th as Marlow come in to take the lead in this event by just 1/10 of a second on our provisional timings as our 10th and final crew to cross the line.
Yeah. Outstanding. Outstanding.
Some really tight margins there. Obviously, our top 2 just separated by 1/10 of a second. 3rd and 4th by 1.1 seconds. So we'll have some interesting racing, certainly based on these provisional times, in our final later on.
Yeah, I feel it's a line that you can just copy and paste from everything that we've had so far this morning. And actually, right on cue, 11 o'clock, ready for their chances in the hot seat. You've actually timed it perfectly, because we've just finished the girls' second quad time trials, and the open second quad time trials have only got about 300 metres left. So that seems like a perfect opportunity to hand over, as Sasha and Peter are just getting themselves ready to rock and roll. But we have thoroughly enjoyed our past hour on the microphone, and we will leave you in the very capable hands of Peter O'Hanlon and Sasha Castelbranco.
Hello, Nat Schools. On the screen there you can see Tideway Scullers School just crossing the line in race 217, the second quads, open quads. This is the time trial with the 6 fastest going through to the A final, 7 to 12 to the B final, and the others to the F final. So here we are.
I know what you're all thinking. You understood what she said. Well done to Ferguson Fraser, our amazing Scottish commentary team, for the last hour or so of fantastic commentary, bringing you the colour and spectacle from the lakeside here at Dorney Lake for day 2 of the 2026 National Schools Regatta. Championship Coxed Fours Open. Tricky progression system this, isn't it? 8 fastest to the A final, places 9 to 16 to the B final, places 17 to 24 to the C final, and then, there we are, second quads. That's the next race I was talking about. 6 fastest to the A final, 7 to 12 to the B final, and the rest to the C final. Moncton Combe setting the best time so far by a massive margin. Look at that. 6:17.5, the benchmark, and then we have Sir William Ballazers some 15 seconds behind them. King's School Worcester just leap in there to second with a 6:24, and then in 4th place Tideway Scullers School, Magdalen College School Boat Club in 5th, and then King's Rochester in 6th. So it's the first 6 to go through to the A final.
That's quite a sizable difference there in timings between the 5th and the 6th crew. My maths is not my strongest suit, but I want to say that that is about 40 seconds at least between the two of them, and almost a minute between Moncton in 1st currently and Magdalen College now in 7th.
Oh, but you're well educated, Sasha. Durham, right? You've got to be able to do the maths. What do you call the person who went to Durham? A Durham-onian? A Durham-onian? What do you call somebody who went to Durham?
I think you call them someone that didn't get into Oxford or Cambridge. But yeah, I'm not sure. We never really had a name for a Durhamite? No, Durham alumnus. Doesn't quite have the same ring to it, does it?
Somebody out there will know. Somebody out there will know. Get in touch with us on the Nat Schools Instagram, or somehow we want to know what on the live stream. We want to know what the official name is for somebody who went to Durham. The past tense of a Durhamite. That sounds about right.
Feels, but it
an old
sounds
Durhamite.
Right, but I'm not sure. I mean, I think the big thing with Durham, at least from my perspective, which is obviously the only one, is that it's a collegiate system, and so everyone is quite attached to their college. So I would say I'm a Durham alumna, but I would say that I'm a Hatfielder.
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 Okay.
Yeah.
That's easier to put into the past tense.
I think so, yes. Yeah, Hatfielder, as all the best are. Camilla Hadland Horrocks, also a Hatfielder. Angus Groom as well, so some good, yeah. We almost had Angus Groom actually come and say hello to our college boat club. Unfortunately, it was in the middle of COVID, and I think he got COVID, so shame not to have the motivation, especially for our men's squad. I blame Angus Groom's lack of appearance on the fact that they lost everything that season, but it's fine, you know.
Definitely his fault.
Definitely his fault. Yeah.
Well, who knows? Some of these athletes might be aspiring to be old Hatfielders. Is that the right past tense?
Yes,
After they finish up at school. Let's check in with this time trial then for the open second quads. First 6 to the A final. So let's give you a rundown of those top 6 as the timings stand at the moment. Tideway Scullers School with the fastest time, 6:01.2, 9 seconds quicker than Marlow in 2nd place. So William Ballazers 3rd. Marlow, that just crossed the line, beat Tideway Scullers School by 0.1. So Marlow Club D are in 1st, Tideway Scullers School 2nd, then Marlow Club E in 3rd, Ballazers 4th, Windsor Boys School 5th, and Moncton Combe in 6th. So 6:17.5 is the time to beat. 2 boats still to cross the line as we see Kingston Rowing Club cross, and then we've got another Windsor Boys School boat coming in to be the last boat in this time trial.
Oh, I think it's really changing up. I mean, with so much of a gap between, it was, I think, Moncton when we first started with a 6:17 and King's Rochester with a 7:12. We thought that more times I think we're going to come in between them, but it looks like they've really been kind of pushed out of that. I mean, they are in 8th, so they're going to the B final, whereas they were sat pretty on top. But yeah, Windsor Boys School C, Marlow D, Tideway Scullers B, Marlow E, Sir William Borlase and Windsor out there in those A final positions. And I think that rounds it out. Gosh, Windsor Boys School doing a fantastic job of breaking the 6-minute barrier with a 5:58.5. So I think between that stellar performance from Windsor Boys and the tight timings between Marlow D and Scullers B, it'll be quite an exciting A final.
Really good one for the medals, that. Hey, I mean, we've got 3 boats there, all within 2 seconds of each other. So we look forward to that when it gets to the A final for the open second quads. Next race is coming down the course, the next time trial. This one's the open coxed 4s. A lot of boats in this, so quite a tricky progression system. First 8 will go through to the A final, places 9 to 16 to the B final, 17 to 24 to the C final, and the rest to the D final. Now, just to remind everybody, it's the A final where the medals are to be won. So that's what we need to keep our eyes peeled for, the top 8 places for positions into that A final.
If you can hear us flicking pages, we're just trying to figure out which are the cups that are all to play for in this Championship 4s. It's the Hedzer Cup for Championship Coxed 4s. The 8 fastest go through to the A final, and the rest to B, C or D. I think we've got our first time there. It's Teddy's. It's an Edward School Boat Club B coming in as the first boat to cross the line. They have a lovely moment of being right at the top of the field, that they have a 6:22.4, which I think stands them in pretty good stead for this. If we're thinking about the fastest quad in the second quads, that was, as we said, Windsor Boys 5:58. Quads are, of course, faster than 4s, especially with a cox involved. So, a little bit splashy there from Windsor Boys School D, but clearly not in vain, because they are now in first with a 6:13.4. So I think we can expect to see some times starting to drop into those low 6 minutes. But currently we have the Windsor Boys School Club D in first, Wallingford in second with a 6:20, Teddy's now in third with 6:22, and Westminster in fourth with a 6:33.5. Now, better chance to get into those A finals, because we've got 8 going through.
Exactly, 8 places to play for into the medal final. But it's nice to see Windsor Boys School step out of their usual dominant discipline of sculling and get into some sweep, and they've done very well here. 7 seconds the margin that they've established ahead of Wallingford, and the order that they were due to set off in looked like it was different to how they crossed the line. So I thought there might have been a bit of an overtake through the course of this, what is a 1900 or so meters time trial. But Windsor Boys School, I thought, oh goodness me, they must have been overtaken by somebody. I think actually they were set off in a slightly different order to what we had in the starting list, and they've got a 7.4 second advantage over Wallingford, so that's an enormous difference. Still a lot of crews to come down the course, nearly 30 boats taking part in this race or so, and Reading Blue Coat School come in with a 6:31, so they're 5th. I mean, it's not until we've had 8 cross the line that we'll start to see crews drop out of those A final positions. Emmanuel School Boat Club is 6:28. So it's quite a big margin. There's a good 20 seconds between first and 6th at the moment over a 1900 metre course. Next crew to cross the line looks to be Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. See what time they do. And then we're going to have Winchester College and then Canford School, my old school, coming down the course in a moment.
Now, what do you call yourself then? Are you an old Canfordian?
Correct.
Correct. I got it right.
Got it in one, Sasha.
Hey.
Correct.
They don't pay me the big bucks for nothing. They don't pay me the big bucks at all, but maybe they should. these are, I think it's always very exciting for me to come and watch these kind of junior events. I did junior interregionals for the first time about a month ago. Now, of course, Nat Schools, and I never did any junior rowing. And I think I'm still, even now, astounded by the level of rowing that you can see from school children. To be completely frank, and yes, some of these will be, potentially 17, some 18-year-olds who are doing their A-levels and are about to head off into kind of the big wide world of either university rowing perhaps, or a lovely gap year. But even at kind of the lower levels of the kind of the junior 14 categories, the standard is still superb, and I think obviously a huge testament to the support of coaches and parents. I mean, if you look across to the far side where the finish line stops, you can see all of the probably thousands of parents and friends and family members here to support. And I think it's just one of those lovely things. Rowing is always called a team sport, but it's not just the team in the boat, is it?
It's a great atmosphere here at Nat Schools every year, whether in Home Pierpont or in Dorney. The support on the bank is always fantastic. So if you're tuning in from home, and hopefully you'll find some time over, if not today, tomorrow's schedule of racing to come down and experience it here. We're looking forward to some fantastic weather, barbecues on the lakeside. Nowhere better to be than watching a little bit of rowing in the British summertime.
Absolutely.
So that's Canford across the line, 6:34.7, good enough for 10th out of 10. So we've got the top 8 at the moment are Windsor Boys School, Wallingford, Teddy's, Emmanuel, Winchester, Clare's Court, Reading Bluecoat and Westminster. That dividing line then is set at 6:33.5, Westminster's time to the line. So we've still got quite a lot of boats who will be looking to try and pit that and get themselves into the A final. Places 9 through to 16 then go to the B final.
A shame there for Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association with a 6:34, just half a second behind Westminster, leaving them out of medal contention. I think that is Queen Elizabeth High School just crossing the line with a 7:07.5, putting them in 11th. I think they will probably be further towards the back of this set of championship coxed 4s, having now broken into the 7s. Q House there just crossing the finish line in 11th, 6:47.9. Again, a little bit of a way back from the 6:34.7 that is Canford. So yeah, I mean, with, I think as we said, about 30 crews, quite a variation in the field and their timings.
Yeah, they might have had a bit of a hiccup partway down the course. We wonder, a good 20 seconds off 12th place. They might have caught a crab. They might have had to recover something because they look pretty good coming across the line. So I wonder if that timing challenge, or the challenge in their final time, might have been some hiccup for them mid-race, which can happen. I mean, it's an outdoor sport. Things can go wrong. We'll see, though, what that means for their progression from this time trial. Q House School across the line in 6:47. Next boat coming down the course, Haberdashers Monmouth School Rowing Club. Under quite a bit of pressure here. We've got a couple of Bryanston boats coming down the course now, Bryanston A and B.
Gosh, yeah, they're quite close there on the line. I think that's one of the slightly terrifying things about this sport, isn't it? Is that you really can see your competitors coming thick and fast towards you. So some brilliant racing there. That was Haberdashers with a 6:39.5. Bryanston with a 6:21.3, now up into 3rd. That was an incredible performance. And hopefully they haven't left it all out on the lake to be able to come back and put in a good show for medal contention later on.
I wonder where they all are. We're just looking directly across from our commentary position. Is the Bryanston School tent, and it's empty. Maybe they're all waiting until this afternoon's finals to come back and throw down the support, because that was an amazing time from Bryanston to come in at 3rd with a 6:21.3. They'll almost certainly be going through to that A final. Here comes the next Bryanston boat, Bryanston Boat Club B, and if they're anything like the A boat, maybe they'll be looking at a place in the top 8 as well.
I think they're looking maybe slightly slower than that first crew, but we've got two of their coaches actually just outside our commentary booth. You can't see them on the screen, but giving them a rallying cry as they cross the finish line. And yes, they haven't gone into the 7-minute area, but Bryanston B is a 6:48.4, putting them in 16th. So just still in the B final, but I think at a slightly nervy position, given how close they are to kind of coming out. But I think there's quite a big gap there between QE and Bryanston B, so potentially the remaining boats will fill it and Bryanston will get to go into that B final. I mean, Bedford School haven't given them a run for their money. Bedford School G is 6:58.8 in 17th.
Oh, and there we go. Somebody's just jumped in. Canterbridgian with a 6:44, so that pushes Bryanston down into 18th and Q House School into Bryanston B into 17th, Bedford into 18th. Another Bedford boat coming down, this time Bedford Modern School coming up towards the line. We've also got Canford School C boat due in a moment, St Peter's School, Enniskillen, Shandon, 1863 and St Joseph's College, Ireland. Still to come in this time trial for the Open Championship Coxed Fours.
I have to say, just going back to that Bryanston crew that I think came in and excited us slightly, their stroke man Sam Berry has been off competing in GB trials recently. So in the pair, and Berry alongside their Cox, Harry Bloomfield, both reached the A final last year in this event, but just missed out on a podium place. But they're still sitting in third in the field currently with just 5 crews left to go. So it will be exciting to see whether they can get that podium that I'm sure they've been coveting all year.
Well, I'm looking over your shoulder here, Sasha, and there's some predictions on your screen here. Who are these from? Windsor Boys and Clare's Court?
Yes. Now, Windsor Boys definitely not disappointing, still sitting over 7 seconds ahead of Wallingford in second place, Windsor in first with that 6:13.4. A really, really cracking performance from them.
Yeah, Windsor Boys, Clare's Court are in that A final slot as well. They did a 6:29, some 16 seconds back from Windsor Boys. I do think though that Windsor Boys, 7 seconds ahead of second place. That is an amazing pace they've set at the front of the field for this. And you look at some of the times towards the back, and it's a good 45 seconds faster than some of the crews at the bottom end of the pecking order here. Couple more still to go, and they could land anywhere in this field. 1863 Club and St Joseph's College, Ireland, still to come in to the line. They're just coming to the last 200 or so metres, and then we'll give you the full rundown of progression from this Open Championship Cox Fours.
Yep, only 2 to go, as you said. Another Camford boat actually there, Camford C, 22nd with a 6:51.9. Still QE out there at the back. I think you're right. I think something must have gone wrong because they were, as you said, looking not bad as they came across the line. Clare's Court, there's not a huge amount of information that we have on them, but I think they've had a really strong start to their regatta season. They therefore achieved a 3rd place finish at Wallingford Regatta, and I think that their crew is part of that Clare's Court 8 that achieved 3rd at Schools First Dates at Schools Head. But yeah, I think Windsor Boys are definitely the ones to watch. 3 of their crew were part of that Windsor Boys 8 that went on to qualify for Henley Royal Regatta last year. So a very experienced crew. They've had a lovely little rowing camp and a successful trip to Ghent Spring Regatta. So I think they have a lot of confidence, and that kind of experience is sometimes what it takes to win. The last couple of Crews have just crossed the line. 1863 Club with a 6:59.1 in 25th. And St Joseph College Rowing Club Ireland with a 6:50.9 in 21st, both of them in the C final.
Well, that wraps up our Open Championship Coxed Fours. We're moving on now to the Girls Championship Coxed Fours. The first boat coming towards the line, Godolphin and Latimer School Boat Club, and then we will have the benchmark set as soon as the first boat crosses the line. They're closely followed then by Wallingford Rowing Club, Lady Eleanor Hollis behind them, Wimbledon High School, and then Kingston Grammar School. They're the first ones that we're expecting to the finish line. Godolphin and Latimer set a 7:16 flat, so that's the first benchmark. Progression from this is similar to that of the Open category. The first 8 through to the A final, places 9 to 16 to the B final, but in this one, everyone else will go through to the C final.
It looks like a couple of the crews that we were expecting to start haven't, but it will be great to see who gets across. I think that's Wimbledon High School in second, 7:18.9. A lot of my experience with the crews on the water are from the women that I rowed with at university and where they spent their junior years. So I have a little bit of a soft spot for Wimbledon and for LEH, especially LEH actually, because they very kindly lent us an 8 for our attempt to qualify at Henley Women's a couple of years ago. But a brilliant boathouse, and I remember kind of wandering around and getting blades together, and you know that you have all of these girls, kind of most of them are about 16, just so determinedly just getting on with it. And as someone who never played sport as a child, I have to say I was very jealous of the childhood that they were having. And just how nice it must be to kind of just be outdoors with your friends so much of the time. Perhaps not in winter, but...
That's it. This is the nice period for rowers, I think. Those that don't like being out on the cold winter mornings and head racing, long distance, cold, rain. That's why it's so nice to see some side-by-side due this afternoon in this beautiful sunshine. So Emmanuel School Boat Club through with a 7:11. They're the current leaders, 7:11.3. Second place currently held by Putney High School with a 7:14. Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association have just leapt into the lead by some 6 seconds ahead of Emmanuel. So they've done a 7:05.6, the new benchmark at the front. We then got Emmanuel, Putney High, Godolphin, Latimer, Wimbledon High School. That's the 1 to 5. So still need a few more to cross the line to fill the 8 places through to the A final. Wallingford, LEH, Kingston Grammar School, hopefully due down the course shortly. And it is a big field though. Some very well established schools here though taking part, many with a couple of boats entered. But it's always a highly competitive category. Anything that has the word championship in it, but particularly Coxed Fours. So we'll see how this pans out. Next across the line, Sir William Perkins School, good for 6th place with a 7:25.
I'm excited to see where this Wallingford crew that I think are going to follow Sir William Perkins across the line shortly are going to come, because I think they're one of the favourites to potentially win this category alongside Godolphin and Latimer and Kingston. We'll see if we can bring you some fun facts about these guys too.
This looks like Kingston Grammar School coming across the line here. Let's just see if it is.
Oh yeah, that's a nice jump up there into second place. A 7:10.6. No stranger to the 4 these are. They have a pretty good reputation for this event. I think they won it in 2025. So yeah, a second place is a really good place to be. They're firmly into that A final. Hopefully with a bit left in their legs so that they can really push it down the line to win a second year in a row.
And what are they winning is the question on the tips of your tongues. Well, the winners of this are going to be holders of the Jim Mason Plate. The Jim Mason Plate presented in memory of Jim Mason, who died in 1996, who coached crews very successfully at all levels of rowing. He taught at all ages, and it's a lasting memorial donated by many of his rowing friends that holds pride of place amongst the trophies, plates and cups in the locker of the National Schools Regatta, here to be won. But a few more crews coming in across the line. Norwich with a 7:15.
I think that's Bedford Girls School now coming across there in 9th. So unfortunately not in contention for medals. They are the first crew into that B final. They are now in 10th position actually, with Nottingham and Union Rowing Club coming in at 9th with a 7:29.4. Bedford Schools with a 7:41 flat. So I think there is probably a little bit of room there for a few more crews to edge into those top places for the B final. Hopefully Bedford Girls can hang on to the B final, otherwise into the C final they go.
So that line to look at is 7:25.7. It's William Perkins School Rowing Club in the danger zone. So all it will take is, out of the 9 crews still to cross the finish line, all it takes is one of them to do better than a 7:25.7, and that will knock Sir William Perkins into the B final. A little bit of a race coming on here as we see a couple of boats coming towards the line. Godolphin and Latimer, and I believe that's King's School Worcester. I have to wait for that to be confirmed. I like to see in time trials crews next to each other, because it means that the clean margins that they were set off, or the clean intervals they were set off with, have been closed, and usually means one of the boats has done very well indeed. King's School Worcester 7:44.3, Cantabrigian 7:54.5. So I don't think that's upset the order at the front of the field.
Nope, still Aberdeen Schools, Kingston, and then Emmanuel in 1, 2 and 3.
Hang on a minute, Pangbourne have leapt in here somewhere. How have Pangbourne got in there? That must have been Pangbourne, 7:14.7, and that means Sir William Perkins has dropped from the A to the B final now. They're the fastest of those moving into the B final, so I think Pangbourne have leapt up the order there.
I think they are no stranger to the B final, whilst they did come second in women's coxed fours at Nottingham City Regatta last weekend. I think that confidence, unfortunately, has not quite translated into this, but they came 3rd in the B final last year at Nat Schools, so I'm sure that they'll just be using this year as a way to level up and hopefully come first.
And good luck to them in that. 3 boats coming down in quick succession. Now, we've been looking forward to Wallingford and LEH at some point. Where they are is a big question. Godolphin, Latimer, James Allen's Girls' School, Llandaff Rowing Club, and oh, hang on a second. It's all flipping around here.
I think that's definitely a Wallingford crew crossing there. I think that is Lymington Amateur Rowing Club coming into 12th position with a 7:36.9, followed by Wallingford, who have gone up into 7th, 7:15.4, just 2.2 seconds behind Norwich. They were followed by Llandaff Rowing Club D. That's an 8:27.7. So quite a hefty row that was for those girls there. So I think that will leave them in the C final with just LEH. Oh, LEH have jumped up to 8th. Wow, that is a good place to be this late into the competition. LEH go into 8th position with a 7:15.8.4 seconds behind Wallingford, and such a shame for Godolphin and Latimer, who have just dropped out of that A final, 0.2 seconds in it.
Oh, it's tight stuff that, isn't it? Just 0.2 seconds pushes Godolphin and Latimer down into the B final from a potential race for the medals. 2 boats still to go. Godolphin and Latimer School Boat Club C crew, and James Allen's Girls School Boat Club A. I do like it. It's like watching the downhill skiing. You know, do they leave the fastest till last? You can never quite tell. Or the bobsled.
I have to say, having commentated at quite a few regattas now, my favourite thing so far about Nat Schools has definitely been that we get the live times through as they cross the line. Because it just, I think, makes the time trials a lot more exciting for us, and probably a lot more exciting for you as well, because you've got that live comparison. And I think also it probably takes a little bit of the pressure off because you know exactly where you're standing. That the third Godolphin and Latimer 4 there in 16th with a 7:54.4. Apologies, that's the second 4. It just is called the C crew. I think the B crew decided to leave this one alone today.
And then this looks like the last boat coming in to close out this time trial. James Allen's Girls' School Boat Club A crew. Last 2 or so strokes for them. And we'll see whether which final they'll be progressing on to. The next race already getting underway. So James Allen's, they take 18th place, so they'll go through to the C final.
Yeah, brilliantly rowed there by Aberdeen and Kingston. Really getting up on top and staying there. They did not budge, did they? Emmanuel and Putney also doing a great job. I think they were quite quick up into the top ranks. But now we move on to the Colt Cup for Championship coxless 4s. Of these girls' crews, the 8 fastest go through to the A final, the others to the B.
Wow, they came through quickly. First one's already crossed the line. So William Perkins School Rowing Club A with a 6:45.8. So same dividing line between places through to the A final and B final. It's the first 8 to go through.
I think Sir William Perkins there, who, as you said, 6:45.8, currently sitting in first. We can expect them to stay up there. They carry double under-19 world silver medalists, Emily Nichols, and it's the top Sir William Perkins crew that has entered this weekend. I think it's been quite a good season for this programme under Chris Boddy. They won the girls' first 8 title at School's Head, collected top honours in both the school double and coxless 4 at Wallingford Regatta, and won the coxless 4 at Nottingham City Regatta. So it will be exciting to see what they do for the rest of the season, how they fare at both Henley Women's and Royal. But I think they are on to collect some silverware this weekend. Still at the top now with 4 crews across the line. LEH Lady Eleanor Hollis Boat Club across the line in second, a 6:46.7, followed by Putney High School A, 7:02.6, and Bedford Girls School, 7:08.4.
Yeah, there's a 23-second margin from first to fourth. So I think we're going to see the batting order change somewhat as some of these fast-moving coxless 4s come through. I'm always impressed by their ability to steer the boat themselves at this young age. They've got so many things to juggle. Not only are they rowing in a vacuum, a 1900-metre time trial, they've got a race strategy to put down, but they also have to make sure that they steer it good and straight. And based on some of yesterday's racing in the coxed boats, they were weaving and meandering all over the place, and you've got somebody there whose only job is to steer the thing. Whereas here, in these coxless boats, these young athletes are not only managing their race plan, they are also steering. And one might think it's straightforward to do with buoy lines as straight and as perfectly laid out as you'd expect to find here at Dorney Lake. They do merge into a bit of a mirage, particularly when you're as exhausted as these athletes will be coming to the closing stages of what is a near 2,000-metre time trial. Further crews crossing the line though, Wimbledon High School, 7:25.5, so they're good for 6th place at the moment.
Godolphin and Latimer School there as well, popping up to 4th, 7:06.8. Now I think we've got some fun facts about the rest of the crews on the field as well.
LEH second at Wallingford Regatta, 5 seconds back on Sir William Perkins. So, look at that. Well, they're 1 second back here in the time trial. So hasn't that turned around just in the last couple of weeks?
They've definitely got something to prove out here, and I think it will probably be a battle between the two of them in that A final. I would, I think, put my money on it, but you never know about the commentator's curse.
You've said it now, so if you have anything to do with Sir William Perkins or LEH and it doesn't go your way, her name's Sasha, and you can get in touch with her directly.
if everything goes well, my name is Sasha. If nothing goes well, my name's Mary. Bedford girls, as we said, currently sitting in 5th. 2 of the athletes who won silver at the Anna Fangen Cup for Junior 16 Coxed 4s last summer. That's Cara Farker and Rosalind Palmer, plus 2 who would have raced, I think, in the same division had it not been cancelled. That Godolphin and Latimer crew that is in 4th has 2 athletes who finished 4th in the J16 Girls 8s at Nat Schools last year, and were 7th in Champ 8s at Schools Head, as well as 10th in Junior Forwards Head. But I think as I look through the pedigree that we have on the water in this time trial, I still think that Sir William Perkins and LEH are really the 2 who remain up there, and I think are going to be the ones to watch. There really is nothing in it, and they are quite far ahead of the rest of the competition, so I wonder whether this Colts Cup for Championship Coxless 4s is between all the schools or just these 2.
Well, that's it, right? I mean, everybody else is racing for bronze. Based on the times we're seeing in this time trial, gold and silver are sewn up. It's Sir William Perkins and LEH. They're 15 to 16 seconds in this time trial, quicker than the closest boat, which is Putney High School, who've done a 7:02. So not only are Sir William Perkins and LEH sub-7, they're a good 15 seconds sub-7, and everybody else is, just over 7 or well over 7. So unless something really miraculous happens when it comes to that A final, as per the form book, I think this really is a 2-boat race for the gold and for the cup. The question is going to be who can go for bronze, and can we see a clean race from Sir William Perkins and LEH?
Absolutely, and we've got a few crews coming in, but a lot has just changed. I think King's School Worcester and Llandaff, they're in 12th and 11th, so not in contention for medals. Wimbledon and Walton Rowing Club have dropped out of, well, Wimbledon has dropped out of the running for the A crew, but Shandon Boat Club Ireland have just shot up to 4th. So really, I think some exciting rowing to be had there. It's definitely, as you said, going to be a race for bronze. Putney High School with a 7:02.6 kind of sat slightly in the middle of the 2 at the top, but Shandon Boat Club and Godolphin and Latimer 0.6 seconds in it. Enniskillen Royal Boat Club have popped into 7th, finishing off this time trial. They have a 7:10.6. And that concludes those going through to the A final. It's William Perkins, LEH, Putney High School, Shandon Boat Club, Godolphin and Latimer, Bedford Girls, Enniskillen, and Clare's Court School.
Well, it's all going on here at Dorney Lake. The next race is already underway, but I was admiring the buoy lines here. Everything that goes on at this place is down to a man called Peter McConnell, and he's been running around being chased by bees through the course of this morning. He's just informed us. So there's nothing that he can't manage or fix here at Dorney Lake, and he's got his own beekeeper suit as well. He's just shown me a picture, and there's nothing that is out of his job description when it comes to keeping this regatta on course, those buoy lines straight, and the draft well managed in the boathouse. Now the next race has already coming down the course, and it's the Open Championship Coxless 4s. Wallingford have set the benchmark, a 6:08.9. Great Marlow in second, some 4 seconds astern, and then King's School Chester currently in third with a 6:15. So they're the first 3 through. Similar progression system to the previous championship events we've been watching. The first 8 through to the A final, places 9 to 16 to the B final, and the rest to the C final.
Yeah, I have to say, talking of the bees, I'm very impressed because I did walk past the bicycle that he was having to deal with when I went for a little ice cream run earlier, because at regatta season it's never too early for ice cream. But I mean, I've never seen anything like it. It was a bike up against a fence and everyone was having to walk right round it because it looked like the seat was made of bees. So I don't know if someone just decided to paint it with honey or whether someone really angered a nearby hive. But some very impressive things going on the lake today.
Sounds like a real roving hive of bees. Yeah, terrifying stuff, but amazed that Ready, they had at the Ready the beekeeper suit that was a full-on professional beekeeper suit. I wonder where they rustled that up from in such quick order. But it's been dealt with, which means we can get back to the racing. So the current running order, Wallingford still out in the lead with a 6:08.9, Winchester second, Great Marlow School third, King's School Chester fourth, and then we've just seen Nottingham and Union Rowing Club come in for fifth with a 6:28.
Well, again, I think that the JRN predictions are coming in quite spot on, with Wallingford, Windsor Boys and King's School Chester jumping out as the top picks for this category. Nottingham and Union and Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, I think we can expect to see some good things. Nottingham and Union currently in 6th now, with Leeds Rowing Club having jumped up into 5th with a 6:24.1.
No mention of Canford in the predictions. I don't know if it's worth reading that. No, Canford coming up shortly. We'll see them do spectacular things, of course. Me being an old Canfordian, always fingers and toes crossed for a standout performance. King's School Ely come in for 7th with the 6:30.5. Canford looking spectacular coming to the last 50 metres. Bright blue boat, and we'll see how they get on in just a moment. They're into the last 3 strokes of our 1900 metre time trial. If you're joining us just now on the live stream, 1900 metres, because they've got a spin up at the start and then they get a little bit of a rolling start before they cross the timing start point, and then they race all the way to the finish. Canford, spectacular performance here, 6:22.6. That puts them into the top 8 and a place through to the A final. 8 boats have crossed the line at the moment, so we'll see what the remaining 12 or so crews can do. Next coming up towards the finish, though, looks like Wallingford.
Do you watch Ollie Lowe's YouTube channel? He's a current Canfordian.
Not yet.
Well,
not yet.
You know what you're doing tonight. If you have Curry round 2 this evening, you can sit down and see what's going on in Canford School at the moment.
No, Curry round 1 in Burnham last night. I think it's good enough for me for the month, I'd say. It might have to be toast tonight, but Wallingford look fantastic coming up into the last couple of strokes for them, but Windsor Boys School have eaten into that interval that separated them at the start dramatically, so I look forward to seeing their time. Wallingford did a 6:31.4, so they're in 9th. Here come Windsor Boys School Club F boat. What have they done? They leap up into 4th place with a 6:15. Very good performance from them.
And some very exciting racing to look forward to in, I think, what will probably be the A final there for Windsor Boys School versus King's School Chester. Windsor Boys F with a 6:15.1, King's School Chester with a 6:15.2. So that will be very exciting. I think the thing that I'm a little bit worried about is how exhaustion is going to hit these crews later on in the day or in the weekend, depending on whether they race their final today or tomorrow. The problem is as beautiful as it is here as a spectator, it's bloody hot.
It's warm, isn't it? And as you might have found from Ben Hunt Davies' book, Will It Make the Boat Go Faster? You've got to be asking yourself the question, between races or before your next race, does sitting out in the sun make the boat go faster? Probably not. So about everything you do, question whether you should go and sit under the minibus in the shade or find somewhere calm and that supports race readiness. But
I did find out that sitting out in the sun does not make the boat go faster, but luckily I hadn't qualified for Henley Women's, and so my sunstroke didn't affect anyone. But I will say that I think Yes, it's very important to stay hydrated. I found it very funny. At Bucks for the last 2 years, they've been sponsored by milk. Not any particular brand, just the concept of milk. I think it's a pretty good marketing to have at one of these events, to be honest, because not only is it incredibly hydrating, but it's also got protein in it, so it's good recovery fuel.
And who is dishing out money on behalf of milk? There's an interesting one.
I don't know, but at Bucks, I mean, hopefully they'll be back next year. And if they are, and if you are at Bucks, do head over to. I think they're usually set up just underneath the kind of the scoreboard area, and it's just a van handing out milk.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
impressive.
good for you.
Ice
Very
cream
good.
does not count, I will just say. I don't think it has quite the same recovery effects.
Right, let's give you a quick rundown of where we're at the moment as the last 5 boats come up towards the line. This looks like Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association coming in to cross the line now. Still with the fastest time, Wallingford Rowing Club 6:08.9. They're our leaders at the moment. Winchester second, Great Marlow third, Windsor Boys fourth, King's School Chester fifth, Canford in sixth, Leeds seventh, and Pangbourne eighth. Eighth with a 6:26.4. 4 boats still to come. That's the first 8 that are going through to the A final, and then places 9 to 16 to the B final, which are Nottingham and Union in 9th, King's School Ely, Wallingford, Walton, King's School Canterbury, Aberdeen School Rowing Association. That takes us to 14th. So 2 more slots in the B final still to fill. Ball Lasers come in for 15th with a 6:45.8.
I don't know if we can expect to see that Teddy's crew. It looks like they haven't started, so I think it might just be Bedford Modern School and King's School Worcester D on their way down to us. But that looks like quite an exciting race. Can't quite see which one is which, but they, I think, definitely have overlap there.
Yeah, it looks like King's School Worcester have caught up with Bedford.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I wonder what we're going to see here in terms of timing, because King's School Worcester look really good there. It's still a very powerful stroke considering they're 1,900 metres in nearly. Stroke man, he's given it absolutely everything. You can see him starting to blow here. That is the race that you want, I reckon, where just onto the last stroke you've left nothing out there. You've put it all into the water. They had a good half length of overlap with Bedford across the line. So let's see how that turned out. King's School, where are they?
Well, Bedford there rounding out the pack in 17th of the 7:16. King's School Worcester D, I think 16th with a 6:48.9. So a massive margin between King's School back to Bedford, but not quite enough to get King's School Worcester's second crew in this category up into that A final. But they've got 1 crew in the A final, and that rounds off this time trial, which I think might be it. I think that is all the time trials for the Saturday of Nat Schools Regatta, confirmed by that launch that is making its way beautifully up the lake. And so to confirm, in order for the first 8 places in the A final, it is Wallingford Rowing Club, Winchester School Boat Club A, Great Marlow School Boat Club F, Windsor Boys School Club F, King's School Chester Rowing Club C, Canford School Boat Club D, Leeds Rowing Club F, and Pangbourne College Boat Club D. So congratulations, Peter. You've got a lovely Canford School crew there to cheer on.
Didn't they look great?
They looked fantastic.
Didn't they look great?
Absolutely
Bravo.
superb.
Something going right at Canford at the moment on the rowing scene. That's what we like to see, particularly in the build-up to Henley Royal later this summer, where hopefully we'll see a fantastic showing from my old school. Can't help but be a little bit proud there, so that's nice. No racing out there on the course at the moment. That was the last of the time trials, so we can look forward to us moving into repechages then from 12:30. Which means, what does that mean, Sasha? Lunch?
Lunch, I think it does. And a word on the street is that it's not a Sainsbury's sandwich today, but a nice, potentially handmade one, which is incredibly exciting, having come from 4 days at the National Water Sports Centre, where I think I lived almost exclusively off tuna, sweet corn mayo sandwiches and ready salted crisps, which is not quite the athletic diet I would like to be on, but you know, it's fine. Beautiful shot of the lake there, and you can see just how blissful the conditions are on the water here at Eton Dorney Lake Olympic venue. We've got some beautiful Olympic rings that we can see directly out of our window, so it's very exciting to be here. I think I'm potentially slightly more enthusiastic than others who are old hands with this lake, because this is my first time here. But
well, it's an amazing venue. Awesome legacy from the London 2012 Games to have these young athletes competing here on the stretch of water where Team GB performed so well at the London 2012 Games. But now we have what sounds like, I didn't know it was a homemade sandwich, and nothing's going to get between me and that. So I think we'll pause here and we'll be back with you when racing kicks off again and we get into the repechages later on. Been a pleasure bringing you all the colour and spectacle of this morning's session of racing. We'll be back with you shortly after lunch.
Welcome back to this coverage of the National Schools Regatta 2026. Our repechages begin at 12:20. Joined here by Alex Darby, it's Carol Wallace sitting here, and we've got this lovely shot of the start tower, the Olympic rings there in all their glorious splendour, and the girls, the championship girls, are just getting attached for their first repechage. First two going through to the AB semi-finals, and the third, fourth, fifth and sixth to the C and D finals. The semis for the C and D finals, sorry, and the others to the E finals. But look at this lovely picture down the lake. The wind direction was a bit of a cross headwind yesterday, it's a bit of a tailwind today, but the tailwind that I saw on the flags earlier has just dropped down here at the finish area. These conditions, beautiful, Alex. Fast, warm water, expecting some really good times earlier, so we're expecting some really nice races this afternoon.
Yeah, that's what we're looking forward to. Really good racing. Starting off with the women's champ single, so it's gonna start big, really, isn't it? This is big racing. This is.
I think the whole day is big racing. It's just been so much fun yesterday, and it's earlier today just doing the time trials, watching these times tumble, and we've seen some very fast times with the 8s and the quads. I didn't see the singles time trial earlier this morning, and I usually try and make a point of watching all the time trials just to give me an idea who's looking good, who's going fast, and just get a feel for how the whole event is, or the whole genre is just feeling, because you sometimes get a view for how these girls are going in their singles.
Yeah. Do you reckon these will be quite nervous first side by side of the day, or do you think that this is what they came for?
This is what you come for, isn't it? You know, you do the time trial to get into these semis, so this is what you want, and I think most rowers prefer a side-by-side race, just for getting that feel of being in the thick of things, just with people around you, hearing the blades. That's a lovely shot there. We've got the camera just sitting above where the starter is. The starter's up in his tower. Just a lovely shot from the drone, just watching these boats all lined up.
Yeah, what a sight that is. You get the 8 lanes. There's a lot of multi-lane courses, but there's not a lot of 8-lane courses around the country, and just being able to do 8 lanes is fantastic.
The only other ones in Scotland.
Well, there we go. So we've only got 2.
We've only got 2. I know, it's a great pub quiz question, that one. But yeah, it's 8 lanes racing. It's just spectacular to watch.
Yeah, so this first repechage of 4 features Queen Elizabeth High School, Astrid Carlson Mitchell, Tideway Scullers, Sealy Sheldon, Queen's Park Chester, Isabel Chambers, Chester Street, Olivia Chute, Warrington, Ruby Wells, Hereford Cathedral School, Nia Davidson, Millfield School, Vienna Townsend, coached by a friend of mine, Matt Paul, who's getting that program up to speed, and then Sunderland's Alyssa Stoker. So you can see those names here. And as Carol said earlier, first and second is where they really want to be to go to the AB semis. Third through 6th will go to the CD semis for the minor finals, and then the rest will go into the E final.
I know, and in a single scull, you're sitting there, you're attached, you're ready to go, you're just waiting for the countdown, waiting for the aligner to just make sure the bow balls are level so that everybody covers that 2,000 metres. And as Darbs has said, you know, it's just that sort of sitting there, sort of taking the deep breaths, getting the tension out of your body, just preparing yourselves for those first few strokes. And that water just looks amazing. I think you could even tempt me out in a single with water like that.
Oh yeah, you know, these are conditions for the old fair weather rowers out there. You know, that winter grind has been and gone.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
This is nice.
This is what you do the winter stuff for these glorious days. But coming from north of the border, for me, this is a bit too hot for racing, but not too hot for these girls to race, because that's it. Beautiful clean starts. I love it when you can see the puddles coming off their blades as they head off down their lanes, just watching the straight course, just seeing the puddles equally spaced and just getting that boat speed up as they go from 0 to the race pace.
Yeah, and I think the important thing in a single is to realise that you just have to get off the line and settle into your rhythm, because if you try and do too much and really fall a long way behind by messing up your first few strokes, you set yourself up to have to chase back in that next 500. Whereas just get a decent start, settle in, and then really in a single, it's like what you do over the majority of this. And just like it's getting into your rhythm, moving that single. You don't have to be in sync with anyone else. You just got to be, in sync with yourself. And it's actually lanes 8 and 7. So that's Alyssa Stoker from Sunderland and Vienna Townsend from Millfield, who are out quick. And these aren't all 18-year-olds. For example, Vienna is just 16, first year rowing, and was a European champion at modern pentathlon. So has, turned her attention to a bit of sculling. And so far, so good in this first couple of 100 metres.
And nothing much to choose between these scullers. As you said, Alyssa Stoker is going very strongly there out in lane 8. These scullers will probably all have their own different game race plans sort of tuned for how they race, because some people are much faster over the first 500, some people are better, stronger in the midsection of the race, but they will all keep something in their tanks just for that final phase and race to the finish. But Alyssa there is just sort of inching her way in front of Vienna Townsend and Millfield School, Sunderland in front of Millfield, and then pretty much all level just across that rest of the field.
Yeah, and just having the drone up is such an advantage in terms of seeing what's going on. Sometimes when we've commentated at places and you've just got the fixed camera, it's difficult to see who's ahead, but you can really see the left to right, the quicker athletes on the left at the moment, and the puddles following behind. You can see what a good line the majority of these are taking down this course here.
Yeah, when you look at the boys, you sometimes the lanes seem incredibly narrow, but they are quite wide, about 13.5 metres, and just seeing these scullers come up the middle of the lane is just so nice. There's the Sunderland sculler there, just in lane 8, just coming into camera shot, and then as we look across, pan over the field, lane 8 on the left-hand side, panning across to lane 1 on the right-hand side. The umpire's launch just following them, making sure there's no shenanigans, and that's where but these scullers really behaving themselves very well, as you would expect in this championship single. So timings at 500 metres, it is Alyssa Stoker, Sunderland leading. She's about 6 seconds in front of Vienna from Millfield. That's quite a margin at this stage. And then, oh gosh, so close between the next 4 scullers, just about 4 seconds separating them. And
6 seconds is a nice lead, isn't it? You like that? It's what, three lengths maybe? 2 lengths?
It's a comfortable
It's
place to
comfortable,
be.
yeah, definitely.
Be in at that phase of the race. You want to, and sitting on the outside lane in lane 8, she can see right across the course to see what's happening in lanes 1. Because sometimes
you've only got to look one way to see everyone here, haven't you? Yeah.
Sometimes if you're in the middle, people get eclipsed by other boats, and it's quite hard to gauge. But she's got that sort of really nice view all over the place. She just doesn't have to look around. She just can lift her head and pan across to the rest of the field. Lovely shot there. We have got gazebos and tents stretching up most of this course. I had to walk up there yesterday, and it takes a long time before the gazebos peter out. And it just shows the interest there is in this event with the schools, and lots of people out spectating today.
I think this is the event for the gazebo row, isn't it? Like, it's just that was the 1,000-meter mark, and it goes way past the 1,000. So you've got, we're opposite the finish, and they go down to here. So you've literally got 1,000 meters worth of
more
gazebo
than 1,000
plus.
meters. Yeah, just and the barbecues were firing up earlier. So just give you a sort of flavour of how this area, this event is. It's just full of spectators, full of people really keen on the racing, really keen on the rowing. They're also socialising with their friends and their family, and lots of proud parents, grandparents, uncles and aunties out here today just watching their athletes. But that is a lovely performance from Stoker of Sunderland there. Look at that lead she has now. Look at that developing pattern from Alyssa leading with Vienna in that second place. And then a good battle between Naya of Hereford Cathedral School and Ruby of Warrington for that third and fourth places. They're pretty much level there, sort of matching each other stroke for stroke. And in fact, saying that, I think Ruby Wells of Warrington is just picking it up, just putting in a big push here, just at that, I think maybe about 1,000 metres, and that's where people often make a change in their race pace.
Yeah, third 500, you know, squeeze a couple of finishes, see if we can put a bit of pressure on the person next to you as they come down. It's, you know, again, great drone shots we're seeing there.
Ah,
I believe that's on the shot there. I think on the left, I think that's Millfield's Sculler, and then the Hereford Cathedral School. I believe that is lanes 7 and 6 that we can see just at the moment. So, just ahead of that to the left is where Alyssa Stoker would be, who had a nice lead at the 500. I haven't seen the 1,000 times. We're going to have a look if they've come through yet. No, it's still on the 500 times. But I think also the next repechage looks like it has just gone through the 500 metres as well. So once we get a bit of coverage of that, we will let you know.
And here's the times from the 1,500 metres. So yeah, we're missing some timings there. And it will be Alyssa Stoker of Sunderland leading. Still maintaining that just over 6 seconds advantage. It looked more than that when we were looking overhead on the drone shot. Sort of a comfortable sort of cushion or pillow between her and Vienna Townsend of Millfield. But then that there'll be a push coming in now. You know, it's 500 metres out. These girls want to make it into the AB semis, and that's where the push will be coming for. It's a really nice long strokes there, getting these legs on very sharp, just reaching out, reaching behind the boat, getting the blades in very cleanly and just squeezing those legs on, just maintaining that rhythm and that pace.
Yeah, and I think our first two scullers coming up to the line here from Sunderland and Millfield just were nice and long, just looking out of our window here. What we can see is literally what you're seeing. This camera is above us, so it's got the same shot that we've got, and you can see just diagonally across the course.
Oh, and Alyssa's just picking up there, just putting in a sprint for the finish line, just putting in a really nice time there, just putting down our stamp on this 4 repechages, so it'll be a really strong finish there. Having led all the way down the course, not just content to sit in that lead, she's just sprinting for the line. So Alyssa Stoker of Sunderland could cross that in first place, with Vienna Townsend of Millfield School in second. But look at that real battle going on there for third and fourth.
Yeah, bow ball to bow ball. It's going to have to be photo finish check on that, because the 2 beeps, yeah, there's 2 beeps, of course, but that is just a case of how quickly can someone press a button. That's going to have to go to the video. And then the Chester Street Sculler. So it's good sculling all the way down through the end of this final. You know, no one's really lost a lot of touch. You know, we just kind of had a little bit of a gap, a couple more scullers, a bit of a gap. But good racing so far in the first side-by-side of the day. Yeah, so in the end there, we've got the times. 8:19 for Sunderland's Alyssa, and then 8:25, 6 seconds behind, was Vienna from Millfield. So they've secured their place in the AB semi-finals, and that means they get a chance to go into, well, try and get into that medal race, the A final.
Yeah, quite stiff competition for these girls, doing the time trial and then this repechage into the AB semis. Really quite a lot of racing to get under your belts. So our second repechage is underway, and just got the overhead shot there. We've got Martha Anderson of Tees in lane 1, Molly Bullen of Headington School in lane 2, Millie Howitt of St Neots in lane 3, Claudia Iris of Marlow in lane 4, Freya Hall of Barn Elms in lane 5, Madeline Evans of Haberdashers Monmouth in lane 6, Mia Stevenson of Wayne Bridge in lane 7, and Connie Batley Smith of Shanklin Sandown in lane 8. And to my eye, early on, it was the Shanklin Sandown sculler, just as it came through the shot, was leading the field. Yet again, the sculler in lane 8. Second place was with Barn Elms, Freya Hall. Just about 2 seconds between them, not much to change there, with Haberdashers Monmouth in third place in lane 6.
Yeah, and those were the 500-metre splits. We're just getting the 1500s through. So looking up the course, it is once again lanes 8 and 7 that lead the way. That is Shanklin, Sandown and Weybridge that are leading the way at the moment. But another good race there happening in 6 and 4, just pushing off each other. So we're just having a look up here as these approach the last 350 metres, I would say. So on your screen you can see there, that's the Shanklin Sandown sculler, Connie on the left of your shot, and the lane next to her, Maya from Weybridge. So those are the two that are trying to find their way into the AB semi-finals. Looks like the Shanklin Sandown scullers just put the rate up just a touch, because we got a little bit of a push coming from the middle of the course. Was that the Barn Elms sculler?
Yeah, it's Freya from Barn Elms, and she's really pushing on there as well. So first two into the AB semis. A real push coming on from Freya Hall and from Barn Elms there. But I think Connie from Shanklin Sandown's just holding on to that first place. She's got a bit of an angle going on. I think it's still Mia in that second place with Freya.
Just
third.
a bit of a, just enough of a lead at the moment, but the Barn Elms sculler is still going for it because she knows first 2 places are where you've got to be. So as we just see on our screen here, it will indeed be the Shanklin Sandown sculler coming through first, but it's going to be just about overlap, maybe a slight bit of clear water. Yes, as Weybridge hold off Barn Elms for that second place.
So just to reinforce from if you were watching yesterday, this sort of artificial yellow line is just put there to help us. It's not the actual physical finish line, because it is the finish judges are in the tower next door and they've got direct line of sight across the course. This is just an artificial line to help us. These results are as we see them, not necessarily as to be published as final until the finish judge and the umpire following the race agree that it is appropriate. So the umpire, if he's happy with the race, will lift his white flag and demonstrate that to the finish judges. But here we are yet again with our next race, the third repechage. Darbs.
Third repechage, I was just looking at the times briefly. The top 2 from the first repechage would have actually been quicker than the first place in the second one. Just giving ourselves an idea of a bit of the speed for later on in the day. But yeah, the third repechage is way past the 500. We don't have 1,000 metre splits, but we do have 1,500. So we'll just run through who's in there. So in 1, it's Walton. 2, and that's Charlotte Curtis. Then lane 2 is NCRA. Ava Russo. Hereford in 3, Annie Walker. Stowe in 4, Libby Dougherty. Hinksey in 5, Alice Pearson. Surbiton in 6, Sophia Michael. Northampton in 7, that's May Harrison. And Minerva Bath, Olivia Greenwell are in lane 8. And it's not lane 8 in front this time.
Well, I was just going to comment on that. It's the Notts County, Nottinghamshire County. No, sorry, it's Northampton. Got the wrong ends. May Harrison in lane 7 there, really going strongly. Leading at 500 metres out, still leading at 1,500 metres out, about 4 seconds in front of Olivia Greenwell of Minerva Bath. But yeah, these scullers just really pushing on here. Interestingly, I would have expected to see chevron patterns with these racing, but we're seeing a lot of the action happening in the outside lanes, which is unusual, I suppose, but just not what I was expecting. But I think these scullers have gone out there and just doing all they can just to make sure they are in that AB semi-finals from whichever lane. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I was just having a look at some of our notes here. So the Surbiton sculler Sophia has said this was a late decision to do this. First ever regatta in the single. So what a place to do your first regatta. Nat Schools in the champ singles.
Certainly on the big stage, big platform, and but if you're going to do it, why not? You know, just go for it, and that's what I think she's doing. It's still May Harris and Northampton leading as they're coming towards us in lane 7. Oh gosh, oh god, this is going to be tight for 2, 3 and 4, I think. Just there's a pillar of the caravan just directly in the wrong place here. I've got the
Beautifully
screen in
placed,
the caravan, looking out the window, and yeah, here we have May Harrison of Northampton just doing enough to stay in front. Just pushing on, and I think it's Minerva Bath that's won that
had a
tussle
little bit
there.
of a wobble there, though. We'll have to get it back. It's caught the boys on the right hand, and another one. She needs to get off that boy line to secure that second place. Olivia's in that second place at the moment, and it looks like it's done enough there, yeah.
Yeah, she has. Just, but what a push from, that is Annie Walker of Hereford, I think, was it? Oh no, it was Stowe, I do apologise. Libby Doughty of Stowe. This is, we had 6 lane racing yesterday. This is my first 8 lanes side by side, so I'm finding it hard to count the lanes.
Got to get a feel for the lanes, yeah,
Feel
absolutely.
for the lanes.
Yeah.
There are 8, not just 6, so I do apologise. And there's not a gazebo on fire over the other side of the finish line. It's the barbecue cracking up again.
No, I
so
did
don't
see
worry.
that. You know, we tried to do a barbecue at Henley last year, and we were told off because it got a bit dry. So hopefully they're on some hard top over there.
Yeah, well, yeah. So our 4th repechage is underway. Yet again, the fun keeps on going. This time we have Amy Gatland of Durham School in lane 1, Emmy Green of Burway in lane 2, Megan Hill of Doncaster Schools in lane 3, Charlotte Pusey of Minerva Bath in lane 4, Alexa Glenn Mills of St Peter's School in lane 5, Ngayo Callis of St Mary's School Cambridge in lane 6, Anya Knight of Nottingham and Union in lane 7, and Maya Weller of the American School in lane 8.
Absolutely, but if we just turn back to that last race, Libby Doughty, who almost got there. Just want to from the crew bios and stuff, has asked us to just give a shout out to her parents, Rebecca and Matthew Doughty, for all their hard work and commitment, and to the support they give me day after day, to all the sleep they sacrifice by bringing me to the events, and she appreciates everything they do. And she's made it that far because of them. So that appreciation, I think it had to go out. I think it needed to be said.
Alex, beautifully said, beautifully done. And I'm sure their parents have got tears in their eyes hearing that, because it's so nice to get that appreciation and thanks. And well done.
Yeah, and absolutely, and
to
actually
Libby for actually going out there and putting it out there. So.
And I think she would have known who got first, because she was actually also part of Northampton Rowing Club, joined them in February 2025, and is grateful to both her coaches at Northampton and Stowe as well. So, you know, I like that kind of humility with an athlete. That's fantastic stuff.
The lead in this race was with Ngayo Callis of St Mary's School Cambridge. She was leading at 500 metres, leading at 1,000 metres. Second place was with Maya Weiler of American School, at both at 500 and 1,000 metres. And we've got the shot across the screen there for just who is in that first place. I think maybe that's changed though. I think the sculler from the American Schools maybe inched in front of the St Mary's School sculler in lane 6. It's just trying to get that shot there. It's a beautiful shot. You can see lane 8 leading the field again, I think, there, Alec.
Yeah, and a news flash. We're getting the 1,000 metre times now. That's what we like, the halfway mark. And yeah, it's pretty good racing between the top 4. Just separated by just over 4 seconds, about 5 seconds separating that top 4. So all to play for, still trying to get to the A.
Oh, look at that battle
semis.
for the second and third place there. 2 scullers going through that orange line of boys at the same time, and that is going to be where the action is going to be happening further down the course. You know, the first two into the AB semis, 3 and 4 having to settle for the CD semis. So yeah, it's all to play for there.
Yeah, just keeping an eye there on the sculler that was in 4th from Notson Union. Was the winner at the East Midlands Regional event and has been at the Under 19 GB Regional Trials as well. 3rd in the Olympic Pathway Regatta. So trying to be better than 12th. So that will mean needing to get at least into the AB semi-finals.
Absolutely.
Because that's top 16. So we'll have to just find a couple of seconds. And in fact has moved from 4th to 3rd. And will need about 0.3 of a second to go from 3rd to 2nd. So we're keeping an eye out on Anya Knight. Can Anya Knight continue her momentum through this next portion of the race? It does still look like Maya from American School in 8 is out there, but I think the sculler in 7's gone for it.
Well, I think she has, and I think you got the white boat just marginally in front of the black boat. I think there's maybe a canvas in it at the moment. Just on our screens, it doesn't look like that on your screen, but you sort of, Alec and I have got the benefit of looking out the window as well, which gives us a bit more information. But all these scullers pushing for the line. It's Maya Weiler of the American School really going strongly, but she is being challenged by Anya. Anya is putting in a really big push there, and she has overhauled Ngaio Callis of St Mary's School, Cambridge, who led most of the way down the course. And just coming through the line, it's going to be the orange and black of the American School in London going through first, with Anya Knight of Nottingham and Union in that 2nd place. Ngaio Callis of St Mary's School will have to settle for 3rd in the CD finals. And then we have a bit of a gap to St Peter's School, Alexa from St Peter's School in lane 5. And then I can see the unmistakable Doncaster Schools Rowing Association boats. Always make me smile. The red, yellow and green.
Bob
Very
Marley would
distinctive.
be proud.
Well, yeah, they're distinctive.
They are distinctive. They were distinctive. That was a genius 2nd K from Anya Knight in that race just there. But yeah, some good racing there from Doncaster Schools. Megan Hill just crossing the line. And then we're just waiting for the last one. It is indeed Amy Gatlin just crossing from Durham School. So that's the champ single repechages that are through and done. So we'll move on to the open ones. But it'll be Millfield, City of Sunderland, Shanklin Sandown, Weybridge, Minerva Bath, Northampton, American School London and Notson Union will go and make up the rest of the semi-finalists for the AB finals.
And lovely shot, overhead shot of this championship open singles first repechage. We've got Digby Ridgewell of Shanklin Sandown in lane 1, Zaid Al-Quaif of Maidenhead in lane 2, Eton Mystery of Eton Excelsior in lane 3, Hugo Downer of Minerva Bath in lane 4, George Robb of Star in lane 5, Bo House of Tyne in lane 6, Oliver Richardson of York City in 7, and Finn Walker of the City of Bristol in lane 8. And the action yet again is happening in lanes 8 and 7, and it's Finn Walker leading the field. He led at 500 metres, he's leading at 1,000 metres and still motoring on, as we see from this overhead shot. He's got about 2 boat lengths of a lead over Oliver Richardson of York City, who has got a comfortable margin over George Robb of Star, with Bo House of Tyne in that 4th place at present. And then we've got over the far side Harry Mystery. Oh, sorry, I think that's Hugo Downer of Minerva Bath and Zaid of Maidenhead chasing the field there. Lovely spread of scullers just across our screen here. You can look at the technique here, just watching them as they progress down the course. And really sterling performance from Finn Walker there. just to get himself out in front and maintain that lead. In fact, as we said earlier about one of the previous scullers in lane 8, if you're in lane 8, all you need to do is lift your head and you can see right across the field to see where all the challenges are coming from, or where you need to be wary of the other scullers. But Finn Walker, City of Bristol, what a performance, just increasing his lead yet again as it comes through this next timing point, 1500 metres. And he's up to about a 6 seconds advantage there. It's a comfortable place to be at this phase of the races.
Yeah, good job from Finn. Just see him on your screen again there. Nice and long, not missing much at the front end. This is some good technical sculling here. I like what I'm seeing on the screen at the moment. And York as well, doing a good job. Those two nice leads over the third place. And similar to what we just had in the Champ Girls singles, it's the top 2 places. That's where they need to be. And there are indeed 4 repechages for this. So just 2 from each to go make up the remaining 8 places in the A-B semis.
Yeah, sometimes it's just nice to sit and watch these scullers, just appreciate the beauty of the surroundings and how flat the water is. You can, as I've said before, this footage is very good for coaching purposes, just to show the scullers. The overhead drone shots gives them a good idea of how far the puddles are apart, which is something you want to measure, just to show that you've got the run on the boat, getting the power in, getting the run on the boat, and just how lovely it is. And these conditions are perfect for that.
Yeah, and I'm not sure which Shanklin Sandown sculler it is, because there's more than one of them, but one of them is racing up as a J15, so
wow,
really punching up here. But great experience that you can take through to the next 3. Just coming across, you can see here, nice squeeze through on the finish, the City of Bristol sculler. You can see Poppy just cycling past. I've seen her with quite a few of those Bristol area crews, so I'm not sure if there's anyone from Ariel, but City of Bristol for sure. And so we've seen some Millfield and some, who else we've seen? Minerva Bath, so some good athletes from that region moving their boats well. And this is a good race here. Look at that finish line.
Yeah.
Those 2 athletes. And in fact, they've raced through the finish line.
As you should.
Yeah, as you should.
As
they raced all the way to the big white buoy line, and you're definitely through the finish line there.
Isn't that just wonderful?
So, City of Bristol and York City put themselves through to the A-B semis. And the next race will be coming down very soon.
Well,
it's on the screen. There we go.
On the screen. What a phenomenal overhead shot. Yet again, it's the sculler in lane 8. Is Ben Rayner of Marlow, just getting himself out in front, but no real separation between the others. Oh no, it's the sculler in lane 7. It's the timing point is obscured. It Dara Fuller of St Joseph's College, Ireland, leading the field. But really a blanket could cover the other 7 scullers in this race. And those 7 scullers are Leonidas Morphus of the Hereford Cathedral School, Nicholas Turner of Eton Excelsior, Isaac King of Shanklin Sandown, Simon Graham of Durham School, Seth Marston of Hexham, Brage Wallace of Lymington, Dara Fuller of St Joseph College, and Ben Rayner of Marlow. There's a picture of the Marlow sculler there. Distinctive blades, distinctive kits, we can see them. And just coming into shot, we'll see Dara Fuller of St Joseph's College.
Now, Carol, if I was to ask you a pub quiz question, which country is the fastest flowing river in Europe situated in? Where would you reckon?
That's a cracking pub quiz question. Fastest flowing river.
I'll give you a hint. It's something to do with this race.
Yeah, well, I'm either going Ireland or...
Well, I'd stick with your first answer. It's Ireland, apparently, because I've got some good information about Dara Fuller here. Trains on the Corrib, which is apparently the fastest flowing river in Europe, so I have learned something here. But recently came second at the Irish Schools Regatta and is actually a J16. So it's doing good stuff here in this repechage. Loves sculling, and is also third of the Irish indoor champs in the J16 2K, and is coached by someone who won bronze in the double scull in 2015. So yeah.
Wow.
It's good when they give us some information, isn't it?
It's lovely, but obviously he loves sculling because he is motoring that boat on. Just really got a good view of them there, just motoring on with that boat. And you know, for a J16 to be that far in front of this field, because these other scullers have probably had more experience, more time to develop the musculature you need for getting an effective scull in the water. And you know, but sometimes sculling is just not all about muscle power. It is also a brain thing, a psychological thing, and so you need that killer instinct to be a successful sculler. That instinct to carry on even when it's hurting really badly.
Yeah, and the thing with the single, you can force a single along, but 2,000 meters of forcing your single along, it's not the game plan.
No, you have to work with your single. You have to. I think I'm going to come all over. Be at one with the single.
Yeah. You do have to be a bit zen in there. You have to remember that the single moves entirely because of what you are doing. So some people hate that, some people love that. But yeah, it's down to what you do. So if you're in tune with yourself, it's very easy to get out of sync with yourself sometimes, especially in the heat of battle. So the ones that can make sure they're driving the legs, then firing the hips, and then sitting through and clean on the finish, you're not costing themselves speed on the recovery. That's who's going to be up there. But there's two up at the top there, aren't there?
There
Close
are.
together.
And I thought Dara was in quite a distance in front, but it's about 2 seconds between him and Ben from Marlow. So I think maybe sometimes having a fast sculler behind you just pulls you along.
Yeah, the
just
gap
with the side there.
Gap's gone 4 to 3 to 2, so it's just slowly closing. So.
Oh boy, you can hear the shouts of encouragement already just coming from the banks there.
They've got about 8 seconds on the next one though,
so
they're quite comfortably out there at the moment. Don't have to be a hero, just continue doing what you've been doing. There's a reason you're out in front, and just continue that through to the finish line, and it looks like they'll be fairly comfortable. So yeah, I think these two are just giving themselves a little bit of a race with each other. The Marlow sculler, Ben Rayner's still putting a bit of pressure on, but hasn't really gone for a full bore sprint.
Well, yeah, but it's always nice to do that bit of pressure, especially if you've never met the sculler before. I'm sure Ben might have met.
Oh, now he's going.
Most of the other scullers in the field, they're both going.
Ben Rayner's gone. You know what? Yeah, wow, go on. Let's have a go. Let's have a go.
Oh wow! Look at this.
There it is. Yeah, winding it up.
Really, really moving there. Look at that Marlow boat. Look at that. Oh wow!
Yeah, head down and go. There he wants that better lane. Yeah.
Commentary kiss of death there.
And that is why you put the pressure on your opposition. They are through the line, but yeah.
Wow, what a finish that was. How exciting.
Dara Fuller almost going for the early refresher in there.
And then we have
he's through the line.
Browse Wallace of Lymington just coming through, followed by lane 4, Simon Graham of Durham Schools. And then we have the Hexham Sculler, and over on the far side, Hereford Cathedral School.
Leonidas Morphis. What a name.
Thank you very much.
What a name.
I sideswept that one, but thank you very much. And then Shanklin Sandown and Eton Excelsior completes this race. Wow.
2 down, an exciting one. The kind of finish that we enjoy watching across the world, because I'm sure there are actually people watching this across the world. And I hope they enjoyed that.
I'm sure they did. Just enjoying the whole excitement, and just one of those things, just looking at the sunshine. Look at this. Here's the next race underway yet again, the 3rd repechage. And in this race we have Johan Brown of Westminster School in lane 1. That's on the far right of your screen. Alexander Golder of King's School College School in lane 2. Harry Mahesh of Marlow in lane 3. Henry Froome of Great Marlow School in lane 4. Seth Hillis of Walton in lane 5. Arthur Kirklands of Tideby Scullers in lane 6. Owen Thornton of Camas in lane 7 and William Finlay of Nottingham and Union in lane 8. And where's the action here? It was in the middle of the field as far as I could see. Just in, I think it was maybe in lanes 4 and 5.
Yeah, just getting our 500 metres popping up on our screen. Notts and Union were in first. William Finlay, who had just about half a second over Walton's Seth Hillas, who in turn had a couple of seconds over Camus, and that's Owen Thornton, and then Tideway. Oh no, that one's gone off the screen. I thought it was Tideway Scullers, but we'll see as it comes through. But some quite close racing there. Tideway Scullers have popped back up, 153. So we've got just 3 seconds separating the first 4 crews.
Let's just try to get the line of boys across the screen and just figure it out. And it's still action happening with William Finlay of Nottingham and Union going very strongly there in lane 8. Walton Sculler there just putting in a push. You can just see the blades from Walton just popping in and out. I think he's upped his rating, really heaving on these blades and just pushing on because he knows he could come in. He was in second place. He's really pushing in for that first place. As in the previous repechages, 1 and 2 into the AB semis, 3, 4, 5 and 6 into the CD semis. A lovely shot up there, and it's still action happening in lanes 8.
It's shots like this that make me think I should really get my own drone out a bit more often. You're so busy coaching from the bank or the launch, so actually I could just coach off the drone really. So maybe I will get that back out a bit more. But I don't think winter drone coaching is probably the best way to conserve or preserve your
many coaches
investment.
starting many riverbanks where drones have been blown in the wrong direction at the wrong time, and some never to be found again, and it's an expensive thing to lose. So I can understand why sometimes your bike's best.
After 8 years, though, maybe I should be a bit less precious about it. I don't know. Let's buzz the tower, Top Gun. That's what you want. No buzzing the tower here, though, as we watch Notts and Union doing good stuff.
Oh, sterling stuff. Walton's still in that second place as they come through that line of boys there. Always nice to have a line of boys across the course so you can see the bow balls come through, and then gives you an idea of who's.
Yeah, William Finley's pushed out a 3-second lead over Walton. They were pretty even at the 500. He's pushed out 3 seconds, and it's actually William Finley comfortable. Seth Hillas under pressure from Camus's Owen Thornton, who was just about a second behind. So it's only 2 to go through to the AB semis. We wait for the 1500 meter times. They're up there, but we'll just wait for them to be assigned to each athlete, and here we go. So our first time coming through. William Finlay indeed is out in front. Walton second, but it's now half a second between Walton and Camus.
That is very tight indeed. I think we're going to see another sprint for the line, as we saw in the previous race, just to make that AB semi.
Lanes 5 and 7 is what we got to keep an eye on. 7's on the screen. 5's just about to come on screen as the camera pans. So we can just about see at the moment. That's the Tideway Scullers one, the third one across. But that's the race we want to watch there. It's Walton who had the early lead, but it was Camus with the momentum, and we'll see what's happening in this last 500. But I think the Walton Sculler has pressed back out.
I think he has.
Seen off the challenge.
I think he saw that challenge and just thought, no, I really don't want to miss out, having been so far up the field. But this Camus Sculler, he's keeping his cool here. He just... I thought he might have lifted the rating and tried to really push the Walton Sculler a bit harder. But great performance from William Finlay of Nottingham and Union there, just coming through just across that line in that pole position. And it is Seth Hillas of Walton doing enough to stay that 1 boat length in front of Owen Thornton of Camus. who is about a boat length in front of Artus Carclins of the Tideway Sculler School. Harry Mahush of Marlow, followed by Henry Froome of Great Marlow School.
Yeah, Seth just stopped the slide there, didn't he? Just sort of maybe just saving a little bit in the middle. Let Camus come up a bit, and okay, I'll just make sure of it now. So, you know, good tactical racing sometimes is what you need.
Well, yeah.
I think if you can keep your head under pressure, that's quite a good skill for a high-level athlete.
Oh, definitely. As we talked earlier about scullers, it's a lot of a mental game, but it's also being able to keep that calm when you're really being pushed, because sometimes if you don't keep the calm, everything gets a bit frenetic and tense, and that is never a good place to be in a racing scenario. Here we go again, our fourth repechage. And yet again, I'm sure the cameraman's delighted because it's lane 8 that seems to be seeing all the action. And it's lane 8 leading as we come through this 1,000 metres. So who's in this race?
So we'll go 8-1 this time. So lane 8 nearest, Molesey, Kieran O'Loughlin. 7, American School London, Noah Tape-Hall. Hereford Cathedral School in 6, Edward Morgan-Jones. Sebastian Thompson representing King's School Ely in 5. Clare's Courts, Will Credland in 4. Leo Davies from Maidenhead is in 3. Maidenhead again in 2. Sam Wicks, and then Henry Cripps of Leys School is in 1. That's who we have in this race here. And I'd say it looks like Kieran O'Loughlin done a good job in the first 1,000 metres.
Oh, he's done a very good job. Led at 500, still leading. He's got a very comfortable margin over Noah Taple of the American School, about 6 to 8 seconds there, which is a comfortable place to be in.
But this is a good race. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, all are just about within 2 seconds of each other.
Ooh.
So that's what
That's
we
where the
want.
push is going to be, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah,
Just,
so-
yeah. Sitting, looking at your top right-hand corner is where Kieran O'Loughlin is, just sitting there, and you know, you can visualise yourself sitting in that boat. You can look over and just see where every other sculler in the field is, without having to look round, without having to sort of think, is there overlap between them and somebody else? It is a really nice place to be, especially since he's led for, you know, probably more than 1,000 metres now. We'll probably get the 1,500 metre timing point coming up shortly. Just maintaining his lead, maintaining his position, and just making sure that nobody is going to encroach on him. But as Darbs has said, that's going to be the race for 2nd and 3rd here.
Yeah, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. I think 2nd and 3rd maybe have broken off just looking at those splits. But singles, you can change the speed if you really want to quite quickly. So let's see, can American School keep their speed up over Hereford Cathedral School and King's School Ely? That's what we're looking for. Those are the 15-metre times. We're just waiting for them to be assigned. But you can see 2nd and 3rd are just about a second apart, and the sculler in 4th has just slipped off that pace. But indeed, it's Molesey out in front, and it's American School 1.2 seconds ahead of Hereford Cathedral School. So it's still Noah ahead of Edward.
And they're going to have to work hard to sort of secure that 2nd place in the AB semis. And they can see the orange and black of the American School there, but close to the boy line, I would have thought, for my comfort. But he can look across and just see where Edward Morgan Jones of the Hereford Cathedral School is. And both these scullers really pushing on there. Kieran O'Loughlin and Molesey just can see what they're doing and can maintain his rhythm and his pace. But both the scullers, lane 7 and 8, American School, the orange and black, Hereford Cathedral School, pushing on. And this is going to be the race for the line between these two scullers. Kieran O'Loughlin comfortably in that 1st place at the moment. But these other two scullers, look at the push. They are look at the determination in those body positions. And it's Kieran O'Loughlin just coming, you can just see him there, He's having to up his rating as well just to stay in front of these other two scullers. It's
Yeah.
going to come to a surge on the line. Both these scullers ramping it up as they come towards the line. To my eye, that was the American School just...
And they're still going another 40 metres.
And Hereford Cathedral School having to
That's what
settle
we've
for
gotta do.
third place.
Yeah.
And are so busy looking at that. What a finish these scullers have had.
Oh, yeah, and they had to put that push in there. American School out in Tilburg while I was out there, so I wonder if Noah was one of the scullers out there at the time. But, you know, those are the hard yards you got to put in order to take that win by about a second. They've got it here, so a bit less than a second, 0.65 seconds. But you know, that's a stroke difference, I think, there over 2,000 meters.
But a lot of very good pushing of each other going on there, and you know, I think we're going to shape up for some very good semis later on.
Yeah, so a couple of good semi-finals, I believe. Now, I'm not super familiar with this, but I think the champ events, the semis and finals, happen tomorrow. Am I right in that?
I believe you are.
I think they split over more than a day, as far as I'm aware.
Don't quote me in that one.
Yeah.
Someone
will tell us.
I usually have all these things sort of printed out so I can check them, but I don't have them, so I'm sorry.
I think it would be mean to get them to race 4 times in one day on a day like this.
Especially in this heat.
Yeah.
Definitely. And our next race will be the first repechage of the championship, quad sculls. Always one of my favourite boat classes. I do love watching good quad sculls.
Yeah, and we've got just 2 places in the AB semis for the 5 crews, so it's going to be competitive. It's got to be. Only 2 places in it.
Oh, look at that shot. I love the sort of luxury of being able to have these shots from the start tower, just to watch these crews sitting there, coming under starters' orders, the stake boat people holding the boats level so that they cover 2,000 metres and no more, no less.
And, you know, it's amazing. Like, these shots mean that their rowing career is just going to be immortalised forever. Whereas, luckily, there's not much film of how bad I was.
That
kicking
thought was
around
going straight through my head as well. We've only got stills from me. So, yeah, as you say, immortalised.
So off we go, tickling a buoy line there in the middle lanes there, Bedford, and Moncton Coombe are in our middle lanes.
Now, I was expecting to see 5 boats, but we've actually got 7 on the course.
Must have had
We've
a bit
got
of a change. But
Taunton
yeah, okay.
in lane 1, Magdalen College School Boat Club in lane 2, King's Rochester Boat Club in lane 3, Bedford Rowing Club in lane 4, Brentford Boat Club in lane 5, Moncton Coombe School in lane 6, and Hartpury University and College in lane 7.
Yeah, I guess they've got rid of a rep and have moved those 5 crews there into the other 3 reps, is what I would assume. So that'd be 2 in one, 2 in the next, and 1 in the other. That would make sense, making it a 7. Yeah, and in fact, Magdalen College we're expecting to be in rep 4, but they're in this. So I think Magdalen College and Brentford must have been pushed. Yeah, they've been pushed into this rep, along with Taunton, King's Rochester, Bedford. That's who we were expecting, Moncton Coombe and Hartpury. So yeah, the 5 we expected have been joined by 2 others. And we can see 6 of the crews are pretty close together here. Just only one's dropped off the pace slightly.
Yeah, definitely. And action is with Hartpury University and College. It's a club we associate with really good sculling crews.
Yeah, absolutely. That's their bread and butter, I think. I don't actually remember seeing Hartpury do any sweeps, so I'm sure they must have done. But in my head, it's a bit like Windsor Boys School, although they have started sweeping. It's kind of like the association is with sculling.
Absolutely. And it's Taunton Rowing Club in lane 1, just dropping off the place somewhat, and it's Hartpury University and College in lane 7 in the lead. But boy, there is nothing between these other 5 boats in the field. Maybe Moncton Coombe School just marginally in front of Brentford, Bedford, King's Rochester and Magdalen.
Yeah, but really, really close. So we've got two seconds separating second to fifth right now.
And wow, that's very, very close.
Yeah, so Hartbury have had the best 500 so far, but only marginally, just by a second and a half. Everyone has a very explosive start in a quad, gets up to speed nice and quick, and you can really rev that engine. Then you settle in here, so we're just watching this Hartbury crew trying to extend its lead, but lots of overlap still between these crews as we go into the... I think the middle 1,000 is the important 1,000. Like, everyone's got a quick start and everyone's going to go to the lines. This middle 1,000.
Middle 1,000 is where you see positions changing. There's a lot of jostling for position, and and people will put in a push somewhere, either shy of 1,000 meters or just the other side of it. Some crews put in 2 pushes. It's all comes down to sort of gamesmanship and where you need to put in your pushes. And as Alex has said, the 1,000, that mid 1,000 is. People concentrate in the start, concentrate in the finish. They often let that mid part just take care of itself, working the theory that you've done all the hard work over the winter to get the stamina, the power, that sometimes you actually have to pull an extra gear out the pocket when you are in danger of being overhauled. But not in danger of being overhauled at the moment is the crew from Hartpulley University and College. It's a lovely overhead shot. I've said this many times. There are so many coaches out there going to be taking this footage and just showing it back to their crews, or showing it to their J14 crews, showing it to other people, saying, this is what I want you to look like when I'm above you, and this is what we need to replicate. But these are amazing shots. Hartbury just coming at the front of our bottom of our screen there, being chased by Moncton Coombe. That's 1 and 2 at present. And just look at the coverage of the blades, look at where the puddles are, and just lovely.
Yeah, I was just trying to look at the angles there. There was a slight bit of missync in the middle of the recovery in Hartbury, but that might just be because someone's taller than the others. But in and out, spot on with that, and just moving quick. These boats always moving quicker, the quads.
Yeah, it's lovely being in a fast quad, just hanging on for dear life because you feel outclassed and outperformed. But these are some beautiful boats to watch. There we go, really nice shot there.
So yeah, nothing in terms of who goes where has changed from what I said earlier. It's still 2 to go to the AB semis. That's what we're looking at. Everyone else goes to the semi-finals for the C and D final. So everyone here is going to race twice more after this. But it's going to be Hartbury that led from the start and continue to lead. They now have a 4-second lead. And Moncton Coombe have pushed out about a 5-second lead over Brentford, and then Bedford a couple of seconds behind them. And then a couple of seconds to King's Rochester. So I think it'll be difficult to change the speed of a quad enough to jump into the top 2. But it is still looking like Hartbury and Moncton Coombe who are out in front, and they're the ones that are ahead on the shot you just saw.
Oh,
and then we zoom in, look at that.
Look at that, that is just so nice. And here they are just coming in front of us in the tower.
Nice and clean. Got that little gather at the finish before the hands move away. No rush.
No rush.
Just let the boat run away.
And they can see everybody else behind them, and really pleased with that performance. Hartbury University College, then Moncton Coombe, and then there's a good battle for that 3rd, 4th and 5th place, as you said.
Yeah, and Brentford just come out on top of Bedford there, and then being chased down by King's Rochester.
And then over in lane.
Yeah, and we still have Taunton to come down as well.
Yeah, I wonder if there'd been an issue in the boat.
Yeah, I think it just looked like they were maybe a little slower off the start in the first place. They were already about 14 seconds adrift in the first 500, so I think this is just, this is just the level they are at the moment. We look forward to big things in the future for these guys.
Indeed.
So the next repechage has 6 rather than 7 in there, and it's City of Cambridge in lane 6 who are leading the way over the Grange School, who are in 5. Yarm School were 3rd, they're in lane 4. Northwich were in 4th in lane 3. Peterborough City Rowing Club were in lane 2 and 5th, and St Neots were in 6th over in lane number 1.
And that is Taunton Rowing Club over in lane 1, just finishing their race. And then we're rapidly moving into this second repechage.
So you've got St Neots, Peterborough and City of Cambridge. They're not that far apart from each other, so a little bit of a rumble.
I think City of Cambridge have just put in a big push in that sort of second 500 just to pull themselves out in front. About 8 seconds now in front of the Grange School. That's an impressive 500 there. Just
yeah, it's very good 500 to open up their lead. 5 seconds through 8 seconds, so just the quickest moving boat at the moment. As we get towards the third 500, I think you got that good lead at the halfway mark. Nice and comfortable into that third 500.
And then they're in that lane 6 where they can see what's happening on a diagonal behind them, which is a nice place to be. So yeah, lovely looking quad, that City of Cambridge.
Yeah, it looks like we've seen a lot of crews in lane 8 be out in front, so maybe slightly more sheltered. So I think what they've done is gone lanes 1 to 6 just to try and open it up to maybe some slightly more even lanes. But yeah, I'm sure everyone's still working hard throughout this repechage here. I think the second of 3, I believe it's going to end up being.
Yeah, I think so. Got that. Wow, that is a lead that has increased even more from the 1,000 metres. Some 2.5 boat lengths now. To get the split times coming up on our screen shortly. Second place still with the Grange School. And still 8 seconds though, but the battle is on for 3 and 4. I think that's Yarm and Northwich over on the far side, with Peterborough and St Neots just off the pace somewhat again in lane 6.
Yeah, just a little bit off the pace there, but going through the 1500 continues to be City of Cambridge. 8 second lead again, so they haven't really pressed out their lead, they're just sitting at 8 seconds. You can see them on your screen there looking nice and long and loose. They're just moving that Felipe towards the finish line, so they can see in their eye line whoever they need to see. So just to their right, they can hold off any push from the Grange School that might be coming. But they got a nice 8 second buffer, and the Grange School also have a 9 second buffer over Yarm, so they're, I'm sure, very happy with where they are right now.
Indeed they are, just reaching out. It's an interesting change from the usual bucket hats we're seeing there.
Yeah, I mean, what is that? Is
What
that
is a bucket hat?
I think it's a bucket hat.
It looks like a trilby or
Didn't
something. Or
yeah,
fedora
didn't
or
get
something,
the white cap memo, but I don't know. Maybe we need to get some kind of sporting bowler hat. I reckon that might be the new thing.
I don't think it would keep much sun off, to be honest.
No, I
But
don't.
here
think
we
so,
go. This
but it
lovely
would,
crew just coming in front of us.
It would
City
be
of
different.
Cambridge, just coming through that line in first, followed by the Grange School. And this battle for second, third and fourth has separated itself out really nicely there. Just getting the finish times coming up. Yarm in that third place, with Northwich fourth, and it will be Peterborough fifth. And it's over in lane 1, just trailing the rest of the field. Just their kit coming into view now on your screen. And I will be signing off now because your next entertainment for the next hour is just standing behind me, about to pull the headphones off my head. So it's Carol signing off, and Sasha and Martin will be taking over.
Yeah, absolutely. With just one more repechage to come in the champ quads.
So I'm joined here by with Sasha, and we're commentating now on the third repechage of this, the championship quads. This is the third heat: Dart Totnes, Bedford Grammar School, King's School, Worcester, St Andrew, Tiffin, George Heriot and Norwich School.
Yes, a great use of the singular there. St Andrew, I think we'll have some happy Scots, hopefully, watching the live stream. We're about 4.5 minutes into this repechage. I think they are coming quite thick and fast towards us. They look like they're about 1,500 metres into this race. And I have to say, I can't look at this screen and not comment on how beautiful the setting and the lake is looking, and I think probably these crews can attest to that. 1,500 metres they have just come through. What are the timings looking like? I think pretty good there. 4:43.15 is the time for the first boat. We don't know what order they've come through, but I feel like Tiffin School Boat Club probably up there in first. They have been in 500 and 1K, and yep, that is Tiffin through in first, followed by George Heriot, St Andrew Boat Club, King's School Worcester, Bedford Grammar School and Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club rounding out the lot in sixth. So quite a big margin there between Tiffin and Dart Totnes, almost half a minute. It looks like it's a little bit dicey in the race for fourth between Bradford and King's School, but a reminder, the first and second crews in this repechage will go through to the AB semi-finals, the other to the CD.
And we're watching the finishing stages now with the last 10 or so strokes. It's Tiffin. George Heriot's having a real charge there in the middle of the lake, and it's George Heriot's looking to get the second spot, but it's Tiffin crossing the line ahead of George Heriot. And that is St Andrew Boat Club crossing the line in third. King's School Worcester.
And then Bradford Grammar School there in fourth and fifth. Dart Totnes round out that group, but it is Tiffin and George Heriot into contention for the AB semi-finals. I think they'll definitely be pushing there for the A, hopefully. But about 3 seconds in it, so I don't know how much of a competition we expect to see in the semi-final. A lovely shot there with the drone of all of the crews. I think the quads are always very exciting, especially at this championship level. They are the fastest boat that we will see coming down the course. I believe the Champ 8s, we have to wait till tomorrow to see how they fare. But this is now on to the first repechage of the Girls' Championship Quadruple Sculls.
And in lane 1, it's Oratory School Boat Club. Lane 2, Moncton Coombs School. Lane 3, Brentford Boat Club. 4, Reading Rowing Club. 5, Kingston Rowing Club. And in lane number 6, it's Lee Rowing Club. So Championship Girls, the first of the repechages here for the quadruple sculls. And a view there of the start. Beautiful conditions today, absolutely gorgeous. Lovely, lovely flat water. Beautiful day.
Yeah, and we've got 4 of these repechages to look forward to, so I think it will be great to see who goes through with these flat conditions. They're only contending really against each other and maybe the heat. I've seen a lot of coaches wondering after their students, telling them to get back into the shade. So.
So you're watching day 2 of National Schools Regatta here at Dorney Lake. We are into the repechages, and this for the Sheriff Cup Championship Quad Sculls for girls. Oratory, Moncton, Brentford, Reading, Kingston and Lee.
The Sheriff Cup, interesting fun facts, was presented to the regatta in 1990 by the Parents Association of Kingston Grammar School Boat Club. And the association is called Sheriff Club after the playwright R.C. Sheriff, who was an old boy of Kingston Grammar School, which is very exciting. It's always nice to see kind of the random people who you don't really know but who have gone on to do something fun and interesting from these various clubs.
In Kingston, they've just become unattached. They've got back onto the stayboat now down at the start, waiting for the umpire. Presumably he's doing his roll call. And very shortly this will be underway. First of the repechages.
Yes, you can see there the crews in lanes 4 and 5, still adjusting a little bit, but lane 4 with its blades flat. So they are not ready to go at all, but it looks like they're back into their starting position. They've got their blades squared and buried. So the umpires will be calling them off to go soon. Oh no, they've just reset there in lane 4. I think something slightly funky going on. The rest of the crews look to be fairly set and ready, not doing a lot of adjusting there. I don't think there's a huge amount of wind, a bit of a tailwind, I would say.
Right, Sasha, they're underway.
Fantastic. Yep, they are off and away. Some very strong starts, although it looks like the crew in lane 2 seem to be veering off in slightly the wrong direction.
Yeah,
and
Moncton had a poor start there in lane 2. You can see their steering has really gone wrong here. They're being warned now by the umpire, swerving back to get back in their lane. They're in lane 2. Lane 1, Oratory looked to have a decent start there.
Yeah, very good. And in lane 3, Brentford, I think, not phased by the slightly chaotic start that Moncton had. But Brentford, I think, going off strong. Moncton seemed to be back into their lane and back in their boys, which is always good, but it doesn't seem to have affected their start.
No, Moncton had to work very hard there to get back on station, putting in a lot of work to try and get back on terms. Oratory, Brentford and Reading, really good starts. Trailing there slightly, Kingston and Lee in lane 6.
I'm sure Kingston, they're hoping to be up in contention in one of the first 2 spots in this repechage to go through to the AB semi-finals, so they can try and challenge for their very own cup. About a minute and a half, minute and 40 into the race, so we should be coming up there to the first of the timing markers.
Yeah, and it does look like Kingston have got the better start there. So it's Kingston who lead Reading. Lee at the bottom of the screen, nearest to us. Probably level in third, I would say. Up front, though, it's very close between Kingston.
I think Lee and Reading, they're really pushing to try and get that coveted second position so that they can make their way into contention for medals. But yes, you're right, Kingston really up ahead and pushing forward, but it does look like Lee is making a little bit of a move. They're quite close to their buoy line, but I think have pushed further on ahead of Reading.
Yeah, the timing at 500 metres was Kingston went through in 1:44, followed by Lee and then Reading. So there's Lee in shot, bright orange. Very easy to pick out. They're just looking across, checking where their opposition is. They look very calm and settled. Kingston just on their inside. And pretty close between those two.
Yep, still out ahead, but I think you're right. Lee are doing a very good job of really giving Kingston a run for their money down this track. Now, Kingston maybe got off to a slightly faster start, but maybe Lee are going to use this middle section of the race to just kind of push through them. I think that they are leaving Reading there in lane 4 slightly out of that medal contention.
So they've gone through the 1,000 metre mark. Really not much to choose between the two leading crews there. Kingston and Lee, 0.2 of a second, so absolutely nothing in it there.
Now Lee are really starting to close that gap, aren't they? I think that was half a second shaved off their time. If they can shave off, oh yeah, and they've done it. I think they have continued to push through, and they've now nosed their bow out ahead in front of Kingston.
So this is the first of the repechages for the girls' championship quads. Lee at the halfway mark, just pulling through. They've now got almost half a length on Kingston. Kingston lead Reading by about 4 seconds at the halfway mark. Then we have Brentford, Moncton Combe and Oratory over in lane 1.
I think at this point Kingston are probably playing that mental game of, do they try and keep pushing Lee up the track so that they make sure that they're as close as possible, or do they try and kind of save a little bit in their legs so that they can make sure that Reading don't get the jump on them too. Looks like the rest of the field still fairly far back. Moncton and Oratory really not in contention at all for that 1-2 positioning.
Reading in third, Brentford fourth, then a bit of a gap back to Moncton and Oratory. There's the grandstand there at 1500, and it's Lee now pushing out to 2/3 of a length over Lee. Then Reading chasing. Going through 1500 metres now. That'll be Brentford. Moncton just coming into shot there, crossing the 1500 metre mark, and at the tail we have Oratory School. And the times at 1500 metres, the leaders went through in 5:20. There are good overhead shot there, showing just how far Lee have progressed, and they're really getting a bit strung out now. Lee at the bottom of on the left hand side of your screen, Kingston in the middle, and then Reading. And as we look out of our commentary position window, we're right on the finish line. They're coming into the red boys now, and it's Lee continue to lead Kingston.
They led just by less than 2 seconds at the 1500 metre point, 6 seconds back. It was that crew from Reading, but I think Lee have done a really great job of staying out ahead, and it looks like they might have almost a length now over that crew from Kingston, but the two of them have left everything on the water.
They crossed the line there, they just stop on the line, a length up, Lee a length up over Kingston, Reading crossing the line now.
Lee weren't taking any chances there. They wanted in on that A-B semi-final, and crossing the line now.
Brentford. Brentford cross the line, then we go back to Moncton Combe as they approach the finish. And then the final crew to cross will be Oratory School in lane 1. Right, Sacha, there we go. That was the first of the repechages. So repechage 2.
Yeah, already in and away, and quite exciting. Yarm School there in lane 6, out in front, just about 2.5 seconds in front of Peterborough City. Then back to Kew House School Boat Club, a couple of seconds behind them. I think that Tiffin and Hexham, again, just two crews slightly further behind the rest of the field.
So the roll call here: Tiffin in lane 1, Hexham 2, St Michael's from Ireland in 3, Kew House School in 4, Peterborough City in 5, Yarm School in 6, and leading. So they've gone through the 500 metre mark, and it is Yarm in a time of 1:44, Peterborough second, third is Kingston, fourth from Ireland, sorry, I got the wrong race there. Start again, shall we? Yarm, 1,000 metre mark, here we go.
Some more times hopefully coming through. I think you're right, definitely someone from Ireland, St Michael's Rowing Club Limerick.
Yep.
But they are down in third, almost 8 seconds behind Yarm. Now up in the northeast, at whatever level you row, there is a phrase called getting yarmed, and that is because no matter what category you're in, if Yarm is in that category with you, the likelihood is they are going to jump the gun off the start and leave you in the bushes.
There we are, there's an overhead shot showing a little bit of steering going on.
I think that's a little bit of steering issue in both of those lanes, seemingly coming together and then moving away. But yes, it looks like the gaps have extended slightly. Q House now in 4th, St Michael's in 3rd. But again, I think that these crews really know what is at stake, and so they're pushing out and trying to ensure that they have those first 2 places, and it's still Peterborough and Yarm in 2 and 1.
The first 2 crews here go through to the semi-final of AB. And so far it's looking like Yarm. That's through the 1500 metre mark now.
The gap has stayed pretty much the same between Yarm back to Peterborough across this racing. But yeah, Q House, I think, are just being left further and further behind. So yeah, Peterborough and Yarm, I think, really gunning for it. And Yarm, I think, is moving. They've got their eyes on the prize, and Peterborough are just going with them.
So the first 2 go through to the semi-final A and B. They don't look like they're trying to conserve any energy. They're definitely, these 2 crews, well ahead of the rest of the field. Yarm out in front, as they have been since the start. Peterborough on their inside, having a bit of a charge here. Race very much on for 3rd position. And as you can see, they're well into the red boys, and Yarm are beginning to stretch out. Yarm lead coming in with the last 20 strokes. Clearwater to Peterborough.
Brilliant job there. I think they've really pushed through, extended their lead over Peterborough. Peterborough, though, seem to have taken it down ever so slightly, rowing very smoothly, sculling very smoothly, but crossed the line, I think, slightly slower than they have raced it. I think Q House have been bumped out of, Q House have bumped out of 3. That is, I believe, St Michael's of Limerick, who cross in 4th, then 5th, 3rd, 5th, 4th to Q House.
That's Moncton School now coming into shot.
Hexham there on your screen.
Oh, that's Hexham.
That's Hexham. No, don't worry. It's a very distinctive set of colours that I'm used to seeing up at the northeastern regattas.
Yeah, and that's Tiffin, isn't it, over on the far side?
I think so. I think it's nice to see crews being given every opportunity to race where they can. And whilst Tiffin will be going through to contend for a place in either the C or D finals, they're doing a great job making their way through this repechage.
Yeah, this is race number 236 on the course, the Repechage 3 of this, the Championship Girls Quadruple Sculls, St Peter's School, Stratford-upon-Avon, Westminster, York City, Sir William Borlase.
And at the 500 metre mark, it was York City Rowing Club out in first, followed by Sir William Borlase Grammar School. Third was Stratford-upon-Avon, followed by Westminster and St Peter's School. This has changed quite a bit as they came through the halfway point. Sir William Borlase pushed out in front, just over a second ahead of York City. I mean, there was barely anything in it at the 500-metre point. I think Sir William Borlase have a point to prove. Westminster now in third, Stratford-upon-Avon in fourth, St Peter's School Boat Club still in fifth. But again, only the first two will go through to the AB semi-final. The rest, the next three in this repechage, go to C and D. So I think once more those first two have that mental advantage, don't they, of pushing out ahead, knowing that they are the ones in contention for potentially medals. The rest of the crew having, I think, been left a little bit behind. That's almost 9.5 seconds.
Yeah, the 1500 metre mark, it looks to be pretty much job done with the first two.
Yeah. I think it's just that thing, isn't it? You lose sight and you lose sound of the crews around you, and when you know that you're not one of those first two, there's that kind of mental load of not only do we have to push through, this is a long race, it's a very hot day, but also they're no longer in contention for those quite, coveted places. So, yes, William Borlase at 1500 still out ahead. York coming in second.
Westminster are having a push though. They seem to have upped their rate, but they're a bit too far back really as they enter the red buoys. It is Sir William Borlase that lead York, who in turn a gap back to Westminster. Westminster, then Stratford, and right at the tail we have St Peter's School.
Stratford-upon-Avon have had quite a few great alumni come out of their boat club recently. I think one of their coxes was, I believe, the women's reserve cox for Oxford at the boat race this year.
I'll take your word for it.
And of course, very well-known alumna, Camilla Hadland-Horrocks, who is probably the queen of British rowing commentary. Another alumna there, but it is Sir William Borlase that cross. Yes, that cross over first, followed by York City and Westminster in third. Great shot
Crossing
there.
the line now, it's Stratford-upon-Avon, and then a bit of a gap back to St Peter's School.
We had a lovely shot. Yeah, there it is, St Peter's School.
And they'll progress now through to the semi-final CD.
I think they might be in a good chance. They're coming through the red buoys and across the finish line, still looking pretty long and strong. I always say that the minor finals are some of the most exciting racing that you see because there aren't medals to play for, so every position counts and everyone is in that kind of the dogfight to see where they can place and how high they can place.
Right, thick and fast it comes, and race 237, is it on the course? Yeah, this is the repechage for Bryanston, King's School, Chester, Hereford, Bedford and City of Cambridge.
So final repechage of the Championship Girls Quadruple Sculls, and again the first two to AB semi-finals, the rest to C and D. At the 500 metre mark, someone was out ahead in 1 minute 44 seconds. That was Hereford Rowing Club. They were followed closely by City of Cambridge and then Bedford Rowing Club. Now this looks like it will be a slightly more exciting race.
Yeah, well, as we keep saying, so it's just the first two that go through to the semi-final AB. In the middle of the lake, it is Hereford.
Bedford pretty close in this race. I think most crews we've had a kind of anywhere between half a second to 2 seconds between the first crew and the second crew, and the third crew's often been about 10 seconds behind. But there's about 3 seconds between Hereford and Bedford in 1 and 3. Bryanston's in 4th, King's School Chester in 5th, but Bedford could potentially cause some upset in the middle section of this race.
Yeah, Hereford's challenge will come from lanes 5 and 6. King's School, Chester and Bryanston a bit further back.
It looks like that Hereford crew are not here to play it safe. They are really pushing their way out ahead, and I think Bedford is now being slightly left behind. We'll look to the 1K marker to see what the timings are, but I would hazard a guess.
Yeah, they put on a bit of a spurt there, so...
Oh, but look at that. City of Cambridge are really pushing up 0.2 of a second between first and second there.
So that's through the 1,000 metre mark. They've had a bit of a push there, so the lead has changed. Hereford dropping back into second.
You're right, City of Cambridge now in first, Hereford in second, but Bedford dropping back out of that race for a place in the AB semi-finals. You've got the lovely shot there of all of the gazebos on the side and the 1:7:50 mark coming up soon. I think it's really nice to have slightly more regular distance markers along this course. It just gives the athletes a bit more to push off of and a slightly better idea of where they actually sit in their racing.
Yeah, the bow girl there, keep looking over her shoulder, and yeah, it is a long way. 1,500 metre mark coming up, so still 500 metres to go. The lead has changed, and it looks like the crew from Hereford have slipped back a little bit further. City of Cambridge have had a real good middle race, to be honest.
Absolutely.
Bedford have dropped back, if anything. I don't know whether Bedford can catch on to the tail of Hereford.
We'll have a look. Hereford definitely have dropped back from City of Cambridge. I think Bedford are out of it.
There's a bit too much to do there, yeah.
Yeah, I think they're going to run out of water before they can make up an almost 11-second disadvantage. Once again, a two-boat race.
We hope for a tight finish.
That's one of the questions I always ask co-commentators is, you know, obviously I think it changes when you're versus on the boat, in the boat, sorry, versus on land. Do you hope for a tight finish or a really big lead? And for me, I'd say, obviously, as a commentator on the banks, you want something as exciting as possible. But in the boat, there's something more satisfying about a race that is really well fought.
Yeah, and you'll see later on when it comes to the finals, you know, the pressure, the sheer pressure can make the odd little mistake, and the odd little mistake can really punish you. And you will definitely see over the course of the finals today and tomorrow, in the last 250 metres, one, you know, mistake, catch a crab, just miss the water slightly, that can make the difference very often between meddling and not.
Well, it's that prime example that we saw at the Paris Games, wasn't it, in the British pair, which was, I think, devastating for everyone watching, but especially, of course, the team, where they were out in front for the whole time and just missed it in the kind of the final, was it maybe 2 or 3 strokes of the race? But
I don't think City of Cambridge are going to slip up here. They've got just over a length's lead over Hereford. They sat second, waited till the halfway, made a push, got a length ahead, stayed there. They crossed the line first, ahead of Hereford. Bedford back in third. Then it looks very much like King's School, Chester that will cross the line ahead of Bryanston, who will come in 5th position. Right, Championship Apes, Repechage 1 should be underway. This is for the Queen Mother's Cup. St Peter's School in 1, Latimer Upper in 2, Abingdon School in lane 3, Eton College in 4, Royal Shrewsbury in lane 5. So the first 4 crews here go through to semi-final A and B. Race underway. Royal Shrewsbury at the bottom of your screen look to have a lead over Eton.
Yep, this is the first of 2 repechages in the time trial. The 8 fastest crews went through to the AB semi-final. The rest are here on your screen. Very, very close racing there between the first 3 crews.
So Royal Shrewsbury and Eton College.
Eton, you'd hope, would have the kind of slight home water advantage here, but look like they are really being pushed down the course by Royal Shrewsbury.
Yeah, so it's Eton in second. Inside of them, you have Abingdon and Latimer.
I would say that is pretty
That's a
close
pretty close
racing
race,
there.
yeah. So Royal Shrewsbury have gone off strong.
Yeah, Royal Shrewsbury have...
At the 1,000-metre mark, they've extended that lead. Now they're a couple of seconds, but very, very close between second and third.
I think St Peter's School Boat Club in lane 1, trailing quite far behind. They are definitely out of this race, which I think gives quite a nice advantage to the other crews.
So these leading 4 then, Sasha, they'll
go through.
They're set to go through. Now it's for lane order, so it is Royal Shrewsbury, Eton College, Latimer Upper have just taken advantage there over Abingdon. Abingdon just slipped back.
Looks like Eton are really trying to make a move there in this third 500 of the race. It looks like they've taken a few seats back from Royal Shrewsbury.
Well, they've got enough lake left to do it if they are going to
They absolutely do.
get to the head of the field. They're having a push now.
I don't think they're quite at the 1500 even yet. So they've got some time, as you've said. This is,
Yeah.
I think Abingdon have popped back slightly further as well. But yes, no, Eton closing that gap.
So you're watching the first of the repechages here for the championship 8s. This is repechage 1.
This is
The news at 1,500 metres is that Royal Shrewsbury leave Eton, but Eton are having a charge.
And I think
Plenty
that
of
charge is
support here.
successful. They'll know this river like the back of their hand, and they will have a very clear race plan, I'm sure, of where exactly they want to make their moves and what exactly to expect. It looks like Royal Shrewsbury still slightly out in the lead at 1,500s, might now be falling back. Eton looking pretty strong, with very tall 2-seat there in that
Yeah.
Eton boat, and I think that they are pushing.
And back in third, Latimer, who looked to have third comfortably, have now been overtaken by Abingdon. Abingdon had a very, very slack middle of the race, and now they are pushing hard. Eton with the charge. I think they're going to run out of water here, because Royal Shrewsbury are gone across the line, and that's about half a length. Eton, clear water, almost 2 lengths ahead of Abingdon. Abingdon put on a tremendous burst at the end there to overtake Latimer Upper. And finally, over in lane number 1, it is Bryanston. So there we are. That was a closer contest.
And quite exciting to see those placings change. And interesting to see how that translates then to the AB semi-final, where there's kind of even more on the line, because you either get in with a chance of meddling or you don't. Royal Shrewsbury looking really quite tired. Eton looking pretty polished, rowing away to the pontoon.
Yeah, beg your pardon. I was reading the wrong thing there. It was, of course, Royal Shrewsbury that won that ahead of Eton. It was St Peter's School who came in last spot. We've got Repechage 2 now on the course. Q House St Joseph's College, Ireland in lane 2, Reading Bluecoat School in 3, Enniskillen in 4, and Dulwich College in 5. So 2 Irish crews here, the Bish and Enniskillen, and they're underway. So decent start here from Q House. Difficult to tell from this camera angle, but at the top of the screen on the right hand side, Q House looked to have had a decent start.
I'm interested to see how Reading Bluecoat School fare in this repechage. They were just out of the
Trial this morning,
yeah, I think I'm just trying to put my finger on it. It says they're in the B final, but I don't think they are. No, they were 13th.
So there's the overhead shot there, then you can just see how close it is. So Q House, having had a really good start, probably lying back just in 3rd in the middle of the lake there in lane number 3. It is Reading Bluecoat.
Dulwich there on the far left of your screen, putting in a massive push. Now, they were the ones that came in at 9th to go through to repechages in the time trials this morning. About a 2.5 seconds behind King's College, who went straight through to the AB semi-final. Royal Shrewsbury, who came first in the last repechage, were 2nd. So they're very much up in the placings. Exciting to see 2 Irish crews out here having a bit of a battle.
So Dulwich College lead Reading Bluecoat, but not by very much at all at the halfway mark.
It looks like St Joseph's College, Ireland is sat there at the back of the pack. That 5th crew that I think is probably not going to be able to make up the distance needed to make it into.
Interesting to see there at the halfway mark that Dulwich College definitely put on a push, and Dulwich have taken the lead over Reading. They're looking like they're pressing on here.
Yeah, Dulwich, fantastic push from 3rd.
So the 1500 metre might be interesting to see how much they have pushed ahead. It's Dulwich College that lead Reading Bluecoat. So Dulwich nearest to us, nearest to the tower. On the spectator side of the course, Q House School, they had a decent start. They've dropped back. So it's Dulwich that lead Reading Bluecoat.
Yeah, I think that gap is starting to extend, but some exciting timings there in 3rd and 4th. I'd hazard that is.
Yeah, so it's Dulwich, Reading Bluecoat, and we have Q House in lane 1 that just have a very, very slight lead.
Over Enniskillen.
Over Enniskillen, yeah, and St Joseph being left behind, as you said earlier.
No, it's just been changed around. It's actually Enniskillen with 0.3 seconds lead over Q House. Q House now in 4th.
Well, we can see here as they're coming into the Red Boys, you can see the position here changing, but that's a real battle.
This is the exciting racing that we were wanting, so I'm very much looking forward to those AB semi-finals.
Yeah, having a charge in the minute now. Reading really going for it. Can Reading catch them on the line? Dulwich nearest to us. Reading are really putting loads down. I'm bang on the finish line here. Dulwich done enough just to hold on, probably by a canvas. They cross the line now.
Yeah.
Dulwich ahead of Reading Bluecoat. And over on the far side, finishing fourth, it was in fact Q House.
Yeah, I think Enniskillen a fantastic push there, also not to be sneezed at in that third position.
So they're the four that go through to semi-final A and B.
St Joseph College goes to the C final of the Queen Mother's Cup for Championship Open 8s.
Now it's the turn of the girls, semi-final AB1.
So this is slightly more challenging racing in that they are trying to get into that A final.
And it's the first three that go through here. Sasha with King's School Canterbury in 1, Henley in lane 2, Latimer Upper in 3, St Edward's School in 4, and Headington School are in lane 5. The race underway. King's School dropped back pretty early on. The rest, the other four, Henley, Latimer, St Edward's and Headington, they're racing now really for the first three spots. And looking at this, I would say that Headington presently have a lead over St Edward's.
I think that's always the matchup that people are excited to see. Teddy's and Headington neck and neck, the battle of the blues. But
it's Henley in lane 2 that are having a bit of a push now. Henley not that far off second spot, so this will be a cracker, I think.
I think you're right, with not a lot in it actually between Henley back to Latimer Upper School, I believe that is in lane 3. You know, as we said, with only 3 crews in this AB semi-final, having all raced in the time trial earlier, all gone straight through to these semi-finals. This is some quite, I'm sure, stressful racing for the girls in the boat. But very exciting racing there. I think you're right. Latimer really putting in a push over there in lane 3.
No, that's Henley at the top.
Oh, that's
there.
Henley.
Yeah.
My apologies. Latimer actually
Henley
falling
in
down
lane
a bit.
2. Yeah, Latimer have gone backwards there. It's St Edward's and Headington that lead, but Henley have certainly picked things up here. So they go through the next timing mark. We'll be able to see just how close it is up front.
Headington out ahead at 500.5 seconds back to Teddy's, but Henley very much still in contention, about a second behind the 2. Now with these times coming through, it looks like Latimer have potentially fallen back ever so slightly, but I wasn't expecting there to be that much of a gap. It is still Headington and Teddy's out leading the field.
No, certainly the camera angles looked as if Henley were a bit closer there for the second spot, but not too much in it up front. Headington and St Edward's very close together here geographically. In Oxford they're not too far apart, and on the water here they're pretty close together. Still a fair bit to go.
They're kind of well into the middle of that third 500. I often find that this is the most difficult of the race, the most difficult part of the race to get through, because you're not quite into that finish area, but you've got so little left in the legs. I think that looks like there's about half a length in it to Headington over St Edward's.
St Edward's aren't losing anything. If anything, they might be slightly gaining in the crews here. So right hand side of your screen, it's Headington. They lead St Edward's. Latimer have gone back in 4th. Henley are in 2nd.
Henley in 3rd.
That's the 1500 metre mark. Yeah, Henley are 3rd.
Unfortunately, King's School Canterbury definitely not going to be moving into the A final, but moving to the B final, which I think is never to be sneezed at, especially in the championship categories. And I think very exciting for the girls to be able to graduate into the 8s. I think Headington still in the lead, slightly opening up the gap.
Yeah, they're coming in now to the last 250 metres. The noise is building, plenty of support. So people coming out of the marquees, having sheltered from the heat. And there's plenty of noise, plenty of support for these girls as they're racing here in the semi-final AB one of this, the Championship 8s. And it's Headington who lead Teddies. And St Edwards now having a sprint, closing the gap, but not enough. Headington in control. So Headington look, they're going to claim the win here. And it is probably a half length moving out to almost 3/4 length.
Headington definitely with something to prove. These crews go neck and neck with each other through all of their regattas all season. They are up there with some of the best of schoolgirl rowing, I would say, minus Shiplake.
Shiplake coming up in the next heat, but this one sees Headington take the win ahead of St Edwards. Henley Rowing Club in third, Latimer Upper fourth, and then tailing off we have King's School Canterbury. Right, that was the semi-final number one.
We now move on to the second semi-final of the Ailings Challenge Cup for Championship Girls 8s. Again, the first three in this final are heading into that first three in this semi-final, apologies, go through to that A final. The last two go through to the B final. Now, as we said, Shiplake College in this race, they came first in the time trial, and as we said, some titans of the schoolgirl rowing scenes. I think we can expect big things from them. Enniskillen also in this semi-final in lane 4, who came fourth, with Headington and Teddies sandwiched between them. So I think we can expect a pretty solid first place there from Shiplake if all goes to plan, and then I think Enniskillen and St Paul's girls will probably be battling it out a little bit.
And they are underway here. So you've got Bedford Modern in 1, Royal Shrewsbury in 2, St Paul's girls in 3, Enniskillen in 4, and Shiplake College in 5. You would expect Shiplake to lead here as the crews are off. Bedford Modern, top of your screen in lane 1. Royal Shrewsbury on their inside. Then you have St Paul's girls. Enniskillen in lane 5, and then about a length up already, it's Shiplake College.
Yes, the gold and burgundy of Shiplake College, I think, is probably something to be feared on the schoolgirl rowing circuit. You know that if you see Shiplake out next to you, you're probably being left behind, unless you're Teddies or Headington, but I think even then Shiplake is a force to be reckoned with. It looks like Enniskillen
the second, and
St Paul's girls, I think, are putting in a very good showing here. And then I think that was Clear Water back to Royal Shrewsbury. Bedford Modern there in the background, but as we said, black, burgundy and gold of Shiplake taking this lake by storm.
So this is the semi-final. Shiplake out in front. So the question they got to ask themselves is, right, are we really going to go for this, or do we do enough just to win, get a decent lane in the final? There's not an awful lot of point of really hurting yourself. They're over a length clear, moving out to a length and a half. There's a race on though for second. Enniskillen and St Paul's. Enniskillen been in second from the off. but they're only about a second. There's not much in this at all between Enniskillen and St Paul's.
I think you're very right there. Shiplake definitely are going to be. They'll have a plan for this race. As you said, they've gone out fast and first, and they know that they're going to get good lane placement with where they are, but I think probably wise to save a little bit in the legs. However, I think that their A final is tomorrow, so good time to rest, and this might be a good chance for them to really push themselves down to the line and see how fast a time they can get in this tailwind.
Well, there are Shiplake. They've not really powered ahead here. They've maintained that sort of length and a half. And try as they might, Enniskillen can't really get back on terms with them. St Paul's having a push here. They gradually creeping up on Enniskillen, but
I think Enniskillen have made a little bit of a move there.
1500 metre mark.
Shiplake a good 6 seconds out ahead of the rest of the field. Enniskillen and St Paul's Girls' School out there contending for the second and third position to that A final to compete for medals. But Bedford, Modern and Royal Shrewsbury back in 5th and 4th, I think, are out of that race. I think when it comes to Shiplake, as we keep saying, it's less about where you come in terms of them and just how close you can get to their time. But it looks like St Paul's girls have actually dropped back a little bit from Enniskillen, now 4 seconds behind them.
Yeah, as you say, the final of this tomorrow. So Shiplake leading this. They haven't really pressed on. I wouldn't be surprised if they've just kept a little bit back. Headington probably didn't have to work as hard in their earlier race. Anyway, it's the 3 crews here that go through tomorrow to the finals. Shiplake College well into the red boys now. And they are just lowering their rate.
Oh, yeah.
Not overdoing it. That's deliberately just taking the rate down.
And this is
cruising over the line. Enniskillen rode a good race there, actually.
Good clear water there over St Paul's girls, but I think a really mental game there from Shiplake College. They've lowered their rate. They know Headington and Teddies will be paying attention to what it is that they're doing in this semi-final. And if they can lower their rate and just cruise across the line, that really demonstrates their confidence and their prowess over the rest of the field.
Royal Shrewsbury across the line there. And finishing off this semi-final A-B for the championship girls, it is Bedford Modern. And there we have it, right. Change of voice, change of scenery. We're out of here.
We'll pass you into the capable.
Bring on the Scots.
We'll pass you on to the capable hands of Carol and Fraser.
Thank you very much. You now join myself, Fraser Innes, and Carol Wallace as we will take you through the first few finals of our Saturday. We start now with the Open J16 Cox 4. The D final of that one. In lane 3, we have the 1863 Club. In lane 4, Glasgow Academy Rowing Club. And in lane 5, the King's School Canterbury.
Yep, delighted to be back and delighted to have some of these finals just to commentate on. So it is, as Fraser's just said, read them off the lane markings, and that's the positions at 500 metres. You can just see them coming down the course. Not much in it, to be honest. About a second and a half at 500 metres. Oh, it's gone up to about 2-3 seconds now. Well, I can't count, obviously, from my screen, but there's nothing unusual there. Crews moving really nicely. Done the time trial earlier, and they're coming back into the D final now. And just pacing each other pretty much. I think I'm expecting to see some movement going on in this middle 1,000 metres of this race, because often that's where we see crews jostling for position and lane privilege, but to my eye at the moment it still looks as though it's 1863 leading Glasgow Academy, leading the King's School Canterbury.
Indeed, one of the great things about the time trial to final system is that we've sorted these crews into their various levels, and we will be seeing finals of crews with similar speeds throughout the remainder of today's sessions as we build up towards our A finals later on. And for these crews, the time trial, they've completed the time trial, and now we have crews of similar speed. I don't quite have the time trial results in front of me, but these crews will have been within around this distance over the time trial, which gives them an opportunity to race crews being from London, Glasgow and Canterbury. They likely won't have raced so far this season and get a really close race as they come down this legendary course.
Just looking at this, I think Glasgow Academy, we're talking about crews making moves in that middle 1,000. Glasgow Academy has certainly made a move there. I'm sure the coaches are following them down on this side of the track, and I'm sure there'll be lots of supporters on the other side of the track just cheering their crews on. So that's Glasgow Academy just getting the canvas in front of the 1863 Club there, and yeah, it's a nice kit they've got. They've got a lovely tartan swathe down the sides of their all-in-ones, sort of lilac-y pink colour. Just a nice shot there of this Junior 16 Cox 4.
Yeah, we really appreciate a nice distinctive kit. There's lots of crews that have very similar lineups, so that when we see someone who stands out, it's very, very useful, and there's not much that stands out more than purple tartan.
Indeed not. And it's the Glasgow Academy crew now that have got themselves into the D final, as we talked about the similar boat speeds, and they're actually making that push to sort of, I'll just do my sums here, that would be the 19th position overall, sort of 1 to 6 for the first, 12 to 6 to 12. Yes, 19th position overall in the field. There's always something to be proud about.
Yeah, 19th fastest crew in the country is certainly no mean feat.
Said it so much better than I did. Thank you, Fraser. You knew what I was talking about.
Yes, yes.
So that's the main thing.
This Glasgow Academy move, just having that, I think, sort of the superior base pace. They weren't the fastest off the line, but they kept grinding, they kept moving, and they've been able to move through these against their opposition. As they now come into our sight from the commentary box, they enter sort of the red boys in just a few strokes to which mark 250 metres to go. This Glasgow Academy crew looking to wind up. Behind them, it remains a very tight tussle. At the 1500 metre mark, just a second separated the 1863 Club and King's School Canterbury. So these two crews will be looking to line up against each other and make their move. And just a great racing opportunity for these crews.
Definitely, the Coxes and the two following crews will be looking across at each other, just wondering who's ahead, who's got their noses in front and who's trailing. To my eye, I think it's maybe the King's School Canterbury just getting their canvas in front there. Glasgow Academy still making a move on there. They were pretty much down, and then they have had a really good last phase of this race, still moving away from these other two crews.
Yes, these boys moving this boat really well. I have a little bit of this shell that they're rowing in was the shell I had my very first rowing session in.
Well, I did think it was a George Heriot shell, so there we go. I recognised it. Yeah, but there we go. The Glasgow Academy Junior 16-4 winning the D final. Second place, to my eye, going with the King's School Canterbury, and then we have the 1863 club over on the far side.
And a nice, interesting race to start our finals for the day. We had a Glasgow Academy come from behind victory there, but they will be certainly enjoying that, as they will the lovely sunny weather, as they dunk their feet in the water to try and cool off.
Well, I don't think the water's that much cooler. It's as we've talked about earlier this morning during the time trials and during the day. There's a slight tailwind. We can see the flags on the far side of the course. Slight tailwind, and the warm water makes these boats slide through the water much faster. So we're getting fast conditions today.
Yes, as you've seen on your screen, our next race is the D final of the championship, coxed for the two crews in this one.
1863 and Queen Elizabeth High School, and there we've got them on the staked boats. Lovely view of the Olympic rings up there at the start. The cameraman's forgot to focus on them yesterday, but we're seeing lots of them this morning. The start tower, you can see the stake boat personnel, you can see these fingers that are holding the boats, and they're moved in or out depending on the length of the boats, because 8s are much longer than 4s, singles are much shorter, so they move the pontoons out so that the bow balls of all these boats are bang on the start line.
It's a unique race, this one. You don't see that very much at these big regattas at Dorney. This is a head-to-head race like you might see at Henley or more common in the United States. What will these crews, for it may well be their first time racing over such a long course in a one-on-one battle, with many river regattas being much shorter. What will they be thinking about in these moments?
I'm sure the Cox has got a lot to focus them in. At the moment, I don't know about you, I like being on the start and plenty of time. I like being there just to take 2-3 minutes just to sort of chill, a few deep breaths, calm the breathing, just try and get some of the adrenaline out of the system, and just sit and focus on what you have to do next.
Yeah.
And to me, I'm a counter of strokes. I don't know what you do, but I count the strokes, and I get to 20 and reset, 'cause I know I can always do 20 strokes.
You can do anything. You can do anything for 30 seconds. You just have to do anything for 30 seconds.
Again. Yeah, I know. It's but these championship 4s, I'm sure, will cover this course pretty fast. They'll have probably been a bit disappointed to miss out on some of the other finals, and here we have them in the D final, and I'm sure they'll be going out there with something to prove.
Yes, indeed. You and I know this Queen Elizabeth High School crew fairly well. They were up racing at the Scottish Rowing Spring Regatta.
Yeah, I enjoyed watching them up there as well. Some really good racing from Queen Elizabeth High School. Made it worth their while coming up all the way to Scotland.
And they've had some success yesterday in the younger age categories, but we are now off the start. It will, from this current angle, it is the 1863 club on your left. Used to be a club for London Oratory School, now open to a wider range of pupils from across London state schools. And Queen Elizabeth High School based in the northeast of England.
Yeah, and 1863 going off like a rocket again. Previous race we saw 1863 go off pretty hard, pretty fast, but then get overhauled by Glasgow. Had the sort of calmness to just focus in on that middle part of the race and just start gently overhauling 1863. I wonder if this 1863 crew has a similar race plan.
On the other hand, we could well be in the situation where this is an older crew in an older age group. They may have the maturity to be able to hold that power for a little longer throughout the race. And I mean, we're just 1 minute in. This is all speculation.
I know, isn't it great to speculate?
Yeah.
It's always good. But that 1863 crew have gone out and really making a mark here, just pulling themselves away from Queen Elizabeth High in that first 250 metres or so. As I keep saying, I love these drone shots that we're getting. Just some beautiful pictures. You can see these pedals. There's a fair bit of overlap. There's a good bit of run on the boat. There's a distance between the pedals of one stroke and the next stroke. So you're just seeing the sort of distances increase as they settle into the race pace.
And we must thank our drone pilots who are providing these shots. You see a lot of drone coverage in rowing these days, but I think this is some of the best work I've seen recently. Just getting the nice angle where you're still able to identify the crew. You're in less of a, I think it's called ants on a log style drone photography.
Oh, I know.
This is some really great footage.
Fraser, I think you're just angling to get a drone picture from you from the tower, so...
I couldn't possibly comment.
But these are, as Fraser said, some of the camera angles we're getting are just superb and much thought thanks to the cameramen who are out there. And to be honest, they're out there. There's a couple of cameramen in the roof of the finish tower, and it's hot down in ground level. It must be baking up there because there's very little wind moving. They've been out there all day, and they will be out there yesterday and tomorrow. So much credit to them because, believe it or not, their uniform is all black.
Yeah, it's not the ideal situation in the weather, but we have an excellent race unfolding. The 1863 club were relatively comfortable leaders at the 500 metre mark, but that initial margin, they seem to be getting held onto by Queen Elizabeth High School. They're not able to abandon them completely.
Break the elastic is one of another commentator I used to work with said. Breaking that elastic, once you've broken the elastic, it's really hard to pull back. And what I'm talking about is just keeping the stern canvas and the bow canvas overlapping, because you just want to feel that connection between the crew in front of you, especially if there's only two of you in the race.
Yes, yeah, indeed. This, I think there is a little bit more. There is a fair bit of open water between these two crews, but the margin is staying solid. This 1863 crew could be managing this race more than trying to go out and set their maximum time, just making sure they win it. Or on the other hand, this could be a Queen Elizabeth High School crew that's just found their stride now and are holding level, and before they try and work back. But I think they have, in fact, closed that margin at the 1,000 metres if the timings on your screen and my maths on the first margin are correct.
Yeah, I think they are closing slowly, but you've got 1,000 metres to catch up and overtake if they're going to do it. So I'd expect if Queen Elizabeth are going to do something, they'll do it in the next few strokes. Just that midpoint of the race is often a good place to put the pressure on your opposition, just to see what they can do, whether they'll sort of reply to that pressure or whether they'll maybe feel it just a bit too much and make a little fumble. I wouldn't expect to see any fumbles in the championship coxed fours though.
No, not at all. But the Queen Elizabeth crew is coming. What was almost to a length of clear water does appear to be shortening and shrinking somewhat. So this race is heating up. And just as I say that, I think the 1863 club putting in a counter move, pulling away from their opposition behind them.
Yes, some amazing shots, aren't there? Just coming in from the drone footage, just watching that 1863 crew. They saw Queen Elizabeth High make a move there, but they've actually sort of pushed in a bit more and trying to sort of break that elastic, just drop the connection between the two boats, and they're still maintaining just that slight lead, just a bit of clear water, not by much. You can just see them coming into view of the tower there. A beautiful side-on shot here, and we'll see them just go through this point. Cameraman looking up the line of the boys, and you'll see the distance there. Yeah, there is clear water now between the two crews, and it's still 1863 leading Queen Elizabeth High.
Yes, indeed. This at the 1,500 metre mark. Again, ever so slightly narrowing that gap, but they're going to need to do an awful lot more than that in these last 500 metres if Queen Elizabeth High are going to want to take the victory in this D final.
Yeah, well, that's all to play for, isn't it? It's what can you lay down in the last 500 metres? They've held on to them. They're not letting them get out too far. This is where they'll start, if they're going to do it, they'll have to start making a move.
Yeah. Both crews winding up towards the finish line. You can really see that Queen Elizabeth High School crew really ramping up the rating as they look. They likely make their move early as they are trying to overhaul and get back in this race as they fight out with their neighbours, their rivals from down south.
It's an interesting one. For 1863, they've done a great job. They've gone out there and taken the lead early on, hanging on to it. Every time they've seen Queen Elizabeth High, they have replied to that challenge. There'll be some discussion between the cox and bow, or cox and stroke, just to pass the information back. Both these coxes sitting in the bows of the boat, just steering them in the straight line. But they'll be getting feedback from the crews. And it's 1863 have just popped the rating up there, just as they've seen coming to the Orange Boys. They've upped their rating. Queen Elizabeth Hive upped their rating too, just both going up a couple of pips. And both these crews sprinting for the line.
Yes, it doesn't look like the outcome will change, but both of these crews should be very happy with their performance. It's in what could have been a procession. They've managed to keep it close, keep it interesting, and given us some wonderful racing as we begin our final session on Saturday of the National Schools
Just
Regatta.
getting the beep there for 1863 Queen Elizabeth High School. They've tried their best, but just 1863 were in charge and just stayed in charge all the way down the course.
Yeah, Queen Elizabeth kept gaining faster than their opponents in each of the last 3 quarters of the race, but they lost that margin on the start, and they just weren't quite able to make it up.
So that was the championship coxed fours. We're going to move into a younger age category, and we saw some of these crews heading up just as we came on shift, the junior 16 coxed fours, and this is the C final that we're moving into. So who have we got in this race, Fraser?
In lane 2 we have Brentford. In lane 3 Cheltenham College. In lane 4 the Royal Shrewsbury School Boat Club. In lane 5 Walton. In lane 6 Pangbourne College. And in lane 7 it's the crew in the light blue, King's School Ely.
And just making an early showing, 500 metres in, it was Royal Shrewsbury School. Just getting their noses out in front. Not by much though, just but half a length maybe over Pangbourne, who are maybe half a canvas in front of Cheltenham College.
So in this final, unlike the first 2 that we've had today, we've got a full six lane cohort lining up. That presents sort of a lot more going on in the race than we had earlier with 3 boats and 2 boats. And this chaos can, surprises could come from the outside lanes or wherever potential speed could be found.
Yeah, but early on in the race, good performance here from Shrewsbury, getting their noses out in front. That's often something that crews will do, just get themselves out there fast, early, and just stay in front and out of any danger. They're in one of the middle lanes so they can keep an eye, or Stroke will be keeping an eye on whatever's happening around them and passing that information back to the cox.
Behind, we have a really tight battle for the second place in this one, though. Sort of 3 crews within half a length around the middle of the lake, that being Pangbourne College, Cheltenham and Walton, really in there. And I would say Walton have probably got their noses in front at this halfway point.
Yeah, looking at the times, very, very tight indeed. It's as Shrewsbury are just doing enough, just maintaining that lead. They've got a bit of length now, just be in front of the rest of the chasing pack. And it is a chasing pack.
Yeah, beyond the 4 crews that you could see on the screen there, we also have the King's School Ely off the right of your page, still in that fight, and not to count out Brentford Boat Club in the early stages of this one. These young athletes really giving us a great show in this C final.
And you're sitting at home, you can just see the extent of the gazebos, the tented village that stretches most of the way down the course. It's a spectacle to see so many people here spectating and enjoying the racing today. And there's been some cracking racing to be enjoyed, but it's Royal Shrewsbury School still leading, and this battle going on between Pangbourne, Cheltenham College and Walton. Just trying to think, I think it's Walton winning that battle at the moment, just
yes,
getting the canvas in front.
Yeah, as we enter the final 500 metres of this one, that all could change though. With these crews so lightly matched, I'd be surprised if anyone upset the Royal Shrewsbury School. But behind them, it is a tight battle. Walton still your leaders, maybe by half to 3/4 of a length at this point as we look on the angle here. But entering the final 500 metres, it's really heating up in that race for second place in this C final.
Absolutely, and those minor places, there was less than about a length and a half, boat length and a half, between these 5 crews. And that is depends how strong they are in this last 500. Just to where they end up, the final placings end up.
Yeah, these crews have had a strong opening phase. They've allowed themselves to be in this fight, but now in the closing phases, they're going to have to give it everything they've got. This is the last race of their National Schools campaign, and they will be wanting to maximise their outcome, to fight for the rank of 14th, 15th, 16th in the country.
Oh, you've done your sums. Well done.
The maths degree coming into useful for once.
Well, these things all help. But yeah, great performance from Royal Shrewsbury there. Still maintaining that lead. You can see the other crews behind them. The other crews still ramping it up, trying to not overhaul Royal Shrewsbury. I don't know if they could do that with so little water left, but to claim that second, third place there, and the battle is on for those two, the rest of the places.
I think Walton may well have second place sewn up. They've got about a length over the rest of the field, but for third and fourth, I just can't pick it. Maybe on the far side of the course, closest to the spectators, in lane 3, Cheltenham College probably have third place right now, but behind them, Brentford on their right and Pangbourne to their left are all still in this tight battle as they come in front of the commentary position. Shrewsbury still your comfortable leaders, Walton in second, but
Ooh, this is going to be really, really tight here, Fraser. Yeah, definitely Shrewsbury, definitely Walton, and look at this push coming on. It's the Red Blades of Cheltenham College. I think maybe just going to take. Oh gosh!
And then I'm gonna refuse to call that one. I think we're not quite on the angle with the line, and it was such nip and tuck through the end there. I would advise you to go to time-team.nl for your live results as they come in. And looking at our screens, it would appear they're still making their minds up. Cheltenham have provisionally been awarded third place. Brentford fourth, Pangbourne fifth, and Kings Ely in sixth.
What a race!
But
what a race for those minor positions. So that's these time trials are bringing us these excitements for the, all these positions. But that was a cracker.
Really was some excellent racing here as we look towards the next few races. We head right back up to the top where we can see the start of the next one. It's the J16 Girls Cox 4C final. In this one, in lane 2, Bedford Modern School. In lane 3, Godolphin School. In lane 4, Carol, it's your favourites. It's the Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. In lane 5, Sydenham and Dulwich Girls. In lane 6, it's another crew from Brentford. And in lane 7, Bedford Girls School. Lanes 2 and 7 having a bit of local derby there, as two of the many Bedford rowing programmes represented in this one.
Oh, definitely. And I'm sure all the supporters who come down from Aberdeen will probably be enjoying this weather. And I know there has been a lot of parents and coaches and drivers of minibuses have all made the long travel down south just to come and spectate and support these athletes. So it is a long journey, but I'm hoping they think it's worth it. I've seen some cracking racing today from most of the Scottish crews, and that's a bit of bias, but some amazing racing of really tight eights racing, really tight champs racing. Some of the sculls earlier were great. So I hope they've been enjoying watching all the racing.
Yes, this is the only Scottish crew racing during our hour together on the live stream in this afternoon. So there may be we may have to use up all our Scottish bias on this one, but I'm sure we're going to be in for a great race with all crews.
No bias whatsoever. Totally impartial.
As we come off the start here, you can't really tell much from this shot, but just enjoy that view on the beautiful sunny day all the way around Eton, all the way down the Eton Dorney course, where we are going to have some fabulous racing with some crews setting some electric times. I've been updating club record spreadsheets already today, so I'm looking forward to some more electric times today.
As we talked about earlier, there is a tailwind and the water's warm, so we do have fast conditions. Just love the shots, overhead shots, just seeing these crews coming off the start. Coxed 4s, of course, race 246, J15 girls, Coxed 4s, and the Cox. Sometimes the Cox is a bit of a problem just on the start because different people apply their power in different ways in the start. There can be sort of slight movements of the rudder just to get the boat straight. Once you come off the start, have settled into that race pace and that rhythm, it's much easier to keep the boat in a straight line.
Yeah, in this early stage with this from this camera angle, it's a little harder to read who is your leaders, but I would say that it is indeed the Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association are certainly up there, alongside Sydenham and Dulwich girls, and I think out in lane 7, Bedford Girls' School may have their noses involved. It's hard to compare positions, especially across the width of the lake.
Absolutely, and it's early days, and there's these early phases. These girls have just come off their start. They'll just be settling down into, I would keep talking about a race pace. Starts are very fast, very furious, but it's unsustainable for 2,000 metres. If you want to try it at home on your ergo, just go off as hard as you can in an ergo and see if you can keep it going for 2,000 metres. I bet you can't. The thing to do is, once you've done that explosive start, just to settle into a nice rhythm, a nice pace, something where you're working hard, but it is sustainable. And then these girls will probably put in a push somewhere, 1 or 2 pushes in the middle of the race. And that's what we're talking about, just coming off the start, getting into a rhythm and a pace where they are working very, very hard, but it is sustainable for the 2,000 metres. But it won't be 2,000 metres, of course, because the start takes about 250 metres. They'll build about maybe 350 metres out, and they'll have different phases of the race. So we talk about a 2,000 metres race, but there's so many different phases in that 2,000 metres.
And in this one, we seem to have 2 races going on. The race out front, Sydenham and Dulwich against Aberdeen Schools. Sydenham and Dulwich having the advantage at our first timing point, and behind them, it was a blanket among the other 4 crews, with Bedford Modern being the first to break the 500 metre marker, but that by no means being any sort of definitive lead there. I think the whole field is really in action. I think we could have a situation where any of the I think 30 possible orderings of these crews, there's my maths degree again, could well come into play.
Definitely. I just enjoy watching these coxed fours just come across the water. I do like a coxed four as well. There's something about them, how they move, where the boat speed's coming from.
Yeah, our next race is in 8s, but the coxed four and the 8 are 2 very different boats to row. The 8 carries a lot more speed. It's got a lot more aggressive. I've heard coxed fours described as tractor racing because they're big, they're heavy. You've got to get them going every stroke. Really get on at the front end and lever that boat.
Yeah, but when it's going well, it's a fantastic feeling, because you really actually feel the power going in through the end of the blade. And I think Aberdeen Schools maybe just dropped off the pace somewhat there. Just see them being overhauled by Sydenham and Dulwich. Just nip and tuck at 500 metres, but I think it's Sydenham and Dulwich taking the honours there. You can just see the name of the Aberdeen Schools boat. They all have a D in the name somewhere. Most of the Aberdeen clubs have D in their boat names, and that's Zebedee.
We have received a note from downstairs as a reminder for anyone watching or coming down to the course later to when you come down, you need sun cream. It is hot. We're Scottish. We can't handle it. Most people, even in these conditions, even not the Peely-Wally Scots that we are, will struggle in this. So you want sun cream, you want hats, plenty of water, keep covered up your skin, and seek shade. You'll be getting this reminder sort of on the hour, every hour, I believe is the belief.
And if you are watching at home and thinking coming down later to watch your finals and you've got any animals, do not take your dog. It is quite hot out here for dogs, and the paths and the pavements are red hot. Their little paws will get hurt. So maybe just leave them at home in the cool of the house.
But one thing that is also hot beyond the weather is this racing. We've got Sydenham and Dulwich out front, but behind them you could throw a blanket over them. 3 crews within about 7/10 of a second behind for the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place positions in this one.
Yep, it's all to play for, and these crews just coming in through the 1,000 metres. It could all change again, because we're talking about people putting in pushes. Often if you're standing at commentary at the 1,000 metres, you can see some amazing moves, or boat speeds changing, crew positions changing, and great to watch. But it's still Sydenham and Dulwich girls leading that charge. A nice chevron developing behind them. Aberdeen Schools and Godolphin there just pretty much nip and tuck, but also on the other side we have Brentford also in that mix. As we said, it's the 2 Bedford crews, Bedford Modern and Bedford Girls, just about a length or so behind these other 4 crews.
but they remain in a tight battle between the two of them in South all the way down this course. While we do have our leaders from Sydenham and Dulwich, behind we have a close race, and then behind that close race we have another close race, a local derby between these two Bedford crews that will likely have raced against each other at one of the many rowing events that are held on the Bedford stretch.
Indeed, and they'll know what each other can do, and that's sometimes very helpful. But it's still, as we look around and we can just see them coming through that 1500 metre point, and lovely shot yet again from our drone drivers, and it is still Sydenham and Dulwich.
Yeah, this one, a close race behind. I think Godolphin and Latimer probably in the second place at this point, unless I am misidentifying crews, and I am. I would say it is in fact Brentford Boat Club who are sat in the second place as they break the 500 metre to go mark. Aberdeen Schools in third, Godolphin and Latimer fourth, with our two Bedford crews trailing but marking each other very effectively. They are entering the Red Boys now for the last 250 metres, and this Sydenham and Dulwich crew are extending their lead, putting on a wonderful show in this sea final.
Oh, absolutely, and it's interesting they've got a Stern Cox boat, so just goes to show that not necessarily Cox boats are faster, because this Sydenham and Dulwich girls crew leading the field now and just putting in that charge as they come towards the line. They've done enough just to secure that first place in this sea final, but the charge is on for second, third.
Brentford versus Aberdeen going head to head as they look to maximise their outcomes in this one. Brentford have the upper hand as they enter the final few strokes and should be able to hold on to it, but if there's one thing an Aberdeen crew can do, it is sprint.
I think they may have left it just a tad too late there for their sprint. Sydenham and Dulwich going through first. Brentford in that second place, just about a length, 2/3 of a length in front of Aberdeen Schools.
And then we look a little further back to Godolphin and Latimer.
And the other Bedford Modern, Bedford Girls' School, just having their tussle, own private tussle at the back of the field there, just
I think
for honours on their stretch of water.
I think Bedford Modern may have the advantage in this one, as those iconic red one pieces with the BMS written across the back, and they will come home to take fifth in this one, with Bedford Girls putting up a wonderful performance to claim round out our field.
Now, I just looked up the course and we've just finished this race, and rapidly coming towards us we have race 247 in Junior 16 first coxed 8s. Only two crews in this race yet again. It is interesting, but you know that's how the entry system works. But we have Llandaff in lane 4 and St Joseph College Ireland in lane 5. So it's the Welsh against the Irish.
It is in this one. The Bish St Joseph's, I believe, are colloquially known. And at the 1,000 metre mark, it appears to be Bish Bash Bosh. St Joseph's hold a lead of 7 seconds over their rivals from Wales. But with these young athletes, they will be trying to put on a show, really maximise their potential outcomes.
Oh, very much so. And Junior 16-8s is always fun to watch. But St Joseph College perhaps disappointed to end up in the C final, and I'm sure Llandaff are as well. But they'll be putting on a show for their supporters out there on the sides of the course and watching it at home, because I'm sure we have viewers from all over the world today.
Yes, and they have been treated to some wonderful performances. Perhaps they may not be sharing our wonderful weather. Perhaps they may be a little cooler than us. I can't say I'm not jealous about that. But I can say I certainly would. There was nowhere I would rather be than watching these races with you all right now. A wonderful showing here from the Bish.
Oh, definitely. Look, that is a big margin there, and they're just going out, increasing that margin with every stroke. They're now coming into this almost orange boy phase of the race, and they have a substantial lead over Llandaff.
But that's not slowing them down. They are rising up to a finish here. They may not get conditions as good as this all year. This is an opportunity to lay down a timing marker.
Well,
set a record in the sand.
Just show everybody what they can do, and I think they'll be looking for a really good time to compare it with the other finals later on. You know, I think they're just going to show that maybe they didn't perform very well in the time trial, and they're just this is the marker. This is what we can do when we go side by side. And you know, they've increased their margin. They've increased it all the way down the course. Really solid performance from St Joseph College, Ireland. And then we've got Llandaff just coming into the shot on the screen just now. You just see the boat name there, the three-letter acronym for LLA, which is the British Rowing recognition of the club and the boat. But just coming up to the line just to finish their C final in this Junior 16 eights.
A quick one there as we turn our page. We already have another race underway as we cut up the course. This is the C final of the Open second quads. In this one, in lane 3, King's Rochester Boat Club. In lane 4, Magdalen College School Boat Club. In lane 5, the Tideway Scullers School. And in lane 6, Yarm School Boat Club. I think these crews, we have a C final in our second quads. I think that's a real testament to the depth of sculling in British junior rowing right now.
Definitely, just so nice glide in that Tideway Scullers boat. Just just boat running nicely underneath them as they take every stroke. Very strong performance. They were leading at 1,000 metres with Magdalen College in second place, Yarm School third, and King's Rochester fourth. Nothing, you know, about 3-4 seconds between these first three boats. I think King's Rochester just off the pace, somewhat about a length behind these three boats.
But yeah, the racing up front, really exciting, really sort of nip and tuck racing. Again, as we see the 1,000 metre mark, we still have little more than a length between these top three crews as we look to as the Tideway Scullers continue to lead ahead of Magdalen College and Yarm.
Yeah, but still not much in it. There's about 3 seconds between these first three crews. You know, Tideway Scullers have got out there, but they're not getting away with it because Magdalen College and Yarm are just sticking with them, you know, and just not letting them escape away into the distance. And you know, these crews have got overlap. You can see beautiful overlap there, about half a length. Tideway Scullers have over Magdalen College with Yarm just slightly behind there, just dropping off the back of Magdalen College's stern canvas.
Very geographically dynamic race here between the sort of four clubs from 4 different parts of the country. Yarm up in the very north of Yorkshire, Tideway Scullers, funnily enough, rowing on the Tideway, Magdalen College in Oxford, and King's Rochester, again, funnily enough, in Rochester.
Yep, it's the beauty of these national events that bring clubs from all over the UK together to race each other where they may never have raced each other before.
Yeah, there's plenty of races held in this part of the world, but it's the history, it's the tradition. This is the 79th regatta of this, initially not called the National Schools Regatta.
Yeah, I know, and I got an aunt who lives near Pangbourne, and there is a member of our club in Aberdeen who remembers racing as a junior in the Pangbourne Strait where the event all started off. So he keeps regaling me with stories of it. So yes, some people out there still remember the history of the event. But look at this Tideway Scullers crew. I think they're having to fight off a concerted, serious challenge from Magdalen there.
Yeah, the Magdalen College School crew has realised if they want to go, they've got to go now. This is a top quality Tideway Scullers group, and you can see the boys in the boat looking over to their right, looking as the two crews exchange glances as we enter the final few hundred metres. They're in the red buoys now with 250 metres to go, trading blows. And
Yarm have picked it up and are still coming back on these other two boats, but it's the battle between the front runners here, Tideway Scullers and Magdalen College, and they are still trading blow for blow. I think Magdalen overrating Tideway there.
Yeah,
Tideway are just picking it up. Because they've just seen the danger they're in, and wow, this is going to go all the way to the line.
Yeah, as they come past the commentary position, could Magdalen have taken the lead here? To my eye, I think they
I think they
just have.
I think
What
they
a
caught
comeback.
Tideway.
But Tideway are
napping.
coming back.
Oh gosh, they are pushed
They've got a
what
canvas.
race.
They've got a canvas at the thing, but I think Magdalen might just hold on.
Wow.
I wouldn't want to call that, but if I had to, I probably would give it to Magdalen. But that is a phenomenal race between those two. It should be
brilliant move from Magdalen there, just to sort of start encroaching and then just pick it up. And I think they caught Tideway napping a bit. That they were caught unexpected, and then when they picked it up, they were really moving. And I think, if they'd had another 100 or so metres, it might have been a different result. But what a race for that first place in this C final of the second quads.
I mean, looking at those crews now, as we can see from our commentary position across the line, those boys have given their all, and they've given us a wonderful race. As we have Kings Rochester rounding out the field, making a really good account of themselves on a national stage. Not a club that typically jumps to mind terribly quickly when you think of junior sculling, but being able to boat 2 quads at the National Schools Regatta has been and rowing with such style is a wonderful showing.
Oh, yes, what a race. What a cracking race, this C-final. We're going to move from the quads straight into the championship coxed fours, the girls' championship coxed fours.
3 boats in this one. 3 boats. James Allen's Girls' School in lane 4, Canterbury in lane 5, and Llandaff in lane 6. Another sort of smaller-sided race that we will be awaiting the start of. The last race, so speedy. We haven't quite got this one off yet. And as we look back up the course, and we'll be able to join it on yet another wonderful run down Lake Dorney.
Yeah, it's Dorney's showing itself at its best. Yesterday was good. Today's even better. Just with this slight tailwind, beautiful sunshine, really good. I think the athletes would perhaps prefer it to be a bit cooler.
They wouldn't be alone. I'm struggling here in the heat.
I did see Fraser sport his Glasgow University blazer this morning, but it is well and truly on the back of a chair somewhere because it is way too hot for blazers. Lovely to see you though, Fraser, so thank you very much.
Yes, I dressing up for my first national schools on Coventry. Wanting to give, as we these boats just waiting to get on the start line, so we've got a wee bit of time still before our race, and it's an opportunity for those of you who may be hiding away from the sun in your marquees watching this race, is that once you can venture back out into the sun, it might be a good time to stop by the University Zone or the Trade Village in order to check out some of the universities or companies, or as I have been instructed to strongly recommend you, the National Schools Shop, which has all manner of items on show, from t-shirts and hoodies. Maybe you won't need a hoodie today.
I don't think you'll need a hoodie, but there are some really nice merchandise.
Sun hats.
I've seen some of the ladies' scarves being sported around and some of the volunteers on the course, and they are very smart indeed. In fact, if I've got a minute or two, I might be sprinting over there to get one for myself.
I will be wearing my National Schools tie tomorrow that I purchased yesterday. We've got giving a strong endorsement of the shop here, as you see on your screen, the wonderful parents and supporters that have come out to support this national regatta, creating the festival atmosphere that we are experiencing today. And we thank you all for coming down and supporting your athletes, not just today, but in every rainy training session and erg session, where you're whether that be giving lifts, feeding, housing, clothing your athletes.
And they may not say it enough, but we did put out a call earlier from one of the championship single girls in her repechage, who wanted to put a thank you out for her parents, who have driven her up to various regattas, got up in the mornings. And I'm sure if you're a parent out there and you think, oh well, they don't appreciate what I do for them, down deep they may never say it, but I'm sure they do. So thank you very much to the parents who facilitate these exciting races that we're having today.
And we are off in this one. A reminder, on lane 4, farthest from our camera as we see it right now, James Allen's Girls' School. Canterbury are in lane 5 and Llandaff in lane 6 in this C final of the Girls' Championship Cox Fours.
And making an early showing, it's the crew in the middle lane there. Canterbury just getting their noses out in front early on. Just getting a really good start. just getting into that phase of the race where you got the explosive start, and just behind there you can see the crews for the next race going onto their pontoons, and the next race will be the championship fours. But at the moment we've got the championship girls for the C final, race 249 on the programme, and we're just about a minute in.
Another one where we have some great geographical diversity. James Allen's girls' schools in Dulwich in London, with obviously Canterbury in Cambridge, and Llandaff across the Severn in Wales.
Indeed.
It's wonderful the range of schools we have on show. I don't have the number to hand, but we have well over 100 different clubs represented, with thousands of athletes taking part this weekend in what, I can't say this enough, is a wonderful festival of rowing here at the host of the London 2012 Olympics, which has inspired so many of these rowers, some of whom may not have been born by the time, some of the athletes who raced yesterday may not have been born for those London 2012 Olympics.
Yeah, I was just going to bring that one up there. But yeah, as you say, just a wonderful festival and spectacle of rowing. And being a Scot and thinking of value for money, you can go and pay to get into some venues, but you're getting an awful lot of value for your money today, because we're having sort of from 8 in the morning until 6 at night some really great racing. So good lot of value there. But it is Canterbury making this early showing, with James Allen's girls' school just in that second place, and then just off the back we have Llandaff.
Wind really starting to pick up. It's a block tailwind. I don't think there's almost no cross in it, certainly down here at the finish. But we have a wonderful set of races in store for you here. Our early leaders through the middle, Canterbury seeming to extend that advantage, with James Allen's on their right and Llandaff on their left. It's perhaps a little more obvious, the result in this one early on, but as we have seen before, obvious results may not stay that way.
Indeed, and just a bit of a wobble there. I think somebody caught the edge of a blade on one of the boys, but that's James Allen's school. But it's Canterbury in the middle of the field here, just racing their race. They'll have their race plan. The cocks will be talking them through it. The cocks will be telling them where people are, where they are in the race, and just giving them as much encouragement as she can.
Yeah, this one, the cocks in a cox four sitting nice. Usually, as we saw in the last race, it's not always sitting deep in the bow of the boat, not able to see what's going on behind, relying on her rowers to tell her what's going on. And but as she arrow focused on and steering the straightest possible line between her and the finish line.
Get some really nice side-on shots of these athletes as they come through this line of boys. It's Canterbury really going strongly there. James Allen's girls' school well into second place, and we're just seeing Llandaff appear in that third place just as they're coming through this 1,000 metre timing point. And there, this shot gives you a great example of a demonstration of where they are relative to each other. Canterbury out in front, but a length of clear water in front of James Allen Girls' School. We're about 2 lengths of clear water in front of Llandaff.
This one, as it enters the halfway mark, really strong rowing. We have this head-on view of the Canterbury crew. Coming down one of the many rowing programs in Cambridge. We have one of the hot spots of British rowing outside of the Tideway, Putney, Henley-ish valley that sometimes can be seen to dominate. This crew, Cambridge, another hot spot of rowing, but we have great rowing all across this country.
And see the cocks in the Llandaff boat there. It's not often you see a cox just with so few clothing on. Just I'm sure she's going to get an interesting tan line from her life jacket there, just how it's placed. And then over the far side we have James Allen's Girls' School.
We have the results coming in as they go through past this remarkable selection of marquees. They go up about as far as the eye can see, probably to 800 metres to go. these marquees as the parents and the supporters will cheer these crews on as they come down the course, creating such a beautiful selection of colours on show on the side, as well as some phenomenal racing. But I think that margin at the front, while it still is open water, it could well be closing between these front two crews.
Yeah, just thinking that myself, just looking up the course, that maybe James Allen Girls' School are just settling into a sort of comfortable pace and just sort of decreasing the difference between them and Canterbridgian. And then we have the Llandaff crew in lane 6 just coming into the shot now, just leaving on the right hand side.
Yeah, looking at the timing, it does seem to be about the same as it was at the 1,000 metre mark, but the closing stages of this race draw in, and these two crews will both be wanting to absolutely minimise their time. As I said in the last race, really fast conditions. This is an opportunity for a time in a Coxed 4 that you wouldn't normally be able to get on wherever their normal 2,000 metre training location is, be it an upriver stretch or a windy lake.
There's a gentle wind assist here on as they come towards us this last part of the race course, the last 500 metres. In fact, they're probably about the last 300 metres now. It's still Canterbridgian leading this charge for the line. I think Fraser. Sorry, I do apologise. I think you're right, though. I think James Allen Girls' School's coming back on them.
Yeah, it's an interesting one here as all the crews wind it up to the finish. I think Canterbridgian probably the fastest highest rating crew on the water right now, but this James Allen's crew not wanting to be beaten, wanting to close this distance to maximise their race as the Dorney roar begins to call up as they enter the final few hundred metres of the race. Cantabs having given it all in the blaring sun, but they are blisteringly fast as they come into the last few hundred metres.
Yeah, they've picked it up and just charging for the line. The Cox can see the white boys, which are just beyond the finish line, and these girls will be racing through the finish line just as they should. So it's Canterbridgian just going to take our imaginary finish line first, with James Allen's Girls' School just coming up to the line now, and then shortly appearing in the picture we'll have Llandaff finishing off this championship Coxed 4, Girls' Championship Coxed 4 C final.
Indeed. A wonderful race we've had there. Some great rowing on display from all of these crews who have made a great acquittal of themselves here at Dorney Lake, the London 2012 Olympic venue.
So we've had some races with just 2s or 3s in it, and Fraser, we've got an 8-boat race coming up. Just contain the excitement. This is just going to be wonderful. Who have we got here then?
So this is the C final of the Open Championship Cox 4. We're already almost a third of the way through this race, so I will bring you through the lanes here quickly. Bedford School will be in lane 1, St Peter's School in lane 2, Bedford Modern School in lane 3, Kew House School in lane 4, Canterbridgian in lane 5, another Cantabs crew, Bryanston School in lane 6, St Joseph's College Ireland, the Bish in lane 7, and Canford School in lane 8.
And just try to get my eye right. Sometimes we look at the screen the other way and sometimes we don't. But that is St Joseph's College going out to prove a point here in lane 7, just getting their noses out in front. And then we've got this blanket over St Peter's School, Bedford Modern, Kew House School, and Bryanston and Canford. And then just behind them we have Bedford School and Canterbridgian, I think, at the moment.
At the 500 metre mark, it was Bryanston who were in the second place in the lead for that. But as our timings come through from the 1,000 metre mark, at least provisionally, Kew House School were the first to break the halfway mark of that chasing pack, obviously. St Joseph's out in front from lane 7. Lane 7, given the chevron we've been looking at, the best performing crews from the time trial have been given the centre lanes. So St Joseph's leading the field from lane 7 shows they are really wanting to build on their result from the time trial.
Well, we're going back to this disappointment of not making the AB semis, that maybe St Joseph's are out there to prove their point, that they they feel that they should have been in the ABs, and here they are in the C. So they're actually out to put a big marker down just to show everybody else what they can do. And it's still St Joseph's College going through in that first place, Kew House School in second. They come from third at 500 metres to second, and third place St Peter's School now. And then Bedford Modern not far behind St Peter's School and Bryanston. Oh, these brackets are really close, very close timing between St Peter's School, Bryanston and Canford School.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's great racing. That's what we get with 8 boats filling up this course. It's one of the great things about being back here at Dorney. We will be able to line up these championship crews 8 lanes wide where we have the entries. But it remains the crew from Ireland, from the Emerald Isle, lighting up at Dorney, leading out this final. On their right, it's a close thing to my eye. From the commentary position, I think Kew House may be leading the chasing pack, but it certainly is by no means decided yet. They could be closing in on the lead as well.
I think there's a sprint coming on for this final finish here. What a sprint we're going to see. St Joseph College trying to hold off this challenge, but over the far side they are motoring on. It's so much overlap in various places. Fraser and I bouncing up and down our seats trying to get the angles here for you so we can commentate on it, but it is St Joseph's College, and that gap that they had has been decreased all the way down. Look at that sprint there.
I think St Joseph's over Kew House. I think with a few strokes to go it was St Peter's perhaps over Bryanston and Bedford Modern, but I couldn't pick that one. Your view over on the screen as they cross the virtual yellow line. A reminder, that yellow line is purely imaginary. It doesn't quite line up with what the finishers will be looking at. And I would strongly suggest that you look on the website for the live results in order to find the confirmation of that one. But provisionally, what we see is St Joseph's ahead of Kew House, ahead of St Peter's School, ahead of Bedford Modern, ahead of Bryanston, Canford School, Cantabrian and Bedford School, rounding out what was a phenomenally exciting race there.
9 seconds between these 8 crews at the end of the day, which is just very impressive.
And they don't stop coming. I think we were running a little bit behind, so we're packing these races in order to be able to get them. And the next trailing race is already through the halfway mark. It is the C final of the Championship Coxless 4. In lane 4, Bedford Modern School, but leading the way through the early stages by a relatively comfortable margin is St Edward's School Boat Club.
So we've moved from coxed boats into coxless boats, where these crews do not have a cox assisting them, helping them along. They are entirely self-reliant on steering, making the calls as to where they need to make pushes or what's happening. But really good performance here from St Edward's School, just in the lead and being chased by Bedford Modern School. A fair margin developed here in this C final of the Championship Coxless Fours.
Yes, indeed. From the time trial, these two were next to each other on the timing sheet. But as I look for the results of the time trial, it was St Edward's School, in fact, didn't finish their are listed as not finishing their time trial and have been sorted into Final C. So not the time trial they were hoping for, but they are looking to show what they could have done had they been able to get to some of the higher side-by-side finals racing. With a really impressive, almost time trial themselves, they will have had this in their mindset as they look to maximise and their outcomes and minimise their times in this Championship Coxless 4.
Yeah, they'll be racing for the time just to prove a point, and sometimes if their time trial hasn't gone to plan, you've got so much anger and adrenaline that you just go out to put a marker down to say, if we'd had a better time trial, this is what we could have done. And that's exactly what I think St Edward's School Boat Club has done, just gone for the time, and they have done it in style.
Really stylish piece of rowing, but by no means to diminish the Bedford Modern crew. I think this is possibly not the best matchup for them in their final, but they have made a strong performance in this National Schools campaign as they look to finish off the last 150 meters or so of their race. You can see them on your screen now, as they look to get on at the front and rise towards the finish, and they themselves having a race to maximise their outcome.
Difficult situation to keep the motivation going in a situation like this, but the boys keep their heads up, keep their legs going down, really driving on, just finishing this race out as they should, and just pushing on with every stroke.
That, I believe, is the end of our hour, and we will the end of our hour, and I will be saying goodbye to you. So I will thank you for joining me in for the last hour, and we'll hand you off to your next round of commentators, who will be taking you through the first of the B finals and A finals for today.
I do apologise. I'm signing off and leaving you in the very capable hands of Caroline and Anne.
And having done a small amount of rotation of the chairs up here, we can bring you the first of today's B and A finals, which is the B final of the J16 Girls Coxed 4, which at the moment, as they pass the 500 metre mark, has been led by Haberdashers Monmouth in lane 5, with Shandon Boat Club of Ireland in lane 3 in second place at that first marker, Surbiton in lane 6 in third, LEH in 4 in fourth. King's Chester in lane 7 in 5th place, and Thames Scullers in their very distinctive neon yellow when you see them in lane 2 in 6th position at the moment.
Yeah, but have a look at how close Haberdashers Monmouth and Shandon are. It is absolutely, it's very level. Very, very level, and increasingly so. We're about to get some times as we go through the 1,000. Now the parallax can be a little challenging here. Through the thing, but as they go through the 1,000, we're about to get some official times. But at the moment, I would have said I think Shandon actually came through a little bit. It'll be interesting to see whether the times come through. It's a tight pack.
And indeed, on your screen, there we go. They have now attributed the times. That is Haberdashers are 1.6 seconds ahead of LEH as they go through that halfway marker, who have taken the second position from Shandon. You'll notice Shandon have a Z at the beginning of their name. That is given in the club codes to crews who have travelled from abroad to be with us. So that's why Shandon come up with a Z rather than an S. But that indeed, as Anne said, Habs Monmouth have gone through at the 1,000 metre mark, and they are in lane 5, which is just the left of centre of your picture, and those are the girls from Surbiton High on your screen at the moment. They're in lane 6 and holding 4th position at the previous marker.
But yeah, but again, with Forest, as they come through, everything to play for here, they are digging in for it. So, you know, you're just out of the medals at the moment, but with still 1,000 meters to go, all sorts of things can happen. At the moment, the camera angle is not showing anybody around them. I'm willing to bet that's absolutely not the case.
Indeed, at the last marker, they were in 4th place, and this is a B final, so unfortunately, no medals in
oh,
this one.
Sorry, of course.
This is the speed order for 7th to 12th in this category in the country, which is still an absolutely massive achievement.
I was going to say, there's 5,500 athletes here. To be 7th to 12th is actually, as you say, a pretty sweet deal, but not that I'm competitive, not that I think everything's a medal race, but,
I mean,
you know.
We're rowers, we're all here because we are competitive.
Exactly.
And this is an excellent display of Cox 4 rowing going through the 1,500 metre mark at the moment. Again, this camera angle is slightly on the skew. I think Haberdashers are still in the lead, although they do look to have had
It's tight.
a strong challenge mounted from the far side of the lake. We've got the time differentials going up at the moment. There is 1.1 seconds between first place and second place, and then less than 0.4 of a second back to third, just waiting
but
for
we
the
don't know
timing
who
to
yet.
attribute them. But that is a nice tight race at the front. Unfortunately for Thames Scullers, falling behind at the back of this race. Just waiting there. Oh, that is
Shandon.
Shandon have taken the lead.
Shandon have taken the lead
by a second over Habs Monmouth, pushing them into second. LEH claiming that third position at the moment. Surbiton, who were on your screen a few moments ago, in fourth. King's Chester in fifth. And Thames Scullers in the neon yellow, rounding out the field in this D field, in this B final.
It's a B. It's a B final. Don't. I promoted them. You've demoted them. It's a B final.
So many letters today. They've tried so hard on this organisation, this progression system, to get everyone at least 2 runs down the track. Some of these races, particularly in the championship, will go down to the minor finals tomorrow, in the E and F finals. So
yes.
Many letters for us to juggle. But on your screen there, you can see Shandon on the right-hand side.
Shandon are caning it. Look at him.
With a higher rate than the other crews at the moment. But LEH in the middle, those white blades with the red V's on the end, starting to wind their rate up. But Shandon ahead, looking like they are in control of this race.
It's the final sprint. It's just too hot. They don't want to be out there. They're going to finish this as fast as they possibly can. And here they come. We've got beautiful view up here. Not just on the screen, we can see them in the camera. They are up by a length, Caroline.
Very nearly, yes, and I just took Shandon's rate a minute ago. They are up at 37 strokes a minute, really going for everything they've got. They will be the first crew across that line, about half a length clear of LEH.
LEH closed really well. LEH closed very, very well.
With Haberdashers Monmouth having to settle for third position. Surbiton having closed that gap, a strong fourth from Surbiton. And King's Chester crossing the line in fifth.
And Thames Scullers rounding out our event today.
Indeed. I think it's always difficult when you look at the time trial results. It sorts you into these finals, and sometimes you know going into your race that you are not the fastest ranked crew in that, and it is very difficult. And absolute credit to crews at Thames Scullers who give it their absolute all down the course. And we have our
now we're in it for the medals, Caroline.
Now we have our next race on the course, which is the A final of the J14 Girls Coxed 4. This is a 6-boat final, although they seem to be using lanes 2 through 7. Won't bother you so much on the screen, but some of the people who might be watching on the screen and in person may be a little confused. This is because we have 8 lanes available for racing, and when we are using the chevron formation, when we have a straight head or tailwind, the prime lanes are in the middle. So if we are going to not use 2 lanes, they tend to be lane 1 and lane 8. But on this, we have St George's College in lane 2, Godolphin and Latimer in 3, Kingston Rowing Club in 4, Kingston Grammar School in 5, Nottingham and Union in 6, and Camford in 7. And I remember from the time trials, Kingston Grammar School had the fastest time, with Kingston Rowing Club very narrowly behind them. This is going to be a little bit of a grudge match on Kingston, who I'm sure these crews will know each other very well, living close together, clubhouses close together, same stretch of the river. This is going to be a fascinating race as it develops for the Anna Fangen Cup for the Junior 16 Girls Coxed 4's first A final of the day.
Absolutely. It's not just national bragging rights. The local bragging rights sometimes are almost more important because you can see them every single practice. And and again, finally, having got it wrong the last time, they're in it to win it. There are medals at stake. I believe there's a T-shirt at stake as well. There's a winner's T-shirt, or there always used to be, from All Mark 1.
Absolutely. They are no longer All Mark 1. They are this year Does It Make the Boat Go Faster T-shirts. Your inspirational quote on the back to remind you that everything we do should be about making ourselves better and go faster. And this, as I said, is for the Anna Fangen Cup, which is in memory of Anna Fangen, an outstanding junior rower for her school, the Lady Eleanor Hollis School, and also for Great Britain. After an accident, she tragically died on the 11th of April 1999, and this cup is presented by her friends and the members of the Hampton Hollis Boat Club Association in her memory. So what an honour to be rowing for a trophy in the memory of such a remarkable rower. Thank you to the friends and members of the Hampton Hollis Boat Club Association for presenting the National Schools Regatta with this trophy for the J16 Girls Coxed 4's in her memory. And as the crews, this is a bit of an upset compared to the time trial.
Very much. Very much.
Kingston Grammar School through the first timing mark in first place, but in second is St George's College from out in lane 2 on an outside lane. That is a bit of a surprise to the methodology. Nottingham and Union in a very close third place. Canford in fourth. Kingston Rowing Club back in fifth. We'll have to see if they've got some second half speed to replicate their time trial performance and stay ahead of Godolphin and Latimer, currently in sixth position.
And this is an upset, as you say, because of the chevron format that we usually use. The straight odds predictions on the previous time and how we've set it up. Kingston Grammar being in first, not necessarily a surprise, but St George's College way over there on the side, I think they're just sneaking in while nobody's looking, but we would expect Godolphin and Latimer to be much more in the mix kind of thing. I would not expect Godolphin to be bringing up the rear. That said, take a look at the video we have. Bringing up the rear here is... They haven't lost contact. There's still overlap between the sixth boat and the first.
Indeed, that is still just about in contact. That is an incredibly tight race, and what we are really hoping for in the A finals in these events. We have used time trials and sometimes repechages and semi-finals, particularly for the larger events, to sort these crews into speed order. And to me, on that screen going past, it does look like Kingston have started to close that gap on Kingston Grammar School.
They have, without question.
Kingston Grammar School with the vertical white stripe through their red blades, Kingston Rowing Club with the solid red blades. And we've got those times through the 1,000 metre point just waiting for the attribution. I think Kingston Grammar School will have maintained their lead, but I reckon that could well be Kingston into second or third.
I think this is just going to be some Kingston on red violence. It's going to be excellent all the way down. They want the bragging rights, they want the medals, they want the t-shirt, they want it all, and they are here to get it. But they're about to cross the 1,000 metre mark and go into the long dark tea time of the third 500.
And I'm just looking at that amazing drone shot. That is very definitely Kingston Rowing Club just to the left of the umpire's launch and Kingston Grammar to the right, and they are now in the lead, and I think they are level pegging as I see it on that screen.
They are absolutely. I would put Kingston Grammar ever so fractionally ahead.
I'm the other way round. I think Kingston Rowing Club, we're still waiting for the attribution of the 1,000 metre times. I think the timing volunteers might have a little job on their hands.
I think the timing volunteers are a little afraid to give us this information. They know what could happen.
The timing volunteers are absolute legends. We thank all of the volunteers.
We do, but they know how it works, and they know what's going on up here. It's good. All the volunteers here. I love coming to Nat schools. Everybody's here. It's such a great time. It's definitely much nicer when it's a bit hot like this. This water and the current, the winds died down a bit. We could have some very, very fast times when the times come through. I'm a little surprised they haven't so far.
We do indeed. We have a nice, pretty much straight tailwind down the course. This is...
And not too high.
Not too high, not too much for wind, not too much for crosswind. It makes it for very fair, very fast racing. And now looking out the window as well as at the TV screen, I think Kingston Rowing Club, someone at the moment has a 1.95 second lead that we can see the timing team have put in.
I think you're right. I think it's going to be Kingston Rowing. Let's wait for some data here. Times we have. No, we need our names.
I think that is Kingston Rowing Club over Kingston Grammar, but this is still less than 5 seconds separating all of these crews. That
and
is
you're
Kingston
right.
Rowing
You're
Club
right. And then Nottingham Union there in third.
Yeah, so we have Kingston Rowing Club, Kingston Grammar and Nottingham and Union at 3 crews who all row in red in the top 3 places. And that is Kingston Rowing Club overturning their 5th place at the first 500 marker.
Yeah.
Maybe have been training for the long haul rather than for the start. And it just goes to show that not everyone races on the same race plan. This is absolutely fascinating. You can see from this lovely shot that battle for second and third just to the left of the centre is looking very tight.
You can't call it. You can't call other than Kingston trying to keep ahead. But I don't think Kingston are trying to keep ahead to get second. I think Kingston are going for Kingston. I think Kingston Grammar are going for Kingston Rowing Club to take first. They are gunning for it.
I think Nottingham and Union, solid red top on the Unisuit on that shot that we just had, that overhead shot. I think Nottingham and Union might have edged into second place. They were a mere 0.5 of a second back at the 1,500 metre marker. And as the crews come in to the last 200 metres, to me this looks like Kingston Rowing Club have found a better rhythm and
I
maintain
think they
that
have-
through the course. I think they've rode a much steadier race than Kingston Grammar, who maybe went off a little hard. But I think Nottingham and Union.
I think this current angle, Nottingham and Union, but again, don't cut out St. George's College over. No, I think George is on the far side.
This is the 3 in red. This is Kingston Rowing
This is
Club
Nottingham
goes-
Union. You're right. It's Nottingham and Union for the second. Nottingham and Union in second.
And Kingston Grammar School crossing the line third.
Oh, they're not going to be happy about that.
St. George's College
I
coming
mean, they're third in
across.
the whole country, and they should be very happy about that, but they're not.
St. George's College coming across in 4th, Camford, I believe, in 5th, and Godolphin and Latimer rounding out an excellent A final, our first A final of the day. Of course, these are just live results as we see them on the screen. We are waiting for the results to be official before the medals can be awarded, but that was for the Anna Fangan Cup for the J16 Girls Coxed 4, and to our eyes and on the timing screen, that is Kingston Rowing Club in 1st, Nottingham and Union squeaking into 2nd place, and Kingston Grammar School in 3rd.
Right, now we go back into the B finals. We've got the B finals for the J16 Coxed 4 Open, which generally means boys. They are well underway, and at the 500, we have King's School Chester in the lead there in lane 4. Reading Bluecoat School currently in 2nd place, followed by Wallingford Rowing Club. Not much separates these crews.
No, indeed not, although that would be expected in the first 500 metres. This is where it's going to stay tight, and those verdicts will start to stretch out as the crews go through that 2 kilometre pace. In fact, these crews are now through the 1,000-metre mark. Halfway into their race. That's quite common. The boys will often catch up with the girls' races a little bit if we set them off 6 minutes behind, and we are doing everything we can here to keep the regatta on time. We've got a lovely shot as they come down to the 1,500-metre mark, so this race really
Zipping
well
along.
in progress, really zipping along. It is, these conditions are blisteringly fast. It is that straight tailwind propelling them down the course. And to me, it still looks like the crew in lane 4 who have their heads out in front. That is King's School Chester, who indeed were first through the first timing mark and now have 3.8 seconds. That is a nice lead.
That is
just
a
over
very
lane.
nice lead going into that last 500. A little bit of a tailwind speeding them along. They're absolutely going to be going for it. This is for bragging rights. This is to be the top 7th through 12th in the country. And they all want to be number 7, let me tell you. But at the moment, they're maybe 5 strokes shy of the red buoys, and they are absolutely gunning for it. You can see on the coxswain's face, the cox there is just like urging them home. He doesn't see anybody around him. He is going for it.
Wallingford are mounting the biggest challenge they can from the next lane over, lane 5, and I think Wallingford have snuck into 2nd position. Indeed, we have just got our times through for the 1,500-metre mark, a little delayed, but that does verify that at that point Wallingford
had the second.
taken 2nd.
With Reading Bluecoats there Reading Bluecoats is closer to Wallingford than Wallingford are to King's School Chester. King's School Chester, currently, they are not letting up. They are just seeing how much they can win this regatta by, and they are in the red buoys. Caroline, have you got a stroke rating for them?
I do. I clock them at 35 strokes a minute as they come down into the last 50 or so metres. But Wallingford, the next lane to them, are trying to take their rate up, seeing how close they can get. There's just a little bit of clear water between the boats at the moment. Wallingford are doing their level best to minimise that, but it is going to be King's Chester who cross the finish line first. A little bit of clear water ahead of Wallingford in 2nd. Correspondingly, just a similar margin ahead of Reading Bluecoat, who cross in 3rd. A Spirited Row from Queen Elizabeth High School in lane 7, who cross in 4th. And after a battle all the way down the course, St. George's College look to have crossed in 5th, with Emmanuel crossing in 6th.
Which is a unique upset of the order, because again, that first 500, St. George's College came right the way through. But again, we are back to the medals. Dun dun dun, honor, glory, medals, everything in the J16 Coxed 4 A final. They are through the 500 meter, and at the moment, it is King's School Ely, Boat Club A for awesome. They're in 1st place. 2nd place is Dulwich College Boat Club, L for only slightly less awesome. And 3rd place is Shiplake going for it. 4th, Great Marlow, and Lymington bringing up 5th with Pangbourne in 6th. but they're very, very tight, as you would expect in an A final. Again, look at this beautiful shot here. All boats still remain in contact. Shiplake College actually making quite a charge for it there.
But I think that, I think looking at that shot, because we've got lane 1 and 8 empty, I think that was lane 5, I think that might have been Shiplake College with their nose ahead as they went through that 1,000-meter mark. A little bit tricky to tell. On the screen now, Kings Ely trying to hold on to their early lead, but it really remains to be seen if they can break away from the pack. 2,000 meters is plenty of time to have, that was a lovely drone shot. I think that is lane 5 with their bows ahead, which would mean that Shiplake have taken the lead.
What about 2 there, though? What about 2? I think 2's got just ever so slight.
No, I think lane 5, I think that is Shiplake, and then the contest for 2nd and 3rd, I think, comes from the outside lanes. I think that comes from Dulwich in lane 2 and Great Marlow in lane 7.
I'm going to argue with you. I'm going to argue, but that's why we're here. We're here to fight and stay friends at the end of it all. I think Dulwich could possibly be in the lead. 1,000-meter timing's coming up, going to be any second. Dun, dun, dun.
And also on your screen at the same time, you have a split screen so you can see the girls from Kingston Rowing Club receiving their medal for their win of the Anna Fangan Cup for the Junior Under-16 Girls Coxed 4.
Just absolutely beaming there. It's going to be such a delight for them.
And as the Open A final goes through the 1,500-meter mark, less than 500 meters to go now, we can see them out the window of the commentary box.
And again, still very tight all the way across.
Still incredibly tight. For my money, I still think it is Shiplake, just their nose ahead of Kings Ely.
I think Shiplake have nosed out. I think Shiplake have nosed out.
And then I think Dulwich in lane 2 are currently in the silver medal position, with Kings Ely having lost their early lead in 3rd.
So the timing's coming through. It is definitely Shiplake through at the Shiplake in the lead over Dulwich at the 1,500-meter mark by less than 0.6 seconds.
And remember, this is for medals.
Dulwich is making a move. Dulwich is making a move. They are not rolling over for this. Dulwich is completely going for it. It is Dulwich versus Shiplake, and it could be either of them at this point.
Really?
Both really good crews, both really good, very competitive. And then by the time you get into the adrenaline and fury of 16-year-old boys who've just come out of their GCSEs, anything is here. This angle makes it look Dulwich, but that's the angle. They're going to come level in front of us here any second now.
I would not want to call this. I think this is going to be one for the Finnish judges. Dulwich are going for it.
Dulwich are absolutely going for it, and I think Dulwich may have come from behind.
We will have to see. Shiplake are not letting this go easily.
They're not.
Kings Ely have lifted their rate as well, and those 3 crews, I think, are on for the medals. It's going to be which one, although this is
going to be which one.
Very
Shiplake
tight.
Now surging back, on the straight line. Shiplake have gone ahead of Dulwich. Oh, but take a look here at Great Marlow coming in from the outside.
I think that is Shiplake, Dulwich, Kings Ely, although that is us. We are slightly before the finish line. We will have to wait for that to come through, although on our screens now, you can tell I'm an umpire who does finish judging as well. This has indeed come through, unofficial at this moment, of Shiplake provisionally in gold medal position.
Yep.
0.7 seconds ahead of Dulwich College taking the silver, who were just half a second ahead of Pangbourne, who have snuck through into the 3rd medal position. Great Marlow, as you said, absolutely powdered at the end for 4th, which meant Kings Ely dropped back into 5th.
Luke Lehman there, stroking that boat for Shiplake. I happen to know Luke personally. He's a great kid. He is off to Eton next year. And now he's going off to Eton with a win here in the J14 Cox 4.
An interesting switcheroo of schools for 6th form, and this the J16.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. But yeah, Luke's going to be really proud for that.
And this the J16 Open Coxed 4s is for the Arundel Cup. Was presented originally for the Colts 4 in 1968 by R.L. Arundel, who was for many years the regatta controller and committee member. In 1974, unfortunately, he died as a result of a car accident, and the cup presented in his memory. The cup was known as the Colts 4 until 1979, when it was presented to the Junior Under-15 8s, and then swapped back in 1980 to the Junior Under-16 Coxed 4s, but the name retained. And the results have now gone unofficial. They are yellow rather than blue on our screen, which does indeed look like Shiplake for the gold, Dulwich for the silver, and Kings Ely for the bronze now. They have done a little shuffle on the results. I think the Finnish judges were equally taking their time to work it out, but that was, I think, as I called it, Shiplake, Dulwich, Kings Ely.
And those are official now.
That's gone green on our screen. That is it, locked in. Your J16 Coxed 4 medalists for the National Schools Regatta 2026. Shiplake with gold, Dulwich with a stunning silver, having come from the far lane, one of the least favoured lanes. Kings Ely, after leading at the 500 metre mark, dropping back to that bronze medal position, but still hanging on for a medal. We have a little bit of a gap in the racing now due to the number of crews in the J16 second eights event. This is being run only as an A final, which is not due to go off for another 3 minutes. We've taken the camera angle has gone up to the start, so you can actually have a look at how this works, where the athletes have to attach to the start pontoons. Their boats are held by volunteers on those pontoons by the stern to keep them steady, but they are responsible for turning their boats, backing them down, the rowing term for reversing, onto the pontoon, and then holding themselves steady in the wind. It is quite the feat to do this when you have 7 or 8 boats to coordinate. There will be 7 crews in this next race.
So as we temporarily have the comedy value of the Eton Vikings Trophy for Junior 16 second eights lining up in their A final. And they're actually doing a pretty good job of it. As Caroline said, it can be quite a challenge because you're backing it down. So the rowers are already doing everything backwards. Now they have to backwards themselves backwards. The clocks get lines up. There's 7 other boats trying to do it at the same time. Don't hit anything, don't hit anyone, line up on the stake boat, don't tick off the umpires, try to not get the umpires notice in the first place, because ideally you want to go through this without the umpire having to say a word to you in an ideal world.
Indeed, and definitely not be late. That is...
Do not be late to the start.
That is equivalent to that is an official warning if you are late to the start, which is equivalent to a full start. Yeah, so please don't do that. And as Anne said, this is for the Eton Vikings Trophy for the Junior Under 16 Open Second Eights. This was created in the 2008 regatta to avoid the awkward situation of B crews having to race their own A crews if they were successful in early season regattas and made it through into the National Schools Regatta First Eights event. Although there was no race in 2008 due to high winds, some of which we saw yesterday, the event has since been won 3 times by Eton College. In light of this, the Eton Vikings kindly agreed to donate a trophy for this event, which is in the form of a Viking longboat mounted on a mahogany plinth. The trophy was custom made by Thomas Light of London, who have made other trophies, including the FA Cup, and apparently greatly enjoyed the challenge of this unusual commission, making a Viking longboat.
So as a foreigner here myself, Caroline, I've always enjoyed how much the British have really lent into their Viking heritage, commemorating it with trophies and doing all that sort of thing. Let's have a look. Speaking of Viking heritage, we've got some men here who could have rowed these triremes very well, and as they're getting their medals here for the Arundel Cup for Junior Coxed 4s. Getting ready to go, first, second, and third, and here come the Shiplake boys, the winners in this particular event. Look at those happy smiles. These are some happy guys showing off their nice medals there or whatever. Oh, the parents are going to be they're going to be so relieved. Yes, can confirm. I'm getting texts from winning parents in that boat already. They're so happy. Everybody's very happy. Yeah, it's a lot lighter of a row home if you've got a medal around your neck.
Indeed, and also it is massive recognition to the schools who support these programs, the coaches who put so many hours in, and the parents who obviously deal with this every day. And we are off in the J16 second eights A final. This is Latimer Upper in lane 1 on your left of your screen, St Paul's in lane 2, King's College School lane 3, Radley College lane 4, Hampton lane 5, Eton lane 6, and Abingdon in lane 7. The umpire, you can see, moving around on the launch to go and make sure that everyone is steering straight, staying in their lane and not causing any trouble for each other. But we are expecting this to be incredibly close, as you can see from this overhead shot. I think right now this is lane 4, which is Radley. Might have taken an early lead. It may just be deceptive because their boat is white and the Hampton boat in lane 5 is black, so we can't actually see very clearly where that boat ends.
Yeah, but don't forget St Paul's over here in lane 2.
But you can see a little bit of the effect of the wind. There is a little bit of a crosswind blowing up at the start, and you can see that on the effect of the boat steering. You can see they're leaving
King's College is looking a little wobbly in there, steering there. King's College is taking the scenic route.
Indeed, leaving a few wavy trails in the lake for us to see on this amazing drone shot. Some great technology brings you these pictures, but now it does look like Radley in lane 4, that white boat in the center of the picture.
Radley definitely they're making their move. They've had their start nice and solid. Radley, I'm with you. They are out to it. And I had said about lane 2 for St. Paul's. St. Paul's, you can see from the wake trail, are taking that little bit of a turn, and the turn, any turn, will slow the boat down.
Indeed, it absolutely does. And just bottom right-hand side of your corner, you just have King's Ely receiving their bronze medals for their 3rd place in the Arundel Cup for the Junior 16 Coxed Fours. Looking pretty pleased with that.
As they should, as they should. 3rd in the country, no mean feat.
And there we go. We have times at the 500-meter point, but we don't yet have the names of the crews against them. But I think that is Radley out in the lead. You can see them in the center of the shot there, the distinctive red and white blades. King's College School just over to the right of the picture. It might not be quite as close as it looks, but those drone shots were very close, and that showed nearly 4 seconds between almost all the crews in this. We would expect the A finals to be tight, competitive racing.
We really do. We absolutely really do. But I'm with you. I think, well, I don't know. Again, this angle, the angles can be very, very deceptive here. But I'm with you. I think it's Radley.
As we pan around St. Paul's at the top of the picture as well, and then over to the left, Latimer Upper.
We're starting to get some time. So through the 500, it is Radley College Boat Club, followed by Hampton, only 1.5 seconds behind them. Eton College in 3rd, with St. Paul's in 4th, King's College 5th, Abingdon, then Latimer. But again, less than 5 seconds separating all 7 crews, excuse me. That is not very much, especially for 8s and especially at this stage of the race.
Yeah, and in an 8, that's only a couple of lengths, and they've gone through the 1,000-meter mark. You can see on the screen now, although the verdicts do seem to be stretching out, and these crews seem to be finding their speed order. I think that is still Radley in the middle, and I reckon that'll be Hampton, that 2.8 seconds behind, chasing down that, because this is an A final. There are medals for this as well. J16 second 8s, the Eton Vikings trophy for that mahogany mounted longboat.
And the bees of Hampton are chasing down the reds of Radley, and it's tight. I think it's going to be very, very tight.
There we go. Lovely shot, shows us that Radley
beautiful.
are 3/4 of a length up on Hampton, who are now clearly ahead of Eton, who are over to their left. It looks like Hampton have broken away and taken clear water over Eton, but Eton in 3rd. The race for 3rd is not over though, with St. Paul's in lane 2 and King's College School in lane 3, challenging strongly. Abingdon in lane 7, still putting in that effort. Unfortunately,
Radley now officially first through the 1,000-meter.
Yeah, Latimer Upper in lane 1, having fallen behind a little bit in this race. We don't have to hand the time trial results, but it does look like we know roughly where our medalists are going to be. I think the big race here is potentially for bronze. The 1,000-meter times look quite clear, but this race is actually well through the 1,500 now. And is thundering down through the last quarter of this race. 8s in a tailwind, absolutely shifting even the J16 second 8s. We need to get hold of the record times actually, because we think we may be on for some records today.
Between the heat today, which will kept the water nice and warm, and that little bit of tailwind, we may very well be on for records today. But the other thing about second 8s again, they talk about the medals and silver being second is first loser sort of thing. Second 8s have a chip on their shoulder and something to prove, and that is what they are looking to do here. They're well through the 1,500 meter. It's still Radley. But Hampton not letting it go. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Hampton in their distinctive yellow and black are absolutely trying to take it to Radley. The fight for 3rd continues. It is very level pegging.
I think it is Eton at the moment maintaining that 3rd place in lane 6, but
only just.
But indeed, Radley fairly well out ahead. Fairly comfortable now. The lactic acid must be absolutely burning their legs. Their lungs will be screaming at them, as will their cocks, exhorting them to empty every little last remaining bit of effort they have into the water as they come into the last.
And the roar comes up. The roar comes up from the crowd. It's going to be. I don't know if you can hear them on the live stream. I can hear them over my supposedly noise-canceling headphones. But it's Radley here. Hampton absolutely going for it. But this the third is, it's really too close to call at this point.
I think very definitely Eton. I think Eton have nearly at least half a length, probably more. And that's Radley crossing the line first with Clearwater over Hampton. Who
and then,
in turn
now it's Eton.
Have a little bit of Clearwater over Eton, who themselves are a length up on St Paul's over in lane 2, Abingdon in lane 7. With Kinghampton School taking the silver medal, Hampton School taking the silver medal, and Eton College taking the bronze medal in this event.
Well, we've had the boys. Now we're already off with the girls. This is going to be amazing. So we've got the J16 second 8 girls A final. Again, this is a straight A final race. They haven't had a time trial. There are only 3 boats in this event: St. Paul's Girls School, Wallingford, and Headington. St. Paul's Girls School in the lane closest to the spectators, and Headington closest to us. And as they approach the 1,000, it looks like Wallingford have just shot out like a watermelon seed through your fingers. They have just shot right out to a pretty big time is coming up, and it's going to be a close to 6-second lead already.
Yep, and that I think that is at the 1,000-meter, because as you can see on the screen, there we go. That indeed is
lovely.
Wallingford out ahead. St Paul's girls in that second spot, and Headington J16 girls second 8 on for that gold medal position. These crews are competing for the City of London trophy, which was presented in 1992 by John Milbourne, who as master at the City of London School had been coaching schools on the Tideway since 1974. He first helped at this regatta in 1956 and served on the committee for many years, and it now has given the City of London trophy for the junior under-16 girls second 8s, which Wallingford looking fairly comfortable out there at the front, a nice controlled rate, just tapping the boat along, stretching away from St Paul's girls. They've got a good length of clear water there, but they are not letting the power off. They're going to want the largest margin they can.
I mean, they have a distinct advantage at the moment because they can see how close their competition is to them, and all they have to do now is stay ahead. That said, you know, I know, a lot of people watching here know, staying ahead is not as easy sometimes as getting ahead, although they're making it look pretty easy at this point. They're through the 1,500 comfortably by, I'm going to go with 3 lengths.
Yeah, something like that, and 7.99 seconds at the 1,500. That is a comfortable distance. And although things can always chop and change, particularly if anyone makes a mistake or anyone catches a crab, in the bigger boats, it is harder for things to chop and change, particularly where significant distance has been taken. In a single, it's relatively easy for a lead or a speed difference of a length or so to change hands, sometimes repeatedly during a race. But with these bigger boats, these 8s, with their faster base speed, it takes so much more to change the momentum of a crew and change that position significantly. Once a crew has broken away, got clear water, done what we sometimes call breaking the elastic between them and the crew behind, it often is all over, unfortunately. But Wallingford, there in the centre of your screen, with St Paul's School behind them, showing a really solid display of Junior 16 sweep rowing. It is testament to the strength in depth of these club programs and school programs that they have 2 8s in the J16 age category to put out. It is great to see that level of commitment and interest in junior rowing in the UK. So that is Wallingford Rowing Club heading down through the Red Boys. They've got about 150 metres left before they cross the line first to get their gold medals in City of London Cup for J15 second girls 8s.
Absolutely, and here they come down now into their last 10 strokes or so. You can see them sitting up. They're very happy girls, Wallingford. They've absolutely got this. Now, as there's only 3 boats in this event, are there medals for all 3?
I'm going to assume so. I like to think so.
Okay.
Sometimes it does depend how many crews you have, whether medals are given out. I like to think at a schools regatta they would still give them. And even if they don't give you a physical medal, I think you get the moral victory of knowing that you have the metaphorical medal. They are certainly giving out the City of London trophy today. to Wallingford
To
Rowing
Wallingford,
Club.
yes, absolutely.
And on the screen now, the bottom right-hand side of your screen, we can see the boys from Radley picking up their gold medals for their win in the J16 second eights.
Absolutely. And now we move back into another 3-boat race. This one is the B final for J16 first eights. This is the Steve Gunn Bowl for Junior 16 first crew. Unfortunately, as this is the B final, the bowl and the medals are not actually currently displayed or currently in contention. It's St. Edward's Teddies, as we all love to call it, in lane 3, Molesey in lane 4, Wimbledon High School Boat Club in lane 5. And as they've come through the 500-meter mark, we have Molesey currently in first place by about 3.5 seconds over Wimbledon High School, who are barely ahead of Teddies.
And there you go, that's that lovely overhead shot of that race. We've got to then bottom right-hand corner, you can see the Eton Vikings trophy, that amazing Viking longboat sculpted and mounted on mahogany, being presented for photographs with the winning crew. And back to the B final of the J16 girls first eights. That is Molesey in the middle of your picture, striding away ahead of Wimbledon High on the left-hand side, St Edward's on the right, doing their best to hang on and stay in contention. But it does look like Molesey
at the moment have just eked out to Clearwater lead.
Yep, they have just broken contact, and that will be a relief for them. I'm sure their cox will know. As a former cox myself, that is always something that's worth looking over your shoulder for, or asking your stroke to tell you when you have got that magical clear water. And then it really does feel like once you've broken contact, you can just walk away from the crew behind
Just
you.
keep walking. But yeah, the fight here for second and third is absolutely on. It's more level than it looks in this particular angle between Teddies and Wimbledon. At the moment, it's still an edge to Wimbledon, but it's not a big edge.
Not at all. And that is passing the halfway point. So Molesey clear
this
ahead.
is passing the 1500.
No, that says 1,000 meters. It says 1,000. My eyes were very expensively lasered a few years ago. So Molesey passing in first place. Wimbledon High looked at that point to have maybe a third of a length over St Edward's School. It does seem that we get the feed from the 1,000 meter and the 1,500 meter incredibly close together, but that is 6.67 seconds that Molesey have opened up over Wimbledon, who in turn have about 2.5 seconds over St Edward's School. It is hot out there. It is difficult to make those differences in the boat once the speed order has found. And you can see the pain and the effort etched on the faces of the St Edward's girls as they row down that lake. Now you can see it from above. Molesey in the centre, Wimbledon High over to the left in that second position, and St Edward's refusing to let go, pouring everything into this, their last race of the day, most likely.
Yes. Well, and again, those girls from St Edward's, they're still in it. Second could easily enough be theirs. It's never over till it's over. We've definitely seen things happen. At the moment, Molesey are in command in this race and have been from the get-go, but Teddies aren't taking it lying down from Wimbledon. And Wimbledon, on the other hand, have decided to volley it right back into the net at Teddies. They're not going to take it. They're not going to take it either. So the race for second and third remains on, but at the moment, Molesey keep it unchallenged.
And this is the 1,500 meter with the
I need to talk to you about that laser surgery. I really do. I need to talk to you about that.
With that black grandstand is the giveaway for the 1,500 meters.
It is.
That grandstand kindly provided by Alston, the major sponsor of the regatta. It is a great bit of shade and a good place to watch some of the racing from. Even though it's not on the finish line today. It's where the finish line was for the J14s and 15s yesterday, indeed. And Molesey have extended their lead over Wimbledon to some just under 10 seconds now. Okay. And Wimbledon solidifying that lead over St Edward's. They've now got 5.5 seconds. And you can see the heat shimmer on that video. It is hot out there. If you're watching on site or coming tomorrow, please do remember hats, lots of water, lots of sun cream. Please enjoy this event safely as well as enthusiastically.
Hydrate or dihydrate. Those are your options.
Absolutely. As this race comes into the last 250 meters, please do lend your support either virtually at home getting excited behind these athletes, or on the bank if you're watching on your iPad, to this crew from Molesey who have been dominant throughout the race.
And they're just increasing their lead.
Absolutely, and now we have gone to split screen again. We are seeing the crew from Wallingford Rowing Club collecting their medals for the City of London trophy for the girls J16 second eights.
Excellent. But yeah, this race, Molesey has controlled from the start. Molesey continues to do so. It is difficult to see, now that they're in the red buoys, how any of that is going to change. But that fight for second and third has cleared itself out a little bit more. Wimbledon High School out to a much more definitive lead over Teddy's.
And Molesey still going up through the gears, even though they're clearly ahead, winding it for the line, giving it everything to show what they've got in this B final. And they will probably be comparing their times with the A final and see maybe what might have been, if only for a slightly better time trial. These things are always difficult. You never quite know, but they seem very happy to have got over the line first in that B final. Wimbledon crossing the line second, with Teddy's taking their last couple of strokes to round out that B final of the J16 girls first eights, which means you know what's up next? It's the A final of
Yay!
the J16 girls first eights.
Here we go, here we go.
They are off. That is them on the screen at the moment. We have St Paul's Girls' School in lane 2, Surbiton High in 3, Latimer Upper in 4, Wallingford in 5, LEH in 6, and Headington School in lane 7.
And as much as they are off, they're absolutely going. This is, again, A finals. You'd expect relatively level pegging even here at the start, and that is what you have. At the moment, I would give the very slight edge to Latimer School, but it is only the slightest, and it could be that little bit deceptive. You can see some of the angles the steering is having to take on the boats because the wind is pushing them around a little bit, although from this angle, the camera makes it look very, very flat. It's not. There is a wind. It can be just above the water. At the moment, Latimer Upper School, they've got a bit of a lead, and they're continuing to build. They're about half a length up, and the race for second is difficult to call between St. Paul's Girls' School and Wallingford. Absolutely just caning it, but any of these boats, honestly, at this stage, could still be in it to win it. We are here in the A final of the Steve Gunn Bowl for Junior 16 First Crew. We've got 6 boats going across from lanes 2 to lane 7 inclusive, and we have got a race, ladies and gentlemen. This thing is on. We have got Latimer Upper School. Again, they're still out to about half a length lead, and we're just not sure. At the moment, second place is with Wallingford. Wallingford not letting it go, but really it's so close this far into it, it could be absolutely anybody's to play for. Caroline has been overcome by the excitement of all this racing. We've swapped her out. She's gone faint in the heat with the excitement. We've got Carol Wallace subbing back in. She's not used to the heat either from her cooler climbs up north in Scotland, but we're glad to have you.
I've just stood in the fridge for the last half hour or so, so I am ready to be toasted on the other side.
First aid is healthcare, so there we go.
But
it's great.
I've been listening to the commentary and I've been watching the racing, and it has been amazing. It's just so much excitement going on. And this A final, living up to expectations. Just very little between them, as we'd expect.
Oh yeah, as we expect for the A finals. But again, at the moment, Latimer. So they're going out. But no contact broken, even at this angle, and the angle can be hard to call due to the parallax. But as much as Latimer are winning, Latimer are out there. It's so close at the 1,000, and in fact,
look
on
at
the
Wallingford.
surge,
Wallingford are making
Wallingford
moves
may
there.
have just taken it. Wallingford sticking to their game plan, and they're like, we're going at the 1,000, and they have gone. Waiting for, we've just got the times through. You can see them on the screen. We're just waiting
for who got that surge, but it looked like a big move there. It looked like a big move. And I've been talking about this earlier, that sitting at 1,000 metres is often a good place to watch these crews make their surge.
Ah, okay, so Latimer still had it right at the 1,000, but Wallingford 0.43 seconds behind.
So, you know, bit of canvas, if that. I didn't think it was that much.
Bow ball.
Bow ball. Just, yeah.
Bow ball. With Lady Eleanor Hollis only 3 seconds out of first, even, with Surbiton just 1 further second behind that. It is craziness at the moment.
I think, look at these blades in the screen there. Is that not Latimer Upper's blades and being overhauled by Wallingford?
I believe it is Latimer Upper blades that have been
So
overhauled by
that
Wallingford.
move that Wallingford have made
Wallingford, that
what
wasn't
a
Wallingford's
beauty.
only move. That was a straight.
Absolutely
They
beautiful.
went on the glide and they're taking it. Latimer, however, Latimer, an experienced crew. These are J16 girls. This is the A final. Latimer are not going to take it lying down. That Cox is going to lose their voice by the end of this thing. Absolutely. Which is good because by the time they're done, they don't want to talk to anybody anyway. But that is Wallingford's. There's the shot. That's Wallingford.
That's what a move! What a move to be on.
It was bold,
oh.
Carol. It was bold.
But you have to be bold. You have to be bold, but you have to know that the crew will follow you.
Fortune
be bold.
favors the brave.
Indeed.
And apparently Fortune here favored the brave at the 1,000 meters. Wallingford out there ahead. At 1,500, they've now got a 2.5 exactly ahead of Latimer Upper School. With LEH, again, another 2 seconds or so behind Latimer. It is absolutely... This is for the medals, and these girls are here for the Steve Gunn Bowl for Junior 16 crews. The red buoys are coming up very fast and very hard.
But these 8 still charging towards us in this beautiful chevron pattern. Latimer Upper have not given up. They are still fighting on. They are making a move now.
What you are seeing right now, Carol, is 16-year-old girls hold a grudge and execute beautifully, right? Wallingford are just like, oh, hell no. And Latimer are just like, oh, yeah, girl, I told you, right? Latimer are bringing it on home. It's gonna be tight. Look at that angle on the camera. It is beautiful.
No, it's at this stage of the race that you can taste the medal. You can taste the medal.
It.
You
they
really want
one.
You know you get one, but which one?
What
And this
colour
is
is it gonna
where
be?
you really have to put it all on the line. Empty the tank. The Cox is just beside themselves.
This is the only thing
them
you
on.
have to do today. And Wallingford.
What a move! That 1,000-meter
still
move.
moving.
And wow, they can taste that gold. They've got it. They've got the almost a length.
They've moved a third of a length, even in the red buoys.
Latimer Upper being chased in there by, oh gosh,
Lady Eleanor Hollis.
Yeah, what a move they did there.
In a third. But again, I mean, the horn's just going off. This is a tight race all the way through. It could have been anybody. That Wallingford move at the 1,000.
Don't you love watching that? You know, that's why Anne and I are sitting up here enthused and excited, because we love watching people race.
I love
watching people take a race on by the scruff of the neck and think, no, this is where we're making a move.
I would also like to point out, just so you know, Carol, they've just had the names go up the screen. There's an Aurelia in that boat.
I spotted that.
She's not mine. She's not mine. But
I know. It's a lovely name.
You do know what Aurelia means, right?
You told me.
Golden.
Of course.
So the golden girl there at Wallingford is just off to get her gold medal.
And that's why it's so fitting.
There we go. Exactly. It's absolutely just well done, Wallingford. That was a well-executed move at 1,000. Oh, but it never stops here at Nat Schools. Absolutely never stops here at Nat Schools. We are now on to the B final for the first states for the boys. They're already through the 500 meters, and who's lived there first? Eton College. It's their home water. I mean, they know which direction to go in. It's pretty good. So first is Eton College. Second, Teddy's, their arch rivals. Oh, my. Well, I mean, how many arch rivals does Eton have? There's like 6 or 7. I don't know. They all hate each other. It's whatever. And there we go. Boys, you know, teenage boys. Bedford School in third, Haberdasher and Monmouth School in lane 7 out in fourth. Fifth, Westminster School Boat Club. Sixth, Enniskillen come all the way over from Ireland for, you know, they got their own grudges to take against these English boats, and they are out for it. But at the moment, this is all about Eton. Eton have open water, here in the B final. They are prepared not to let it go. However,
that is amazing because it's not 1,000 metres yet.
No.
To take that lead this early on in the race, they must have gone out very, very hard and just said, right, this is what we're going to do, guys. We're going out hard. We'll take a length and just see what they can come back at us with.
4.18 seconds at the 1,000 meter mark. That's a huge. Somebody's pretty furious they didn't make the A final.
Now, we were talking about this yesterday, about with the junior 15s, junior 14s, about the aggression and the anger if you feel you've missed out.
Oh.
And these boys will have felt they've missed out. And this is where the aggression and anger is coming into play, because they're going out there to put down a time that will equal or better some of the A finalists.
Oh, they absolutely will.
And the way they are going at the moment, I
They
say
could do it.
absolutely. Just beautiful, isn't it?
Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, they're just, because they have not slowed down. They have broken the elastic. They have not slowed down. They are out to see how much they can win this bike. Because as you say, the A final boys, what do they know? They don't know nothing. Because these boys are driven by testosterone and vengeance. Absolutely. Testosterone and vengeance. I love a B final. They are.
There's a lot to prove in a B final.
Oh, there's so much to prove in a B final.
You know, you feel you've missed out. You feel that you want to actually put down a marker that some of the A finalists will look at and think, oh, right, okay, we need to up our game. And, you know, that's where sort of progression comes on, that people move on each other, and it's just so exciting. But what a performance from Eton College. Getting 1,500 metres. They've increased the lead. They've gone up from 4 point whatever seconds to 5
They are not slowing down. They've got the shortest. They've got the shortest tote home kind of thing, right? And they're just like, we need to get home, get fast, get it in the boathouse, and get dinner.
Well, yeah, absolutely. But look at that. Really nice looking 8 as well.
Absolutely beautiful. They've come past the 1,500 meter mark. I was fortunate enough in my off time. I was with the Eton parents at the 1,500 meter mark, and they were very nice to me. They'd run out of Eton mess, which was a little shocking, but you know, testosterone fueled boys on a vengeance kind of thing. They eat quite a bit. Here we go. We've got the lovely split shot of Wallingford girls getting their trophy. First with the Cox, who called that move. So beautiful there.
Credit to the crew for going with it and having the confidence to just know what they could do and execute that beautiful plan.
Here comes Eton. Here they come. Just
into the orange boys, just in that last phase of their race. They have not backed off. They've gone out hard. They're still going hard. They're still kicking it down.
That's right.
And look at this race for second and third. Though,
it's insane. It's insane. All
Teddy's
the way
and Haberdashers Monmouth. Oh no, so it's Teddy's and Bedford.
It is Teddy's and Bedford. It's blue
wow.
on blue, but at the moment it's still for Teddy's with only a few strokes to go. Bedford not letting it go. Bedford chasing them down, but Teddy's did have it. You've got Abingdon over on the side.
Yeah, Bright
Pig. Westminster.
And then Enniskillen sticking with Westminster. We've got Haberdashers on this side in lane 7, just to come in to finish off this B final. Just Anne was so overcome with the excitement there and bouncing up and down with that B final. She's missing out on the A final, and I am joined by Martin Unsworth to keep me company for the next hour and all of these exciting races. And I know Martin will just get as excited as Anne does and as I do for these races.
Exciting it is.
St Paul's School in lane 4, Latimer Upper in lane 5, King's College School in lane 6 and Abingdon School in lane 7. anyway, making an early showing. It's pretty early in this race, about a minute in, they'll have done their start. Oh, here we go, the first timing point. These timing points for these 8s are coming up pretty fast.
Yeah, they're certainly eaten into the regatta calendar. Here we go with the 4:30 race. This is the A final. Decent start from everyone. Looking like Hampton, maybe.
Then lane 3, I would be expecting to see some action happening in lanes 4 and 5, but yeah, is it? Trying to count my lanes here. When they're this far away, it's sometimes difficult to get the colours on the screen, and it's so bright out there that I think even the camera's struggling to get some of those
the
colours.
camera's focusing in on lane 3.
St Paul's School.
No, beg your pardon, that's lane 4, isn't it? That's St Paul's.
Yeah, it's Radley. You can spot the Radley kit there
Yeah.
on the outside with Hampton School just sandwiched in the middle with St Paul's School. It must be St Paul's School in the lead, just looking at this camera angle as they're coming in.
Yeah, that's St Paul's who lead Radley.
Gosh, just like the previous race, we've got a fair lead out there, almost a boat length from St Paul's School over Radley, Hampton in that third place at the moment. These, their medals up for grabs here, and it's Latimer Upper, King's College School and Abingdon on the left-hand side of your screen that just seem to be trailing these other 3 crews.
And they went through the 500 metres with St Paul's leading in a time of 1:25.7. Very, very close for second with Radley 1:28.21 and Hampton School 1:28.7.
There's a lot of very fast St Paul's School's crews out there, and I think perhaps Hampton and Radley decided that they couldn't let them get too far in front because that's where the danger lies. So they're sticking like glue to their coattails just to make sure there was still contact, so that if they mounted a charge later on, they could do it. But just listening to the times you were reading out there, Martin, these are pretty fast times.
They are indeed, and they've gone through the King's College School, Latimer Upper, and then Abingdon.
I know, and Latimer Upper making a move there on Hampton School. Just they're sort of inching their way up, but you'll see across the screen they're just inching their way up the boat.
Yeah, we're getting into the business end of the day, and you can hear the noise, you can feel the excitement. Parents, the rest of the school all cheering them on here. Look at the absolutely fantastic sight.
I do remember coming down as a parent with my kids when they were still rowing and coming here, and the 8s on the Saturday was always such fun.
I know.
So much cauldron.
I know you were
and
saying
noise.
earlier you quite like a single, but there's nothing better than 8. So here they come into the Red Boys and leading the charge. It's St Paul's, the A final of the J16s, and Radley going for it now on the far side to us, nearest to the spectators.
And Radley, it's just like a wall of sound you can hear from outside. It's just coming around. It's St Paul's School just holding on to that lead, but all these 8s sprinting for it.
And look at the race for third. So
King's College School is just picking it up there, going with them. We've got Latimer Upper. Oh gosh, this is going to be so tight.
Hampton on the far side from us.
Do you think Hampton have done
think
enough
Hampton
to hold
are
on to
just
that?
going to hold on, are they? But they're really having a charge here. That's going to be so close. Wow. St Paul's, Radley.
I think it was Hampton. At King's College School, a huge push there in that last 300 metres or so, just to get themselves almost in contention for that bronze medal.
And
we are talking about it as we see it. We'll have to wait for the results to
Well,
be
we got the
confirmed.
times up as they crossed the line. It was St Paul's in a time of 5:55, Radley 5:59, Hampton 6:01, King's College School 6:02. Very, very little in it between third and fourth. Fifth, Latimer Upper, and sixth, Abingdon School Boat Club B. What a race.
Indeed. I bet you're glad to sit down for that one.
Yeah. It is very warm out there. That is absolutely for sure. And they were putting out an announcement earlier. So anybody listening that's coming down here tomorrow, if you're racing, for goodness sake, cover up, put cream on, have plenty of water, and when you're not racing, get in the shade, because it's going to be another final. Dulwich College in 1, Royal Shrewsbury in 2, Eton College in 3, St Paul's in 4, Shiplake College in 5, Radley in 6, Abingdon School in 7, Hampton in 8. Coming thick and fast, this the third eights.
8 boats
Open
in it.
final, yeah.
How exciting. We're just seeing these 8s just pulling onto the stake boats now. I love these shots where you can sit as though you were the start umpire and just watch these boats get into position. Because as an umpire, it's such a delight just to see these boats get in position and know that you can start them when they're all ready.
Yeah, and we can take a breather here and just watch them engaging at the start. The last crew just about to attach themselves.
It just shows you how wide this course is, that we can't get all 8 boats on the screen at the same time, just they can't get the wide enough angle lens. But that is a great shot as it is.
So we have Dulwich, Royal Shrewsbury, Eton, St Paul's, Shiplake, Radley, Abingdon and Hampton.
Lane 1 is on the left-hand side of the screen, in this view, lane 8 on the right-hand side. These crews will be just sitting, just taking their deep breath, getting themselves prepared, ready for that starting procedure, starting process to start.
So you're watching the crews at the start of the third 8. Open A final. Dulwich, Royal Shrewsbury, Eton College, St Paul's, Shiplake College, Radley, Abingdon and Hampton, and the 8-8s go charging off the start. Absolutely frantic. What a fantastic sight that is. And as we look, it looks to me like the crews in the middle have probably had the slightly quicker start, probably the better acceleration, though actually the crew Dulwich College look to have got a decent start there.
That's unusual. You'd expect all the sort of speed to be in the middle. Usually the chevron pattern gives you the faster crews in the middle. But, you know, some crews go off really hard, very fast, get themselves out early and then settle into the race pace. Absolutely correct there, Martin. Look at that Dulwich College crew just
yeah, Dulwich got a decent start. It's just a question now of who can settle down into a race
St Paul's
rhythm.
School, yet again, there's a name that's
St
cropped
Paul's
up.
in
So
4, Shiplake on the one side of St Paul's.
Radley College in lane 6 also making a showing.
Radley are staying with St Paul's here from the overhead shot.
Radley's got their noses out in front there.
They could do. We'll have to wait for the 500 metre split, but it looks like Radley have the lead here. There are the medal presentations, yeah.
And there's the
That's St Paul's
picking up the trophy, and there's a gorgeous piece of silverware. Happy 8th there, just having finished their A final. And we're in A final of the third 8s on the inset of your screen. I think Radley are moving on in there. Just seem to be doing.
Well, we're waiting for the timers to come through here for the first 500 metres.
So in the middle of the screen we have Radley, Shiplake and St Paul's School. All crews that we've been hearing an awful lot of this weekend. To my eye, I think it's Radley just leading that charge. St Paul's in second place. Shiplake sort of in the sandwich of these two faster boats.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
And you know, if you're in that mix of being pulled along by 2 fast crews, sort of your boat speed comes up, you're just sucked along in their enthusiasm.
So they've gone through 5 metres, coming up to the halfway mark. Radley went through the 500 metres first in a time of 1:28.92.
That's still Radley leading there.
Radley were followed by Shiplake, interesting enough, at the 500, 1:30.23.
To my eye, I think it's still Radley, and I think it's St Paul's now in that second place.
I think you're right, yeah, Shiplake probably just a canvas down.
Yeah.
Not much in it there, they're probably pretty level there. If anything, I think maybe St Paul's just got the slight lead.
It, as before, it's got this middle 1,000 part of the race is so important, and I think it's just going to come down to who's got a very strong midsection. But we know that all these crews have got good finishes in them too.
Yeah, so at the halfway mark, St Paul's, Radley have got there in a time of 3 minutes.
It's a picture of Hampton.
So the third 8, slightly slower than the J16 time. Probably expect that.
And it's Radley still leading the field. I think
Shiplake?
Shiplake have come back there.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And they're starting to overhaul St Paul's School. And I've seen Shiplake crews just really put in big pushes.
Well, they're pushing again now. So Radley coming under pressure from Shiplake College. You can see there in the middle of those 3 boats.
These 3 boats have just pulled away from the rest of the field.
They
I
have
think this
indeed,
is
yeah.
where the medals are going to be awarded.
That's Eton in 4th.
And I think it's going to be as to which colour goes where at the moment. But, you know, the
So
race is
Dulwich
over
are
yet.
out there in lane 1, but up front, very, very close indeed between Shiplake, St Paul's and Radley.
I think Shiplake are starting to row through St Paul's School just from that shot there. It's that Abingdon, the pink of Abingdon with Dulwich just... oh no, sorry, it's Eton College, I do apologise.
Yeah, that's Eton. So they've gone through the 1,500 metre mark and we can see them now out the window. Radley, St Paul's, Shiplake.
Oh, look at that move, the overhead shot. Martin's looking out the window, I'm looking
I
at
am
the camera,
I'm
and
looking
I
at them
think
coming up
Shiplake
here.
are making a huge move just now. Shiplake
Yeah.
can see the finish line, Shiplake are making a move, looking at the overhead shot.
Radley
and
are
there is-
really having a go here though, nearest to us.
But, oh,
For my
wow,
money,
that's so
it
close. but
looks like Radley at the moment have the better bow speed, but here comes Shiplake on the charge.
St Paul's
Shiplake
are
in the
picking up
centre.
too. Oh, Shiplake have, look at that rating go up. They are really
They
attacking
really are charging now for this finish line. So these are the third 8s. What a spectacle.
Oh.
Shiplake putting
I think
Radley under huge pressure.
going with Shiplake, we have St Paul's School. It's, oh gosh.
And the last 10 strokes, it's Shiplake just trying to shake off Radley.
I think we've got the
Shiplake have
canvas in
reacted
front.
better. I think if anything, Shiplake now have probably just about a canvas lead as they're coming up to the finish line. Last couple of strokes, Shiplake College
Wow. what
ahead
a
of
move.
Radley,
Ahead
of St Paul's. Wow.
Wow, that was a great
Yep.
move from Shiplake.
They're the top 3. The race behind them sees Eton College in 4th.
Abingdon just see the pink
Yeah.
coming through now, having their own battle with Hampton on their outsides. Over the far side, Royal Shrewsbury and Dulwich.
And it's Hampton School nearest to us that cross the line. Wow.
What a race.
What a race.
Just,
Shiplake College 6:03, Radley 6:04, St Paul's 6:06, Eton, Abingdon, Hampton, Royal Shrewsbury and Dulwich College. That's how they finished there. Wow.
and look at
Tremendous.
that crew.
Yep,
Really
Shiplake
happy.
College, really, really good. And that's their third 8.
Just, the shot on the screen just gives you an idea of how far up the course all these gazebos lie, and just how far up, how many people are here spectating. It's a beautifully colourful scene.
We're back down the start. We're off again. This is the second eight, the B final. Lane number 2 has St Joseph's College, 3 Abingdon School, lane 4 King's College School, lane 5 Dulwich College, 6 Royal Shrewsbury School, and Latimer Upper are in lane 7. So the 6 crews not using lanes 1 and 8. The 6 crews from lanes 2 to 7. St Joseph from Ireland on the top of your screen.
Early on in this race, it's hard to see if MD's got their noses. Oh, look at that beautiful chevron pattern, though, Martin.
It is. It's
Isn't that beautiful? So that.
In lane 4, it's King's College School, I think.
Yeah, it is indeed. Or is that Dulwich? Just trying to get the colours.
1, 2, 3. Well, no, yeah, you're right. It is Dulwich.
So Dulwich leading Royal Shrewsbury just behind King's College School. I think it's King's College School leading Royal Shrewsbury, but Dulwich just getting their noses out in front there. Early in this race, though, all can change.
B final, second 8.
And just St Joseph's College just coming into the shot at the bottom of the picture there before we've zipped around to a side-on view of these 8s. So Dulwich College just leading this charge here. On the right side we've got King's College School. Ooh, that's a close one between King's College School and Royal Shrewsbury. Just try to get the line of boys. Half a canvas in it there, Martin.
Yeah. It is deceptive sometimes, but you can see once the boys are lined up just what the distance is.
And then we've got the blue of Latimer Upper just at the front of our screen there. Really nice performance from Dulwich College there. Just get themselves out in front, pulling King's College School and Royal Shrewsbury School along with them. And here we have another trophy being awarded. This is the West Cup for the third 8s, comfortably in the hands of the Shiplake College Cocks. And they should be very pleased with that win because that was a big move they made.
It was a very big move, very mature row, and some fantastic acceleration at the finish sees them pick up the trophy. The Desmond Hill Cup for the junior 16-8s. No, I beg your pardon. No, that was the West Cup, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was the third 8s prize giving we're watching there. On the course at the moment, it is the second 8s.
So see the blue of Latimer Upper there, but I think it's still Dulwich in the lead.
I think you're right. Yep.
Dulwich in the lead, and I think second place is now with King's College School with Royal Shrewsbury in that third place. And then you've just got the blue of Latimer coming in front of the stream and St Joseph College Ireland over on the far side.
Yeah, they're approaching us now, having gone through 1,500 metres, and it's still out in front. Dulwich College.
I think they're being put under pressure from King's College School there, Martin.
Yep, I think you're right. I think King's are putting on a bit of a burst here.
I think they've done something in this last 500 just to sort of pull themselves a bit more.
Well, they've shaken off Royal Shrewsbury, I think, who are now back in third.
And this is going to be the sprint for the line again. Dulwich have led all the way down the course. And I'm sure they're hoping to hold on to this lead, but they are being challenged by King's College.
And they've got some decent boat speed. This is going to be
up.
very close. They certainly are. So the better sprint here, the advantage with King's College, who are putting Dulwich under pressure. Are they going to have enough of this lake?
Dulwich
are just going to hang on, aren't they?
They've picked it up themselves.
They have,
they just saw that sprint coming and just thought, no,
they've got that. So
Good reply to that challenge. It's hard to do that when you've led all the way down the course. And
Just
you feel
short of half a
yourselves
length,
under,
I would suspect, yeah.
under pressure. But good push there from King's College School.
So they cross the line in 6:07.45. King's College School Boat Club 6:08.94. Royal Shrewsbury 6:15. Abingdon School 6:22. And then it's Latimer Upper in a time of 6:30. And lastly across the line, it's St Joseph's College Rowing Club from Ireland 6:32.
And I'd forgotten to say that was the B final, Martin, because we're just moving into the A final.
And the A final sees St Paul's in lane 2, Bedford in 3, Shiplake College in 4, Radley in 5, Eton College in 6, Hampton School in 7. Second 8, A final.
I think, looking at this, I think the honours are with Radley in that first place at the moment, with Eton and... Is it Radley, though? Trying to count. Shiplake. I could see another rerun of our third 8s with Radley and Shiplake.
Yeah, Radley and Shiplake.
Bedford School also up there. I think Bedford School just marginally in front of Shiplake.
Eton are in lane 6 and Hampton in lane 7. St Paul's, nearest the spectators there, they look to be
pretty level
making
with
a bit of
Bedford.
a move. Yeah, they are.
And that's where the action
So
is
if
at the moment.
anything, I think Shiplake may just have slipped back here. With Bedford ahead of them?
Yeah, it could be. Not much in it though, and we've seen some really strong finishes from Shiplake. I think they tend to keep their powder dry for a while and just put in a very strong finish.
It's Radley out in front. And the boats on the far side of the lake pretty level, really.
They are, and there is still... It's a beautiful picture of this trophy. It's over 100 years old, Martin.
Incredible.
And you know, there's lots of history with all these trophies, and there's lots of stories behind them. And you know, back in the early 1900s, they made some beautiful trophies, just sparkling in the sunshine there. But this is still Radley leading. Shiplake now in that second place. They fought off the challenge from Bedford and St Paul's School. St Paul's School and Bedford having a great tussle there. There's overlap between all these 6 boats in the course. You know, nobody's broken any elastic yet. There's no clear water between any of them, and it's Hampton and Eton College having their great tussle on lanes 6 and 7. There we have the distinctive kit of Shiplake.
Yeah, second 8, A final.
And just moving on out. And the nice bright yellow boat matching the yellow on their blades. And the umpires launch following the race just to make sure there's no hanky-panky in the middle of. But the idiots, you don't tend to get any
through
mishaps.
the 500, interesting enough, the time there was that Radley went through in 128.17. In second spot it was Bedford in 130.71, followed by Shiplake in third, 130.91, so nothing in that. Fourth, St Paul's in lane 2, then Eton College and Hampton.
They've just seen Radley go through. I think they're almost getting to that stage where they're almost a length up over Shiplake. You can just see them from as they're coming towards us.
Yeah, they've gone through 1,500 metres.
I'm going to get whiplash looking both ways round, and sort of looking at the screen, looking at the course. I think Shiplake are starting to make a move here. I think Radley had a bigger lead.
We saw their other boats put in a charge, so they've been working on their finish.
I think they've pulled themselves away from Bedford School and St Paul's School. I think St Paul's School have maybe overtaken Bedford now, but it's Radley to fight off this challenge from Shiplake. And Radley will have been on the water, so they wouldn't have seen what happened in the previous race.
No, so Radley coming into the Red Boys. It's Radley that head the field here.
Look at this.
Winding it up for a big finish, but look at this.
Lane 7 and 6, Eton College and Hampton having
Eton
their own
College
private
have put a
battle.
fantastic spurt on here.
Oh, where's it going to go? It's Radley. Holding
It is
on.
Radley.
But where?
Shiplake second, in third, nothing in it.
Oh.
Big charge from Eton. Shiplake in the middle.
Hampton going with them. Eton. Oh gosh, Shiplake in danger of losing that.
They are, and then they're going through. And I
So
think
it's Radley.
the
Oh,
speed
look.
is it with Eton or is it Shiplake? Oh, well the hooter went
So fast together.
so fast. Hampton just missed out there, but very, very close. Almost a photo finish for second between Hampton and
Eton.
Eton. Sorry, between Shiplake and Eton. Eton celebrate. They think they've got it.
I think their screen just flashed up, and that's probably an unconfirmed that they thought Shiplake came second with Eton third. From the angle we were sitting at and from the angle where
Well, it's
our
not very
artificial
much in
line
it
is.
at all. Yeah, looking at the unofficial, to be confirmed, it does look like Radley, Shiplake, Eton College for the A final of the second eights. What a race!
A brilliant race, just so good. And
So many races in these finals decided when they get into the last 250. When those Red Boys come, if you've got anything left in the tank, it just seems to me that they go for it.
as you should. You don't
And if
want
they can-
anything
no,
left. You
and
want
if-
to be in vapour at that stage.
And if they can keep it together,
Yep, and we are now moving into the second eights for the girls. And this is the A final. So this time we have 5 boats. We have St Paul's School in lane 3, Shiplake in lane 4, Headington School in lane 5, Surbiton High School in lane 6, and St Paul's Girls' School in lane 7. So all the big names in girls rowing.
yeah, and your eyes are drawn to the middle once again.
Headington and Shiplake, possibly. Yeah, I think it is.
It is Headington and Shiplake. So top of the screen, St Paul's, Shiplake and Headington, nothing to separate them. Then we have Surbiton, and on the left-hand side of your screen, St Paul's Girls. So very, very slight lead at the moment to lane number 5, Headington. This is the second eights. This will be another cracker.
Definitely. And these crews matching each other pretty much stroke for stroke. Headington just with maybe half a canvas in front. It's not much of a lead at all. This stage of the race. We'll just have to see where they start making their moves. Headington just inching out in front there, I think.
Yeah, they're losing St Paul's. They're out the back, but up front, it looks very much like Headington with a very, very slight lead over Shiplake.
Surbiton about a length behind them with 2 St Paul's Girls' Schools.
Yeah, indeed. St Paul's E.
So St Paul's crew in lane 3 that's sort of just overlap with Surbiton. But it's the 2 crews in the middle of the course where the action is at the moment. Shiplake and Headington. You can see the bright blue of Headington there. And the striped kit of Shiplake. Crews, both these crews just leaving out, getting these lovely long strokes, really nice clean placements, nice clean extractions, very tidy, very neat.
And very close.
And very close indeed.
Shiplake probably just edged ahead there, would you say?
It looks like it. I'm just trying to get the line of boys. Get them straight across. And here we have the Radley Cocks being awarded the Elsenham Cup for the second eights. And I think, gosh, that is a big cup to hold in a Cox's position of an 8. I think it's still Headington, Martin, there.
Yep.
Just Headington. Have they increased their lead? Yeah.
Yes, I think you're right. Yeah, Headington just had a push there, so they went through the halfway. And it is Headington that now lead Shiplake. Headington keeping the pressure on. So the question now, can Shiplake respond? They're just over the halfway mark.
Well, Headington keeping the pressure on, but Shiplake also keeping the pressure on Headington not to back off. There we see the Surbiton boat. It's great for commentators when you can see the S on the blades and you know exactly who it is. Ooh, I don't think Headington have got as far away as they thought they might have done with that move. Shiplake seem to be
hanging on to them. Well, more than that, matching them.
Matching them, yeah.
So there was less than a second between them at the last timing that we had, which was
pushing on. And here we go.
Yeah,
We've got a line of boys. We'll be able to see exactly where they are.
That's the grandstand at 1500. That's the line of boys, and that is now half a length.
It's always good to have that line across just to sort of figure out where it is, but we have seen some amazing finishes from Shiplake crews, so I wonder if that's translated into the girls' side as well. Just Surbiton High School there, and then the first of the St Paul's Girls' School crews over the far side in lane 3. And these two crews, they've had a phenomenal race. Just hanging on to each other, just matching each other stroke for stroke, and just holding on there. Headington still leading. I think that half length has sort of shrunk a bit. I think it's maybe a third of a length now. We do know that, still half a length though from the overhead shot. The drone footage is superb, gives you a really good view of this race. I could hear the roars of encouragement from the other side of the bank now. The excitement's building up. You can see these crews come into the last 250 metres, and it's Headington.
It is Headington, and
at the moment
Shiplake having a real go to get back on terms, but it might be just a bit too much to do. They're having a sprint for the line, but it's Headington with 100 metres to go. Headington nearest to us with the lead, desperate to get across that finish line. Shiplake keeping the pressure on right to the line, but over the line it's Headington.
What a big push Headington put in there.
Ahead of Shiplake. Then we look left.
Beautiful set of
and a little further back.
Rowing from these girls. I think it's going to be Surbiton in that third place.
It is Surbiton.
And then it's
St Paul's.
over on the far side.
And
there's still a St Paul's crew.
And there's a St Paul's crew nearest to us on this side.
Just to finish their race. Some beautiful H racing there. Some beautiful placements of the blades. Just barely troubling the surface of the water, but so effective, very efficient. Lovely to watch.
Next up we got the second quads. The B final. There you are, Headington. The winners, a little celebration.
As they should. They deserve the celebration. And here we have the second St Paul's.
And they always look fresh when they win and finish. And if you come second and finish, you don't look so fresh.
No, it's that
elation.
Yes, it's elation overcomes the pain.
Right, here we are. So we got 4 boats in this: Hexham, Oundle, St Michael's from Ireland, and Oratory.
And it's Oundle in the lead at the moment, with St Michael's in second place, Hexham third.
And Oratory at the bottom of the screen on the right hand side. Gone through 500 metres. Oundle went through in 1:51.
St Michael's weren't far behind though.
No, they were 1:53.19. Then it was Hexham and Oratory School Boat Club.
And there we have the Oundle School boat there, just in the front of shot, and then we have the red and white boat of Hexham with the blue and yellow kit.
It's certainly fast and furious when we get to these A and B finals, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm sure these times are pretty fast today as well as they come down the course, and that's probably why we're seeing them come on so fast. But there we have St Michael's from Ireland there, just in that second place in this B final, the second girls quads.
No, they will be quick. There's a slight tailwind. There's not too much breeze. Nice little bit of breeze, but not too much. Perfect conditions, really. If not a little bit hot.
Well, I was just going to say, for most of us, it's just a tad hot.
Yeah.
Especially when you've done your warm up and you're up there.
Oh, we get a lot of sun down here in the south. I told you that, Cal. We're blessed with sun all the time.
Yeah, so I've heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Aberdeen's infamous for having 21 days of no sun earlier in the year.
Well, it wasn't long ago. I went up there, circled the airfield for an hour while they cleared the snow. I mean, I don't think we've had snow down here for a long, long time. I
did measure 16 inches in the garden at one stage, January or February, I can't remember. But anyway, we're into sunshine.
We're gorgeous sunshine.
We're into regatta season.
We're watching the second quads here, the B final. Hexham, Oundle, St Michael's, Oratory.
It's still Oundle.
It is still Oundle with the lead. The St Michael's boat had just a wee bit of a detour there.
Well, I
now, what can cause that, do you reckon? Don't say steering.
Well, it can be steering, but I'm sure these ladies will have sorted their steering. You just want minimal movements. I just wonder if maybe some of this, sometimes rowing in a tailwind's quite difficult. You just don't get that feeling for the catch that you do if you're rowing into a headwind, and sometimes that can just throw you. The water should be fairly static because it is a lake. There's no much movement there. It's just sometimes maybe a slight gust of wind just caught them, or maybe just a slight twitch of the foot is just often enough just to.
Well, they've stayed in touch despite the wee meandering there. They have still managed to stay connected to Oundle, so St Michael's are putting them under a bit of pressure here, but we can see looking out the window the bows of their boat pointing towards us rather than down the course, so they have wandered a wee bit,
but they're still within their lane, so
yeah, and they've done a bit of exploring of that lane, but they're in touch.
Just a lovely shot of second girls eights picking up their trophy and picking up their medals.
So the race on here between Oundle and St Michael's out front.
The Headington girls very happy with their win there. But we're still back with this second quad sculls, and it's still Oundle leading the pack as they come towards a second place with St Michael's. Hexham still in third.
Yeah, I'm watching St Michael's here trying to have a push. And if they could just keep it straight, they might actually get a bit closer. There's probably down just over a length, though, if not a wee bit more.
I think
Oundle have been in control of this race. I think it's true to say since the off.
Yeah, since the off, and they now can see that they've got the orange boys. So they'll just keep it steady and just come on through to the finish line. Just no dramas, and just do enough to paddle on through, and here we have them in shot, just coming up towards the finish line. That's Oundle in this second girls quad sculls.
And the red and white boat there, yellow blades, that's Hexham.
St Michael's just coming up towards the line. They had a go, but it's the Oundle were just too far in front. And we've still got the Oratory School in lane 6.
Yeah, they are into the red boys now. Yeah, tried to forge your fingerprint there to get the tablet working. It recognised my fat finger was not the same as yours. Right, on the course now we have the second girls quads for the Wimbledon Centenary. So William Ball-Ace, this is the A final. Ball-Ace in 2, George Heriot's in 3, Tideway Scullers 4, Marlow in 5, Hartpury University and College in 6, Kingston in lane 7. And the timing marker here is telling me that it's Tideway Scullers that have the lead, or certainly went through the 500 fractionally ahead of Marlow, who are just fractionally again ahead of Hartpury. So this looks another tight race here, Anne.
It definitely is.
Anne? Who's Anne? Carol.
It's all right.
Carol.
I'll answer to anything. Yeah, Tideway Scullers definitely looking very good there. But they can see Marlow just slightly behind them. But early phase of this race, just and it's lovely to see so many crews out there racing for this event.
George Heriot's out there in lane 3.
Yeah, I know Fraser downstairs, ex-Heriot's pupil, is bouncing up and down. He's on the bank and he's just looking at them. He was hoping to... he didn't know if he wanted to commentate on the race or not, and I think he decided he'd much rather watch it.
He'd much rather watch it. Well, we can see them now. They've gone through 1,500 metres, and the 3 boats out front sadly don't involve George Heriot's, but they do involve Tideway Scullers, Marlow and Hartpury. Hartpury are nearest to us.
Yeah, I think Hartpury are making a move on Marlow, just on
Marlow,
their inside.
Marlow are being dropped in the centre, so the race is on. Tideway Scullers, they've upped their rate.
They're in that comfortable position of being in control of the race. They can see what's happening behind them. They've got enough of a leeway, enough of an advantage to sort of just come back if there's a challenge.
Yeah, and they're entering the red boys now, so it's Scullers and Hartpury. I don't think there's a lot in this, you know.
I think Marlow have come back. I said that Hartpury were making a move, but I think Marlow have come back and are just not letting them sort of challenge for that.
No,
but Hartpury just picked up that rating there.
Yeah,
they've just gone up at about 2 or 3 pips.
So they're trying to hunt down Tideway Scullers. Tideway Scullers with about...
they've just picked up the rating too.
Yeah,
they've just seen that challenge and they're just, this isn't going to happen
They're really
to us.
having a go here for second spot, but out in front it is Tideway Scullers School. They lead Marlow. Hartpury having a real go now to try and get that second position, but it's Marlow just hanging on, are they? Marlow at the line by a canvas ahead of Hartpury.
That Hartpury did their best to try and come back to that. That was an amazing push for that.
So Scullers there in a time of 7:01.34 across the line ahead of Marlow Rowing Club 7:05.22. Hartpury University and Boat Club 7:06.44. George Heriot's 7:18.93. And then we have Ball-Ace
and Kingston.
And finally Kingston Rowing Club. Now the boys, second quads, lane 2 we have Grange. There are the winners there on your screen, Tideway Scullers School.
As you said earlier, Martin, if you've won, you look as fresh as a daisy.
Oh, they are. They're absolutely delighted. Yeah, the girl in the bow is beyond grinning happily. Right, we're down at the start for this, the The boys' turn, the second quads. Grange, Norwich, Kingston, Monkton Combe, King's School, Worcester, and Sir William Borlase. Lane 2, Grange. And the umpire launch swings round into the centre to follow them down. Who's got the better start? They accelerate very quickly, these boats.
Oh, they certainly do. Who's got the better start? Really hard to tell at that sort of stage because all 6 of them went off pretty much at the same sort of boat speed, just building it up off the start.
The overhead view shows us that, it's...
Oh, Grange in lane 1, possibly. Lane 2, sorry, with Norwich just in that far side. Oh, and then we've got Monkton Combe in the middle with Kingston as well. Just, it's really hard to tell at this early stage in this race.
Yeah, there's
a fingerprint just exactly where you want to see.
There's a fingerprint on where the Kingston crew are, but no, it's very tight to call this. I think
there's nothing between those first 4.
No, lane 5 possibly. Monkton Combe School.
It's one of these ones. It's a dark boat.
It's a dark boat, so you can't really see their bows, but it could be Kingston.
So close. Kingston, Monkton's.
Kingston, I would hazard a guess.
Here we go. It's getting to see them panning around to catch them, which is good. And the action is there.
So you've got Grange in 2. Norwich in 3, Kingston 4, Monkton Combe 5, King's School, Worcester are in lane 6, and nearest to the tower in lane number 7 it's Sir William Borlase School. The Tideway Scullers still grinning, still smiling.
Picking up the Wimbledon Centenary Trophy.
And well done them. Look at the timers. There's not much in this at all, though.
No, we said that earlier on because we just less than 4 seconds between these 6
Yeah,
schools.
no, it was Kingston that went through first in 1:36.9, and then some 0.17 of a second is it's Monkton School. We could do without those hooters, couldn't we, really? Monkton School. Second, 1:37.12. This is through the 500 metre mark. Norwich third. Grange, as you say. I mean, then there's really nothing in this at 500 metres.
I can see the distinctive colours of Kingston.
Yeah,
there
that's Kingston. And in front, we look at the line of boys.
Just get them side on, and it's Kingston in the lead. You called it absolutely correct there. Monkton School in that second place, and we have Norwich on the outside of Kingston. I think.
That's Norwich outside of Kingston. Norwich with the red blades. Kingston with the red blades, but that very, very, what do my kids used to call it? The Where's Wally tops.
Oh, you're showing your age. Great books.
Yeah, great books.
And just saw Sir William Borlase's and King's School Worcester just coming through there in the front of our screen.
Yeah,
but it's Kingston getting their noses out in front. I think they're increasing their lead.
Yeah,
over
they're at the halfway mark. They're over a second clear now. Sculling really well, getting the catch. Just squeezing a finish.
Just beautiful.
Very smooth. Yeah, look,
beautiful placements there.
And the boat not rocking at all. Very, very good.
Not much water splashing around, so that's just very clean, very tidy. I think they're up to about 2/3 of a length in front of Monkton Combe now.
Yeah, and these are the second quads: Grange, Norwich, Kingston, Monkton Combe, King's School, Worcester, William Borlase.
We were focusing on the side of the lake closest to the island, but we've been ignoring Norwich, who've put in a good push there.
They have put in a good push.
And going with Norwich, we've got Grange as well over in lanes 2 and 3. So sometimes it's deceptive. You're focusing in one part of the course and you forget the other crews.
So they've gone through 1500. It's Kingston.
Norwich. Is it Norwich?
Kingston ahead of Norwich.
Yeah. Moncton's Coombe in third place. This is the B final, no medals up for grabs here. Just the honours of being places 7th to 13th in the country.
So, 300 metres to go. Now, have Norwich got a bit of a finish? Because Kingston have led all the way. They've sculled beautifully.
I think Moncton's Coombe have just dropped off the
Moncton,
pace.
I think, have possibly dropped off.
I think Norwich
Norwich
are
are
putting
trying
a
to
push
accelerate here.
Yeah. They're motoring.
There they are. The boat speed from this angle looks to be with Norwich. So Kingston still
just
with the
picking it
lead.
up
Yeah,
again.
Kingston pick it up again. What have they got there? A length, do you reckon?
I don't think it's a length. I think it's about 2/3 of a length. If
Okay,
that, maybe
then
half.
into the Red Boys. 250 to go. And with 250 to go, yeah, it's
Kingston just picking it up now. Really going to have to sprint for the line. I think Norwich just dropped off a bit there. I
they
think
have, yeah. They
Kingston picked it up.
Kingston
earlier,
picked it up, yeah.
and just
They have got a length lead. So Kingston lead Norwich, who in turn lead Moncton Coombe. Over on the far side, not to be left out, Grange. And nearest to us, King's School, Worcester.
There we
and
have
Ball Ace.
Kingston just going to hit the imaginary line first, with Norwich in that second place. What a good push Norwich put in.
They did put in a good push.
Moncton Coombe School, and then we have Grange School, and then King's School Worcester, with Sir William Borlase is on this side, just having to settle for that 12th position overall.
That was the B final for the second quads. Now we have the A final second quads. Sir William Borlase, Tideway Scullers, Windsor Boys School C, Marlow D, Marlow E, Windsor Boys School G.
A lot of very good sculling clubs in this event, and its honours look to be with Tideway Scullers in lane 3 at the moment. Just getting their noses out in front.
You reckon? Yeah. Wow. So Windsor and Marlow, 2 crews each in it. Not leading presently. It is Tideway Scullers.
And really good performance. I think the Windsor boys are going to be putting a lot of pressure on them.
Ball ace at the top of the screen.
And then we've got Marlow just in shot here.
Yeah, that's Tideway Scullers. Yeah, the time in here at 1500 metres tells me that Windsor Boys went through. That can't be right. Windsor Boys went through. But Tideway Scullers at the halfway mark have the lead. Maybe it was right. So Tideway Scullers ahead of Windsor Boys.
Windsor Boys in lane 4. If you look at the course now, I would probably agree that Windsor Boys are now ahead.
Yeah.
Just marginally. But going with Windsor Boys, we have the Marlow crew in lane 5.
There's 2 Windsor Boys School crews. It's the Windsor Boys School in lane 4.
And the Windsor
looked to
Boys
have the
crew in
advantage,
lane
yeah.
7 just seem to have stopped. I think there's been an issue further up the
they've-
course.
Yeah, no, they've
So
they
it
have stopped.
is Tideway Scullers. I think the lead is now with Windsor Boys School in lane 4. And then the battle is on between Tideway Scullers and Marlow for those other medal positions.
Oh, you're right, it's Windsor Boys out in front.
I think Tideway Scullers just took the race on early on just to see what they could do, but Windsor Boys, you know, are so strong and so.
The second position Scullers and Marlow. Scullers have up the rate. Marlow trying to respond. Windsor Boys leading coming into the last 250.
And we know they've got very strong finish. It's just Windsor
Scullers on the far side.
I was just going to say the Scullers are just having a pop at this, just to sort of push on and just see.
Yeah, Marlow haven't responded there, but it's Windsor Boys School. Tideway Scullers having a real go, but at Windsor Boys, too much of a lead there.
Now, just to come back with sort of get overlap with Tideway Scullers. I think they were caught a bit out there with the move that Tideway Scullers made, but it's
On
Windsor
the last
Boys
couple
School.
of strokes, it is Windsor Boys School that crossed the line, just over a length ahead of Tideway Scullers. Then we have Marlow, Sir William Borlase, and then the other Marlow crew. Non-finisher here is Windsor Boys Crew E, I think. No, Crew G it says here. Not sure what's happened, but
there's a launch with them.
There seems to be a launch with them, yeah, so there might be a delay before the next race, which is the A final. Once we've done the A final, we'll then hand over
and these
to head of commentary, another Scotsman, Mr. There's a lot of Scots about, has to be said. Someone disturbed a nest of them. I think they've all come down here for the weekend. Tom Morgan's here.
And I'm going to sign off and leave you in these capable hands. Fergus and Tom taking over.
Right, so we've determined Carol needs the toilet, so Tom's going to hop in the seat and share some magic moments with me. Here he is. I've got loads of questions for the head honcho, the grand fromage of JRN. How are you, my boy?
Tired and hot, Martin. Same as I always feel this time of year.
You're always hot, Tom.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. I'll come and commentate with you again.
How's JRN? How's life?
JRN is great. Life is great. No complaints. It's fabulous to be here at Dorney Lake watching some wonderful rowing with you.
He's such a sweep. They've put the wrong race on the screen here. Hello. We are looking forward to... Oh, no. I told a fib, did I?
This is the right race, I think.
It is the right race, yeah. That was the second quads final there. So Windsor Boys crew still being attended to. I can't see that far down there, but they're on the course. So we're not going to get underway yet with the next race, which is the B final. Which sees Godolphin, Bedford Girls' School, Nottingham and Union, Wimbledon, Godolphin, Sir William Perkins, Lymington and King's School, Worcester. What's impressed you today, Thomas?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think the depth of some of those top programs is astonishing, isn't it? If you look at Radley, Shiplake, the number of crews that not only they have competing but medaling is always amazing to me. We had Mark Wilkinson from the Windsor Boys School on the pod earlier.
Yep.
That second quad that just won gold could medal at champ level. I think they're that good. It's amazing the program that he's built over a lot of time and effort and energy spent, but it's clearly paying dividends, and I'm really excited to see the matchup between them and Borlase and Marlow and Leander tomorrow. I think that's going to be as tight a championship quad field as we've had in some time.
Yeah.
It's your favourite race of the weekend, isn't it, the champ quads?
Yeah, I've always liked quads, just because. Well, I had a bit of interest, didn't I, years ago with Leander and the program there, and the Fawley, and all the competitions that went there. Clare's Court were in the mix back then. Sir William Borlase, Westminster were winning it regularly.
Billy Mason.
Yeah, not that many years ago, but it's so competitive. Windsor Boys have always been there or thereabout, and you know, Mark's carried on with that programme. You know, Windsor boys have been, for a state school, we've said this many times, I mean, they've been absolutely outstanding. But it's tremendous. I was looking at some of the times earlier, actually, of some of the J16s, and gee, they're quick. Aren't they? I mean, that's something else. So whatever's going on, whether it's the training, whether it's technology, whatever it is, you know, rowing's in good health and things are getting quicker and quicker. Well, I just wish there was more regattas for juniors, really, because there's an awful lot of kids wanting to row, but there's not that many opportunities to race.
Yeah, I know what you mean, and I think that regatta season we feel it less acutely, but particularly during the head season when there's so many cancellations, so much disruption, so much inclement weather, as we call it now. It means that athletes are training at a young age, at a relatively junior level, for months sometimes without any competition, any yardstick to know where they are in the field, and that must tax you mentally and physically. So,
well, it is. I mean, they you know, it's been described to me, the training. That's the hard work. This is the fun bit. This is the enjoyment. This is the celebration. Yeah, there is a delay here in racing. The reason that Mr. Morgan and I are bantering away is because there was an incident further down the course. I hope everything's all right. There's a couple of boats out there, so they won't get the next race underway. In terms of underway, I will probably make way for Fergus. He can sit down and he can sit down and talk to Tom. What else, Tom? What other news? Come on, I'm keen
what other
to
news?
know.
What news have I got for you, Martin?
JRN gets bigger. You've created a monster there, mate.
Yeah, we're certainly growing. We're going to the NCAAs this week, or I guess on Tuesday, to Georgia, the USA, to cover that event. We'll be hopefully at the head of the Charles again. We're going to the World Champs this year.
Head of the Charles you enjoyed, yeah?
We've done that 3 times now, yeah. It's a really good gig. It's an amazing twice. Sorry, I'm being corrected there by my head of podcasts. Twice, but we're going for a 3rd time this year. It's an amazing event. The Americans do one thing. It's off-field activation. They are incredibly good.
And you took Fergus out there with you?
We took regressively so, yeah.
Did they ask him to play bagpipes?
They did not.
Dance around swords? They like a bit of heritage, don't they?
I think it's the Irish heritage that's strong there. Oh, is it? So Fergus is a bit of an outcast socially and or otherwise.
How dare you?
We had a fabulous time.
It was jolly good fun at the curry last night. Right, I'll love you and leave you. Sisters, I'll see you all tomorrow.
Thank you, Martin.
Thank you very much, Martin. And it looks like the course is cleared now. So we send our very best wishes to everyone up the course who's been involved with the incident. We hope everything's all right. But this means, Tom, B final, the Championship Girls Coxed Fours is just about ready to get underway in the final block of racing of the day.
Yeah, into the business end of today's proceedings. Excited to see what happens in some of these races. I actually wrote a couple of these previews, which probably both shows my
love for the sport,
limited social life, and also, of course, love for the sport. So, yeah, excited to see how the Championship Girls Coxless Fours unfolds. I've got one eye on that William Perkins crew who've been going so well this year. I know that a lot of programs on the girls' side have prioritised the fours this year as opposed to the eights. I think the eights slightly depleted field. We've seen really strong showings, of course, from Shiplake and Headington as we expect to see, but the Coxless and Coxed Fours, almost a little battleground of its own now. And in previous years, it became almost relegated because crews and programs would prioritise the 8. But now it feels like its own unique dynamic, which I'm excited to see unfold over the next few, I guess, next hour or so. How long are we on air for? Yeah, about an hour.
Yeah, about an hour or so. It's an early finish today. We're going late into the night yesterday. It'll be a long day tomorrow, so we get a nice early finish today, which will be enjoyable, I think.
All the sleep we can get pending a big week on the JRN home front.
JRN March is on.
Away from home front, I think I'd call it.
Yeah, flying the flag abroad is what we're doing.
This is a JRN takeover. We had one of these this weekend, yeah? Have you had a double JRN pairing?
Well,
was this by design?
Well, I've had a couple of the shifts with Fraser Innes, but that's history. That we don't need to talk about that just now. What's important?
He's gone. We don't care about him.
What's important is that the B final of the Girls' Championship Coxed Fours is now underway. Let's take you through those runners and riders. Godolphin and Latimer School are in lane 1 on the right-hand side of your screen now. Bedford Girls' School in 2, Nottingham and Union in 3, Wimbledon High School go in lane 4, with the second of the Godolphin School crews next to them in 5. So William Perkins are in 6, Leamington Amateur Rowing Club in 7, and rounding off this field, just coming into view just now, is the King's School Worcester. All of these crews up and running in this B final of the Girls' Championship. Coxford, clean start across the board. All Coxers trying to get them out as quickly and as straightly as possible. A great starter there in the centre of the field, Tom.
Yeah, quite promising there from Godolphin A. Of course, with 2 crews in this final, you would assume that they've got the speed to compete at the front end, particularly in that A crew. But it doesn't look like a lot between, I guess, lanes 4, 5 and 6. That's Wimbledon High, Godolphin and Sir William Perkins, of course, 3 stalwarts of the junior women's circuit. Bragging rights on the line here. Although it is a B final, it won't feel like it when you're in the heat and intensity of the race. The contest will feel just as real and just as prestigious as an A final for these athletes making their way down the course.
Well, Wimbledon High School just trying to stretch out at the moment, going with them, as we've said. Godolphin and Latimer, they're sitting in lane 5, probably your race leaders at the moment. To be expected, they topped this group of the time trial this morning. They were 9th overall, just missing out on a place in the A final by 0.2 of a second. So they've got a lot of work to do to prove that they're hoping to be getting into that A final. Wimbledon High School, 3 seconds or so back on them. So yeah, no surprise to see them. And I'm expecting them to pull away from the rest of the field. And they put about 7 or seconds or so into Sir William Perkins earlier on in the time trial, who were 9th, 10th and 11th. We're coming up to, through the opening quarter of this race, and it is that crew in lane 5. It's the crew from Godolphin School, and I just feel, Tom, in the past 150 metres or so, they've strided out really nicely, pulling away from Perkins in Wimbledon.
Yeah, before we came on air, actually, Ferg, you did warn me about the vantage point that we get, and the drone shot is obviously magnificent at illuminating some of the beauty of rowing, but what it doesn't give us necessarily is that side-by-side feedback that we as commentators crave, but it does, as you say, look like Godolphin are stretching out ever so slightly on the crews around them. As I say, Perkins and Wimbledon will keep them honest all the way down the course, but by the sounds of things, given Godolphin's journey to this start line, it feels like they've got a point to prove.
Yeah, certainly. We'll keep our eyes as well on the likes of Nottingham and Union. Probably 3rd or 4th best crew coming into this based on our time trial performances. But I just feel, as we alluded to, we saw the sort of move that Godolphin and Latimer were able to do over 150 metres or so. I feel as we stretch out towards that halfway point, 1,000 metres into this race, I just feel like they're settling into a strong rhythm that's just developing really nicely as we come into the middle stages of this race.
Yeah, complex boat to row, the Cox 4, no less, because you do have someone loaded into that sort of bow coxing seat, or bow-loaded coxing seat, so it requires a specific type of skill set, but these young women rowing it exceptionally well, and you can see there as the camera pans round to perpendicular that Godolphin and Latimer have maybe a length and astern of them. Perkins maybe just about in 2nd, followed by Wimbledon High in 3rd at the moment. So that race for, I guess, quote-unquote, the medals as they come through the halfway point is Godolphin, Perkins, and then Wimbledon High.
Yeah, Godolphin and Latimer breaking clear just the position they want to be in. We'll need a big 3rd 500 now from Wimbledon High School if they want to keep themselves in contention with the Sir William Perkins School, who are desperate to hang on to the coattails of that Godolphin School, who are really starting to stretch out. We know they were the best of the rest in this time trial. That's why they're leading out this B final at the moment. But there we see Wimbledon just hanging on, just as we were talking about there, holding at, third of a length, quarter of a length at this point, and it's going to be so important, Tom, that they are just able to keep moving with them in this third 500.
Well, it is the dreaded third 500. No one enjoys this section of a rowing race. At least when you come into the final stages, you've got the adrenaline, the surge, the roar of the crowd to back you. The third 500 at Dorney is particularly bleak because you don't have a lot of support on the banks. The tents start to emerge on the horizon, but there's not a lot of cluster, there's not a lot of congestion there, and so these young women have to stay strong in this third 500. But I'd agree with you, Ferg. I think the race really here, Godolphin and Latimer showing their class. They're stretching out now to just over 2 or just under 2 lengths lead, and astern of them, as I say, it's Perkins just holding off Wimbledon High for that second spot. It's maybe a matter of feet between those two crews.
I think Wimbledon are moving, but I think they're moving gradually. I think it was maybe about a third of a length. Now it's maybe down to a canvas or so. And I think Wimbledon High School perhaps just stepping on as well. A word though just for the two crews that have just popped out of screen. Bedford Girls School, Nottingham Union. The two of them side by side in that race for 4th and 5th place in this B final. But are starting to get the vantage from the finish tower, looking out over the rest of the field. They're coming up to about 600 metres left to go, I'd say. Well, 500 metres actually, there we go, crossing over that halfway point, and that margin that Godolphin School have over the rest of the field is continuing to grow. But Tom, I think we've got a change of second place, a huge third 500 from Wimbledon High.
Yeah, I think you called it spot on, Ferg. Wimbledon High just building their pace slowly. Game of attrition is a rowing race, 2,000 metres is a long way, and Wimbledon High just feel like they've got the pacing right. The question will be, how many beans did they spend in that third 500? Can they hold off what will surely be a resurgent Perkins crew in the closing quarter?
Well, let's see what sort of beans they're running on. Here's hoping it's full fat Heinz beans to keep them.
Is there such a thing as non-full fat beans?
Well, they're sugar free. You don't want that stuff.
You're conflating it with Coca-Cola.
Anyway, tell you who is kicking on really nicely, and that's Godolphin and Latimer School. They're on the right-hand side of your picture. You know, we talked about the move that Wimbledon High School did to get themselves ahead of Sir William Perkins, but what about the push that's come from Godolphin and Latimer? It was a length or so, and now it's 2, 3, perhaps even, I think 2 or 3 lengths that they are leading by at this stage.
Yeah, I totally agree, Ferg. It's Godolphin and Latimer stretching away from the field there. They've got maybe 2 lengths of clear water. Really impressive, mature, composed row from those young women and taking it out. And it's Wimbledon High, as you rightly pointed out in that third 500s, proved decisive for those young women too. They are now out to about a length ahead of Perkins. The Perkins program run by Chris Boddy, of course. He'll be looking forward to his final in the Championship Girls Coxers 4 later, the A final. But for now, all eyes on Godolphin and Latimer School, who come down towards the line. They have got total control over this B final for the Jim Mason Plate.
Well, just a few strokes left to go then, and up to the line it will be Godolphin and Latimer School. They'll have enjoyed this last 3, 4, 500 metres because it's been dominant from them as they have pulled away from the rest of the field. And what about this Wimbledon High School? What a race they were in with Sir William Perkins in the middle stages of this race. But they too have kicked on. It'll be 2 lengths they will have over Sir William Perkins School as they come up to the finish line. Next up though, it's our crew from Nottingham and Union there in the middle of the course. They themselves managed to pull away from Bedford School. They were nip and tuck in the middle sections. Bedford Girls School now finding themselves in a right ding-dong with the crew from the King's School Worcester. The two of them incredibly close as they come across the finish line. Means rounding out this field will be the crew of Lymington Amateur Rowing Club through in lane 7, just ahead of the second of our crews of Godolphin and Latimer School on the top of your screen. And swiftly on we move to the A final of the Jim Mason Plate for Girls Coxed 4s. 8 crews once again riding in this one. Lady Eleanor Hollis School in 1, Norwich School in 2, Putney High next to them in 3, Kingston Grammar School in 4, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association going well in lane 5, Emmanuel School in 6, Pangbourne College next to them in lane 7. Rounding out this field is Wallingford Rowing Club on the left hand side of your screen. So Kingston Grammar School, they're your current race leaders at this point under new stewardship. James Cracknell taking over the head coaching job there. Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, second place for them as we come up to the halfway point in the next couple of 100 metres. It was those two schools, or those two programmes I should say. Aberdeen Schools, they topped the time trial 4 seconds or so, 4 or 5 seconds they led out over at Kingston Grammar, but the rest of the field incredibly tight. Emmanuel School very much in the mix, just 0.7 of a second back on Kingston Grammar. So at this point in the race, it's been a great turnout from Kingston Grammar, from the school, from southwest London, really taking it to Aberdeen schools at the moment. So here we are, 1,000 metres in. But what a move on the outside of the lane from Wallingford Rowing Club. Right there in the mix over at Kingston Grammar as well. The two of them neck and neck through 1,000 metres.
Well, what I will say, Ferg, is it's fabulous to see Wallingford in this race that is otherwise dominated by school programmes. Wallingford, the only club crew competing here in the A final and doing Katie Greaves and her coaching staff proud from the outside lane, trying to stay with the race leaders, Kingston Grammar. And actually, Wallingford have had a pretty excellent year this year. They've had second place at the inaugural Junior Fours Head back in November, and despite the fact they didn't enter a crew into this category in 2025, we've already seen them win gold on the Dorney Straights this weekend in some of the eights. Katie Greaves building quite the programme here, and it looks like, Ferg, to me, they have taken the lead.
I think you're bang on the money there. They've really kicked on as they come through the 1,000 metres. I think they probably stepped on about 900 metres into this race, which meant they were surging through 1,000 metres, and they've kept building that surge in this third 500. We need to see what sort of a response Kingston Grammar School will be able to muster, because they're currently being chased down hard by the crew from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association and Pangbourne College, who are going well in lane 7. Emmanuel School, a little surprised to see them just dropping back ever so slightly. We know how well they did in the time trial this morning. A little dip of the head there from the 2 seat in the Kingston Grammar School. They've got to stick together, keep that composure as they come into the closing stages of this race, because Wallingford Rowing Club have really turned up the heat in this third 500.
Yeah, if I were a Kingston Grammar School supporter watching this stream, I'd be reassured by those pictures. I think they look calm, they look composed. There's no sort of frenetic energy around either end of the stroke. So as this sort of field meets our camera and we can get a better sense of where everyone is, it does look to me like Wallingford continue to lead. A really gutsy showing from them out of the lane 8, which means nominally, Ferg, they were one of the slowest qualifiers into this final.
They were indeed 7th for them, and off the pace. It wasn't a huge margin between them and the time trial, just 10 seconds off the pace. It was a very tightly bunched time trial for this top 8 crews. But there we see, there's our shot of just flying over the head. Pangbourne College on the bottom of your screen. We haven't quite got Wallingford into shot at this point, but Pangbourne making a real surge there on Kingston Grammar School, who were in such a good position in the opening stages of this race. Pangbourne looked to have rowed through Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, who at this point in the race have been pushed out of a medal into 4th place, but only just maybe half a canvas or so. But we're just seeing there in the bottom of your screen the blades of Wallingford Rowing Club completely in sync, continuing to move away from the field.
Well, it would be a quite remarkable performance if Wallingford could hold on here, and as they come into the red boys signalling 250 metres to go, they'll know now that this is it. They've got about half a length on the crew from Kingston Grammar, who led out the start. Wallingford had a fantastic second 500 and now have put themselves in a fantastic position to take gold in the Jim Mason Plate from an outside lane.
Well, here come Wallingford Rowing Club then, 200 metres or so left to go to wrap up this victory in the Girls' Championship Coxed Fours. There's Kingston Grammar School. They're chasing hard, doing all they possibly can to keep themselves in contention for a silver medal. We saw, though, Aberdeen Schools, who had been drawn back into a race with Pangbourne College, weren't backing down either. Right then, here we go, 100 metres left to go, and the advantage is still with Wallingford Rowing Club. Silver medal at the moment still being held by Kingston Grammar School, but Pangbourne have thrown another question to Aberdeen Schools that the Scots just can't answer at this point as we come up to the last 50 metres. Wallingford Rowing Club, what a surprise, what a shock on the outside lane. This is an absolute performance and a half from them as they come up to the finish line. It will be Wallingford Rowing Club on the line. Kingston Grammar will hold on, but that race between Pangbourne and Aberdeen Schools will come right to the line. But it will be Pangbourne College, by my eye, finishing strong just ahead of Emmanuel School, then fast finishing on the far side. Lady Eleanor Hollis there in the mix, Norwich School in the mix, and we'll have Norwich School rounding out that field, that A final of the Championship Girls Coxed Fours. What a performance, Tom. What an effort from Wallingford.
Quite excitable there at the end, wasn't it? I felt like I didn't match your energy at all. I was just laid back in my chair watching that performance from Wallingford. Just so impressive. As I say, the programme that's been built there, club programme, nowhere near the resources of some of these school crews. And we can see there those 5 women on screen. Sensational effort from them to take gold from the outside lane. It makes you think that maybe things weren't flowing as nicely as they could have in the time trial, because to go from 7th into the final to winning the A final, not just winning it, but winning it by a couple of seconds, is mightily impressive.
Hugely impressive from them. Another great performance for them at this year's National Schools Regatta, and we continue onwards. We go from the girls to the Open Championship Coxed Fours for the Headser Cup. In lane 1, it is Haberdashers Monmouth School. Lane 2, Enniskillen Royal Grammar School. Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association are back in action in lane 3. Reading Bluecoat School in 4. Westminster School in 5. Canford next to them in 6. Shandon from Ireland in 7. And Kingston Grammar School. Rounding out this field on the left-hand side of your screen in lane 8. Through 500 metres then. And by my count, that is Enniskillen Royal Grammar School leading at this point in the race, only by a whisker ahead of Kingston Grammar.
A fast starting crew from the Emerald Isle. Who would have thought it? If you've come all this way to race, you've got to assume you're going to go at it gung-ho, right?
Oh, absolutely. We've seen some cracking performances from the Irish crews over the past day and a half, 2 days or so. But through 1,000 metres, I'd say we have a change in lead to perhaps Westminster School poking their bows out into the lead. But a great start from Enniskillen, who find themselves right in the thick of things.
Yeah, 2 Irish boats in this B final for the Championship Coxed Fours Open. Shandon and Enniskillen. As I said, Ferg, if you've travelled across the Irish Sea, you must feel like you've got a bit of speed to play with, but I think you called it right again. Westminster just poking their nose out in front of what is a fairly tightly packed field.
That's an epic field to look at as we come into this third 500 metres. Westminster, though, we can see them just starting to etch away from the field. Enniskillen doing well, just about to cling on to second place, though. But that crew from Reading Bluecoat School there in lane 4, sitting maybe half a canvas back or so. There's your race leaders. There's Westminster School in their distinctive bright pink kit. The Putney-based programme doing very well in this B final, just to get themselves clear of this field that is just knocking lumps out of each other.
It's a lively rhythm, that from Westminster, isn't it? Chunky, punchy through the water.
Exactly how you need to be racing a Coxed Four. Keep it lively, keep it punchy, keep it aggressive, just so things don't get too heavy. Enniskillen Royal just dropping back, though. We've got our eyes, I think, on the crew. I think is that Shandon on the bottom, Kingston Grammar School just on the bottom of your screen. So Shandon just above them, I think, are etching into second place at the moment. On the right-hand side of your screen, you can enjoy the pictures of Wallingford getting their medals from the Girls' Championship Coxed Fours. But on the left-hand side of your screen, in the big picture, the race we're riding with, it's all starting to kick off here in the third 500. 1/4 of the race left to go. Westminster still leading. Shandon, though, starting to really establish themselves in that second place position.
Yeah, Westminster have got the gas. I think they've sort of put their foot down and decided that this race is theirs to dictate. They are moving out, but I agree with you, Ferg. The battle for second, third and fourth is really the compelling narrative here. And you could even say that the battle is ongoing for fifth and sixth, because you can see the overlap there from Aberdeen and also Haberdashers out in lane 1.
Do you know what? I take back my original statement about Shandon being comfortable there in second place, because Reading Bluecoat are just not fading away in this final 500 metres. They're just constantly there. I think they're probably sitting half a canvas or so back on them. Enniskillen Royal Grammar trying to keep themselves in one of those top 3 positions after that blistering start from them in the opening stages. But Westminster School, who kicked on nicely ahead of the 1,000 metre marker, it's done them a huge service to get away from that race as they come into the final 250 metres.
Yeah, into the Red Boys now. It's Westminster's race to lose, but that contest unfolding behind them between Reading Bluecoat, between Shandon, between Canford, is one that we can all keep our eye on. Sorry, excuse me, between Aberdeen, Reading and Shandon. And it looks to me, Ferg, like the crew from Ireland, Shandon Rowing Club, have squeezed out a bit of a margin here.
Yep, Westminster have gone again. That punchy rhythm has just managed to find another gear because they've had to, because Shandon Rowing Club are chasing incredibly hard as we come up to the finish line. Let's see what Westminster have got as we come up to the line. Shandon just out of shot, but they are chasing hard. But I think Westminster have done enough in that third 500. It was a mightily impressive move. They will hold on by a length as they come up to the finish line in this B final of the Championship Coxed Fours. Shandon have done remarkably well. They'll take second place, and I think Reading just snuck their bows in front of Enniskillen by about 1/4 of a length. Coming through there in the middle was then Aberdeen Schools, chased by Canford, Kingston Grammar School, and on the top of your screen was Haberdashers Monmouth, rounding out that B final. Your provisional winners there from Westminster School. Cracking job from them, just grabbing the race by the scruff of the neck. But this is the A final for the Hedser Cup for Open Championship Coxed Fours. From right to left on your screen, the King's School Worcester, Winchester College, St Edwards, Wallingford, the Windsor Boys School, Bryanston, Emmanuel and Clare's Court. And Tom, you've talked about the dominance of Windsor Boys in the sculling. Well, here they are. They topped the time trial in the sweep boats as well.
If you're a sweep program, you must be thinking, will you just leave us alone? For goodness sake, stick to the sculling, stick to winning all the trophies on that side. It clearly that Mark Wilkinson is not happy with just dominating with 2 blades. He wants to switch to 1, and it is Windsor who surely have what is a pretty impressive margin of control over this race already, as that drone shot illuminates for us. I think they've got about half a length on the crew from St Edwards in lane 3.
Yeah, Teddy's just about hanging on in there at the moment. They were 4th in the time trial. 9 seconds or so back on the crew from Windsor Boys. So they've done really well in the opening parts of this race, the opening third of this race, to keep themselves in contention. Wallingford Rowing Club just slipping back, allowing them to end up in a bit of a race for that bronze medal, with the crew from Bryanston going nicely in lane 6. But again, those crews from lanes 3 through to 6 very much within a length or 2 of each other at this point in the race. So that's St Edward's School, Wallingford, Windsor Boys, Bryanston, Emmanuel School and Clare's Court. All of them at this point are in contention of winning a medal, but what that colour will be remains to be seen. Windsor Boys, though, at the moment, as they come up to the halfway point, your dead set favourites for gold.
Yeah, we've waxed lyrical a lot on Joanne about the quality of the Windsor Boys programme, but I think what really pays dividends and will pay dividends here in the second half of this contest is the mentality they have, their ability to race, the maturity that's instilled in them from a very young age right the way through. We see Windsor medaling right across the board. They're going to have to work hard here. They're not having it all their own way. You can see there just under 3-second gap back on St Edwards in second, who, as we all know, are another stalwart of junior boys rowing here in this country. So they're going to have to continue to keep the pace high, to keep that energy, that vivacity that is so important to moving a Cox 4 through the water. But it would be, you'd be a brave person, I think, to bet against Windsor Boys and all the heritage and prestige that they have. And there you go, the drone shot showing, actually, if anything, Windsor is starting to creep away from the field.
Really impressive there from Windsor as they've kicked on through the halfway point. Less than 1,000 metres to go for them. There's Bryanston School. They're in the mix for a medal. Could it be silver? Could it be bronze for the Bryanston boys as they come into the third 500? I think that's them just ticking through 750 metres to go at this point in the race, though. However, the blades of Windsor Boys just coming in and out of shot at the moment. So impressive from them in this third 500. The crowds there, still hundreds of people out on the backs. I mean, why wouldn't you? The weather is spectacular and the racing is just as good on the water.
It's an important moment, this, for Windsor Boys, I will say, because they don't want to get dragged into the dogfight that's going on behind them for silver and bronze. As you've already alluded to, Ferg, you've got 3 or 4 crews basically tilting now for the minor medals. Windsor don't want to be sucked into that contest. They want to stay out in front, maintain an element of control, be able to watch what's happening unfold behind them.
Well, there's Emmanuel School just to the right of Bryanston, but there we go, clear water, big clear water margin though at this point as they come through the 1,500 metre marker. And then in quick succession, Bryanston, I think Wallingford and Teddy's, 3 crews for 2 medals then in this final 500 metres. That was Clare's Court just coming through, and there it is. That's how close it is. That's how close the medals are going to be decided. I think, if anything, Bryanston perhaps just about in that silver medal position, but then every stroke that we have, Wallingford Rowing Club, we weren't talking about them in the early stages of this race, but what a phenomenal job they've done to push their bows up into a contention, not just for a bronze, but a silver medal in the closing stages of this one.
Yeah, my mind is on Wallingford. I think they were right out the back of the field in the sort of first 500. They've had a storming middle 1,000 to put themselves right back into contention. I think they are the crew with the speed, the momentum that's so important in these competitive situations. But as these Cox 4s come into our view, Ferg, it is Windsor Boys' race to lose. A great continuation of the weekend that Mark Wilkinson and all of his staff and athletes are having down into the Red Boys. I think the race really is for silver and bronze.
Right then, 200 metres, less than that to go in this A final of the Hedser Cup for Championship Boys Cox 4. Windsor Boys, they've led from start to finish in this one. They've been so dominant in the sculling boats, and now here they are stamping their authority across the sweep boats as well. But what about this race for silver and bronze? Bryanston, Wallingford, Teddy's, one of them is going to miss out on a medal at the moment. Momentum, we think, is with Wallingford Rowing Club. It looks like they've come through St Edwards. Yes, Wallingford, they're through St Edwards. Are they through Bryanston as we come up to the finish line? I think they are. I think it's now Wallingford in silver medal position. Windsor boys win the boys' championship, Coxed Fours. Bryanston, though, what a surge from them in the final stages. But I think Wallingford Rowing Club just nip it on the line for that silver medal. Bryanston will take bronze, with Teddy's pushed down into fourth. Fast finishing from Clare's Court, from King's School Worcester, with Emmanuel School, and then Winchester College rounding out that A final of the championship Coxed Fours.
And you could see how pleased Bryanston were. We've got on shot there the winners from Windsor boys. Never really in doubt. I thought from 750 metres gone, they looked like the superlative element in this race, but Bryanston delighted over the line to get themselves on the podium. Not a programme we always necessarily associate with high performance, high altitude rowing in this country, but clearly a programme on the rise, right trajectory, right time, right place, and they've managed to secure themselves a medal in the championship Coxed Fours.
We're back up at the start then. It's not often we're able to say that, actually. We get a nice view right the way down the course. This is the B final of Girls' Championship Coxless Fours. 6 boats contesting this one. Llandaff in lane 2, Walton next to them in 3. It'll be Glasgow Academy in 4, Haberdashers Monmouth School in 5, Wimbledon High School in 6, and the King's School Worcester will round out this field in lane 7. Those are your crews from left to right as we look at things right the way up at the start line. Means I can take a breath now as well, actually, just before this all kicks off. So the Coxless Fours, they'll be quicker boats, quicker up at the front end without the cox on board. One of the athletes, of course, will have the rudder attached to their foot. And we know how important, we've seen how close some of these races can be, so we know how important those little movements on the rudder will be for some of these crews. But the wind, though, we've had some gusting tailwinds throughout the day. It's never been particularly challenging conditions, and I'd say looking at the flagpoles at the moment, the wind just starting to die down as we come into the closing stages of day 2 of the National Schools Regatta. But we are underway now. B final, Girls' Championship Coxless Fours. Clean start from all 6 of our crews. A reminder, Llandaff, Walton, Glasgow Academy, Haberdashers, Monmouth School, Wimbledon High School and the King's School Worcester are your 6 crews contesting this one for positions 7 through 12 in the Championship Girls Coxless 4 rankings. There's our camera then at the 250 metre marker. I think going well at the moment. I think it's our crews in the middle of the course. I think Glasgow Academy moving very nicely. There's our crew from Wimbledon High School going nicely, just coming out of shot. And that's the King's School Worcester. So there's all 6 of our crews at the moment, and it is that crew in lane 5. This is Haberdashers Monmouth who are out in front leading this one. But in the early stages of this race, Tom, again, it's shaping up to be an absolute corker between 4 or 5 of these boats.
Yeah, as we've said before, no silverware on offer, unlike in the bottom right of your screen where you can see Windsor proudly showing off their newly minted Hetzer Cup. No silver on offer for this in the Championship Girls Coxless 4 B final, but bragging rights are plenty. Haberdashers Monmouth, as you rightly point out, Ferg, just look like they've got a little bit of a margin on the crews around them, Wimbledon High and Glasgow Academy. Actually, in lane 2, Walton going well. Looks like maybe they've got their nose out into 3rd at the moment.
Yeah, Haberdashers Monmouth just striding out over the rest of the field. I feel over the past minute they've settled into a nice rhythm. Just a little bit longer, and they're just dead straight at the moment. I think their steering is particularly impressive at this point in the race. I think we've seen just a couple of wobbles there from the Glasgow Academy crew, one lane over to their right-hand side. I think as a result has just allowed Wimbledon High School to establish themselves in that 2nd place position, with Glasgow and Walton half a length or so back on Wimbledon at this point in the race.
Notoriously difficult boats to steer, the Coxers 4, as you've already alluded to. You need only watch some of the preliminary rounds of the Wi-Fi Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta to see just how complex they are to get down in a straight line. But as you point out, Haberdash is doing an exemplary job of getting that bow nice and straight, because of course every touch on that rudder costs you just a little bit of time, a little bit of speed. So it's important to maintain an element of staying straight.
Absolutely. Well, here we are coming up to the 1,000 metres then. Haberdash is continuing to pull away from the rest of this field. But I think we're set up for a cracking second half of the race between Wimbledon High School, between Glasgow Academy and between Walton Rowing Club. That's the Walton crew there, just in shot, and just next to them it's the crew from Cardiff, Llandaff. Rowing through the centre of Cardiff, they're passing past the Principality Stadium on the River Taff, a cracking stretch of water there for them. But Walton Rowing Club, arguably on one of the best stretches of the Thames they have to themselves. But there's your race leaders just coming into shot, the crew of Haberdashers Monmouth School. Out in front, leading this one. Through 1,000 metres, the second half of the race awaits. Haberdashers Monmouth will look to do what they can to pull away even further from the rest of the field, but it's close. It's incredibly close. We can see Wimbledon High School, as we reckon, just pushing themselves into second place. But I think no more than a third of a length between Glasgow Academy and Walton for that third and fourth place spot.
Yeah, as the crews came past that static camera position, you could see the bow of the Wimbledon High School boat just tacked on to the stern of the Haberdashers Monmouth shell, indicating that the contest isn't over. Anytime there's overlap, there's always the chance for a bit of jeopardy in the second half, and it will depend, of course, on how much Haberdashers have spent in that first half. What gas reserves have they got left? But they still have probably 3/4 of a length. But I think, Ferg, if I'm looking at those shots and just from what I saw as the crews came past, I think if Wimbledon High can keep themselves in a straight line, they to me seem like the crew with speed at the moment.
Wimbledon High School, just got to be careful of that buoy line ever so slightly. Just drifted across to the right hand side of their lane, so they won't want to get tangled up in this third 500 of the race. But Tom, I think you're right. I think that the bows of that Wimbledon boat, I think, are just closing down ever so slightly on the crew from Haberdashers Monmouth. You haven't quite been able to break clear and get clear water between the two of those boats, and I think that could cost them as we come into the closing stages of this race. They'll need a big last 750 metres or so of this race to keep away the charging pack, because Wimbledon High School are leading it. Glasgow Academy are still in the mix, as well as are Walton Rowing Club, sitting again, I think, a canvas back on that Glasgow Academy crew. Well, here we go then, coming up to the 1,500 metre marker. Haberdashers Monmouth out in front, just as we expect them to be. It was sitting about a length or so. I think they've been able to check the move from Wimbledon High School. They don't seem to be moving at just the same rate of speed that they were in the closing stages, or in the middle stages of this race. Glasgow Academy, Walton Rowing Club, just about hanging on in there at the moment in third and fourth place.
Yeah, Haberdashers failing really to do what Windsor did so effectively in the last final that we saw come down the track. They're being reeled in here, aren't they, in the battle for second, third and fourth. And actually looking at those pictures now, it might be Glasgow Academy, your countrywomen, Ferg, who have just nudged their bows in front of Wimbledon on the left and Walton on the right. But it's very much now a four-way battle for places in nominal order 1, 2 and 3.
Do you know, I think Glasgow struggled a little bit with their steering in the opening stages of this race. Now it looked like a bit of a wobble, or just a bit of a use of the rudder from the crew from Haberdashers, and I think that's cost them. Glasgow Academy in the last 10 strokes have taken the best part of half the length on Haberdashers Monmouth, and we can see them there, their blades just the other side of the buoy line at the moment. They've got to keep their composure now as they come into the final 250 metres. The move we're expecting from Wimbledon High School hasn't quite transpired to what we thought it was going to be, but instead it's the Scots, it's Glasgow Academy from the Clyde, who are just absolutely winding up at the moment and throwing everything into this final 200 metres.
Yeah, I think Glasgow are going to win this race, actually. I'm going to call it early. I think they've got a little bit more speed, a little bit more energy, dynamism around either end. You can see their rate elevated far, far, far above the crew from Haberdashers. I think it's going to be Glasgow who come through.
Glasgow's bows are into the lead. They have timed it to absolute perfection. Tom, you're on the money completely. Glasgow Academy, let's see if they can hold it with about 3 strokes left to go. Haberdashers Monmouth will have one more roll of the dice, but Glasgow Academy, that is a phenomenal move from them as they come up to the finish line, winning this B final of the Girls' Championship Coxless Force. Haberdashers Monmouth will have to settle for second, Walton third, Wimbledon pushed down into 4th position. It'll be Llandaff on the far side coming through in 5th place, which will mean it will be the crew from King's School Worcester. We can see them now on screen, who will come through in 6th place, rounding out this B final. Three races to go then on the docket for today. The first of which will be the A final of the Championship Girls Coxless 4. Back up to 8-lane racing. Right the way back up to the start for this one. Left to right then. Clare's Court School, Bedford Girls School, Shandon from Ireland, Lady Eleanor Hollis, Sir William Perkins School, Putney High School, Godolphin and Latimer, and Enniskillen Royal Grammar School in lane 8.
Well, look, Ferg, I'm not afraid to say it. We went down and spent a bit of time at Sir William Perkins School maybe 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, the weekend before Wallingford and Junior Scull and Regatta. So impressed with that programme and how it's building. I'm interested to see what they do for Henley Royal, whether they prioritise a quad or an 8. But here, it's all about that 4. Out of lane 5, they are my crew to watch.
I think we're about to see an absolute ding-dong between Lady Eleanor Hollis and Sir William Perkins. The two of them less than a second separating them in the time trial this morning, setting the stage for a belter of a race. And you know, we've seen the script being torn to pieces a little bit in some of the finals that we've witnessed, but already those two crews in the middle of your screen there, Lady Eleanor Hollis just to the right, Sir William Perkins School just to the left, distancing themselves in the first 250 metres from the field, half a length, 3/4 of a length, maybe even just about breaking clear. And I think of those two crews at the moment, it's Sir William Perkins School who have the advantage, half a length or so in the early stages.
Important to note, there was 5 seconds between these boats at Wallingford Regatta 3 weeks ago. Perkins coming out on top ahead of Lady Eleanor Hollies. So all of what we're seeing here is an example of how much speed Lady Eleanor Hollies have found in the last, I guess, 21 days, 20 days or so since Wallingford happened on these waters. They're not boating an 8 this year, Wallingford, Lady Eleanor Hollies, in the championship category. So this is nominally their top crew, or one of their top ranked boats. So they will be desperate to take gold. But with under 19 world silver medalist Emily Nicholas on board of the Perkins boat, they're going to take some stopping. That is a really classy outfit that Chris Boddy has boated today.
They will, and it's gradual chunks they're taking in this race. At 250 metres in, it was sitting maybe about half a length. Now it looks like it's moving up to about 3/4 of a length advantage they have over the crew from Lady Eleanor Hollis School, who aren't down and out of this one just yet. There's still a lot of racing to be done in this A final of the Girls' Championship Coxless 4, but they can't let Sir William Perkins School get too much further ahead, because otherwise there will just be too much work for them to do in the second half of this race. The backs of the crews, though, at the moment, and we can see them, Sir William Perkins, Lady Eleanor Hollis, the blade work is fantastic from both of them. Just nipping along. The wind, we've still got a bit of a tailwind, and the two of those crews are just flying along in these conditions.
Yeah, it feels like this race is separating out, isn't it, to a gold medal and bronze medal tussle. Lady Eleanor Hollies and Sir William Perkins dominating that front-running narrative. And then the contest unfolding behind them. Shandon, Putney High, Godolphin, Bedford Girls School, all in with a shout of a silver and or a bronze, I should say. But Perkins, you can see them leading the way here. That drone probably giving us the best indication yet that it is Perkins' race to lose. But I think the bronze medal, actually, and the silver medal is maybe the contest we should be keeping our eye on between, as you say, Ferg, Lady Eleanor Hollies in 4 and Putney High School in 6th.
Well, we thought that race was going to be between Lady Eleanor Hollis and Sir William Perkins for that gold medal. LEH have got to be careful now that they aren't drawn into a race for that bronze medal with Putney High School, as you're saying. They're going particularly well at the moment. But through 1,000 metres, Sir William Perkins have broken clear. They lead by over a length. LEH have got not quite a length on Putney High School, and there's a lively rhythm to that Putney High School crew. They're dynamic, they're quick, and they're keeping right up there with Lady Eleanor Hollis as we head into this third 500.
Well, you could see a little look over there from the bow girl of the Putney High School boat, and I'm sure she will be enthused by what she can see, given that they have made up ground in the second 500 on Lady Eleanor Hollis, and a silver is definitely not beyond their reckoning at this point, but they're going to have to put in a similarly paced third 500 to regain terms. But I still think, looking at that the Sir William Perkins crew, that is their race to lose. They haven't necessarily lengthened out any further, but they do have clear water now, and it means that the whole of the field, the unique nature of rowing, they can watch their opponents try to unseat them.
And again, it's been gradual. We saw them, they're not taking big chunks, there's no big, impressive, decisive move, but just stroke by stroke, the distance they're able to get every time the blades go into the water is just that little bit more than the rest of the field, and they just continue to walk away with ease over the rest of the field. Putney High School there on screen at the moment. We saw some of the instructions that were being barked from her as they kick through 1,000 metres to keep themselves in contention with LEH. It doesn't look like they've quite managed to do that. That's Godolphin and Latimer School who are just coming into shot at the moment, just trailing their opponents from Putney High School. But the story from this final, it's all going to be about Sir William Perkins School as we come through this 1,500 metre marker. Sir William Perkins School just a couple of minutes away from victory if everything continues to go their way. But that's big. That's 2.5, 3 lengths or so, I'd say, over at Lady Eleanor Hollis. And they've completely checked that move from Putney High School and really stepped on.
Yeah, Hollis responding really well. Decisive as well from Perkins. I think Putney were 4th at Wallingford, right? So they were even further back on those leading 2. It would have been pretty astounding if they'd have overturned that margin in 3 short weeks, and it looks like it might be beyond them as we head into the final 500. And there we go, the overhead shot giving us the clearest sign yet that this is Perkins' race all the way to the line by the looks of things. I think it's going to be Hollis in second. Never rule out a Cox's 4. Things could go wrong. There is calamity plenty in these boat classes, but I think barring anything late and disastrous, it's going to be gold, silver, bronze, Perkins, Hollis and Putney High.
Well, that overhead shot just showing you exactly how to row a Coxless 4 here at the National Schools Regatta. It's the second day of racing. We're into the red boys, and it is all about Sir William Perkins School, who have just been sensational. They've been a class act for 1,750 metres, 250 of them left to go as they close into the closing stages of this one. Lady Eleanor Hollis looks set for silver. Putney High School hanging on to that bronze medal in fine fashion. There's something interesting developing between Clares Court, Bedford School and Shandon for some of the minor places in this final. But what about Perkins? What about Sir William Perkins School, who have just been phenomenal in this final of the Girls' Championship Coxless 4, racing for the Colts Cup? They've got a couple of strokes left to go. They'll be soaking in the noise, soaking in the applause. The rapture for this crew, they have been sensational. It will be Sir William Perkins School as they come up to the line. Gold medalists in the Colts Cup for Championship Girls Coxless 4s. Silver medal will go to Lady Eleanor Hollis School. And next up it will be the crew from Putney High School through in 3rd place. Rounding out this field then, best of the rest will be Godolphin and Latimer School through in 4th. And it's fast finishing on the top of your screen between Clares Court, between Bedford Girls and between Shandon from Ireland. They will just pip their countrywomen from Enniskillen Royal Grammar School into 8th place.
Yeah, sterling performance there from Sir William Perkins, richly deserved. You can see there Emily Nicholas in the 2-seat, as mentioned, a double under-19 world silver medalist, so there's no lack of pedigree in that crew. But having been out with them, as I say, 2 or 3 weeks ago, it really is a programme rich in talent and characterised here on the Dorney Reach with a phenomenal gold medal in the Colts Cup for Girls' Championship Coxless 4s.
We'll head back up the course. 2 races to go then. We're sticking with Coxless Fours, but this time on the open side of things. Sir William Borlase are in lane 1. King's School Canterbury in 2, Wallingford Rowing Club in 3, Nottingham and Union in lane 4, King's School Ely in 5, Walton in 6, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association in 7, and it's the King's School Worcester in lane 8. That crew in lane 4, Nottingham and Union going very nicely at this point.
Someone strapped an outboard motor to their boat. They're absolutely flying. They've got clear water on the field at this stage with, what is this, 1,000 metres in? I mean, they're flying along.
They are. They absolutely are at this point in the race. So into the second half of this one, it's a B final. And no surprise to see Nottingham and Union out in front. They put about a couple of seconds into Kings Ely in the time trial. They missed out a spot in the A final by less than 2 seconds themselves. So here they are, out for vengeance, out to... They've got a point to prove, I think, in this third 500. Kings Ely there, hanging on in there. But Nottingham and Union, some big boys in that boat who are putting down a huge amount of power.
Yeah, chunky rhythm is how I'd describe it.
Yeah, impressive stuff. Really impressive stuff from Nottingham and Union leading out this final. I think compare and contrast 2 slightly different rhythms at this point. You got a big, chunky rhythm, as Tom said. But Kings Ely just a little bit more sprightly, their higher rate of striking. And we'll see how those 2 styles will pay out. Slightly smaller chaps in the Kings Ely boat. And 2 contrasting styles that will suit those crews. But it's sharp, it's precise, it's dynamic in that Kings Ely boat. But a huge amount of power being laid down. And it's working for Nottingham and Union at this point in the race.
But it's definitely a one-boat field, isn't it, for the first place in this race. Nottingham and Union flying along. It looked to me like lane 6 Walton were just edging clear of King's School Ely for that second place position.
Yeah, I think absolutely right on that one. Your eyes don't deceive you. Walton Rowing Club going nicely, as are King's School Canterbury, Wallingford we've mentioned, Kings Ely as well in the mix there. I'll tell you what, there's one of the crews who went particularly well. That is Sir William Perkins School, winners of the Girls Championship. Coxless 4 absolutely delighted with that performance, and so they should be.
Yeah, spectacular from Perkins, and pretty spectacular, it has to be said, from Nottingham Union. Such a hotbed of rowing talent, that part of the world. Of course, National Schools Regatta has been hosted at Home Pierre Pont before. Was last year. We're back here at Dorney Lake, but Nottingham and Union showing no signs of travel sickness here. They are flying down the track and have had control over this race basically from the off. Although, I will say, based on that shot, and these camera angles can be deceiving, so don't necessarily take my word for gospel, but it looks like Walton and King's School Ely, by fighting each other, are sort of reeling Nottingham and Union in. And whether they're going to run out of water, I think they might. But were this race 500 metres longer, Ferg, we could be in for a sprint finish.
Tell you what, Walton have got to be careful of that boiling. The blades every time just seem to be dangerously close to clipping them, and they're just getting closer and closer to that King's School Ely. They're almost overlapping there in that line of boys that is splitting them up. They're getting closer and closer together. This is going to be an incredible finish between those 2 crews as they come up to the line.
Wow.
Nottingham and Union out in front. It's stroke for stroke. Kings Ely, though, I think they just about found another gear as they come through the finish line. It'll be on the surge, though, between the 2 of those programmes, pulling away from Sir William Borlase's, who are fast finishing, coming through Wallingford and coming through King's Chester. But Kings Ely and Walton, I think the times on the screen say Kings Ely, incredibly close. What a finale to that one.
That was unbelievable. If Walton had spent a bit more time looking in their own boat, they were staring at Kings Ely in the final 20 strokes. I think they just lost it. Pipped on the line by a Kings Ely crew who I thought were down and out. I thought weren't going to find the gas to take second place, but looked like they've just sneaked it on the line. But all credit to Nottingham and Union, actually. They were the class crew in that contest, and despite getting slowly reeled in towards the end, they'd done the hard work in the first 1,500 metres.
And King's School Worcester across the line, white flag of the umpire is raised, and that means we move on to our final race of the day, day 2 of the National Schools Regatta, and this is the Royal Engineers Cup for Championship Coxless Fours. In lane 1, it's Leeds, it's King's Chester in 2, Great Marlow School in 3, Wallingford Rowing Club in 4, Winchester next to them in 5, Windsor Boys School in 6, Canford in 7, and Pangbourne College in lane 8, and Wallingford Rowing Club. Not the first time, Tom, we've said their name leading an A final.
Wallingford are doing astoundingly well It's quite remarkable how strong their regatta has been so far. No surprise for those who know that program. We know their strengths. We know that they are one of the better programs on the block. But what Katie Greaves has done to stand up to these school institutions is amazing. Most members of this crew were actually in the junior 16-8 at last year's National Schools Regatta, which won the B final. So they'll know what it takes to win at National Schools in a side-by-side format, not necessarily the A final. And again, Ferg, we're just seeing these curious interpretations of a straight line from some of these boats. And it's so important to get that steering right. And it looks like at the moment, the crew from Winchester just having trouble with staying in their lane. Yeah, they would. Yeah, again, just skirting with a bit of danger with the buoy lines. We saw a bit of a yank on the move. Perhaps that was because Winchester were just drifting over to Wallingford, but Wallingford themselves just shifting over to the left-hand side of their lane. We're riding with Canford and Pangbourne at the moment, just on the right-hand side of your screen. But that's a costly move from Winchester College at this point in the race. And as a result, Wallingford, who are now right over on that left-hand buoy line, are able to maintain that length advantage at the moment. Winchester, second place, but that race for third. Kingschester, Great Marlow, and the Windsor Boys School out in front. Imagine that, Windsor Boys with a medal in the Cox and Coxless fours. It's a possibility. It's a possibility that we're about 500 metres away from finding out. But Wallingford just clear water over Winchester College as we head into the all-important final 500 metres of this, the final of the Championship Coxless fours. Yeah, quite the race to close out the day. There's proceedings here at the National Schools Regatta. I think it looks to me, Ferg, Wallingford have got this one under their spell. An amazing day for that club, as I've already mentioned. But the race really between lanes 2, 3, 5 and 6, which cruise Kingschester, Great Marlow, Winchester and Windsor, is the one that we should be watching. I think it looks to me like it's going to be Winchester in silver at this stage and Windsor Boys maybe in bronze, which, as you say, would be a remarkable achievement for Mark Wilkinson.
Imagine that. What a day that would be for Windsor Boys. The sculling programme taking this sweeping scene by absolute storm here at Dorney Lake. But out in front, Wallingford Rowing Club, they've had success already with their girls. Let's see what they can do as we come into the final 200 metres then of this, the final of the Championship Coxless fours. Wallingford Rowing Club have been fantastic. Winchester College are clinging on to a silver medal for dear life because Windsor Boys are finding another gear. It's going to be I think silver and bronze for those two programs. Who's going to get which medal? We don't yet know. I think it's half a canvas separating those crews as they come up to the line. Wallingford Rowing Club out in front. They'll have done enough in the early stages. Winchester, though, go up again because Windsor Boys are charging. Windsor Boys now down to less than half a canvas. It's going to be on a surge on the finish line. I think momentum could be with Windsor. Wallingford come through and take first, but on the line, it's so close between Winchester and Windsor. Windsor are celebrating. Windsor are second on our screen at the moment. Winchester rode down in the final stages. Windsor couldn't have left it any later in that race to sneak into the silver medal position. What a performance as Kingschester come fourth. Great Marlow will be fifth. Leeds on the top of your screen come through in sixth ahead of Canford and Pangbourne. What a way to close out the National Schools Regatta today.
You need to catch your breath, Ferg. That was immense from Windsor Boys. Perfectly timed. They were in bronze / out of the medals the whole way down the track and found the gear that they needed at exactly the right time to what looks like sneak a well-deserved silver medal. But credit to this Wallingford crew in shot now. What a day they've had. I've lost count of the number of golds. It must be 3 or 4 golds now for that club. Local, of course, to this part of the world, but a club on the rise, a one-direction trajectory. Arthur Liddy, Ben Phillips, Freddie Elsmore-Wickens and Stanley Sharp. You've done yourself proud. That was an astonishingly good row in the Coxers 4 Royal Engineers Cup for Championship Open.
And do you know what I love? They are there on the finish line. They're giving massive waves to the girls who are jumping on the far side of the bank. Everyone's leaving with a medal, and the vibes in the Wallingford tent.
I'm going to whatever pub they're going to tonight. Probably won't be, will they? They're all juniors. But I'm going to whatever pub the Wallingford coaches are going to tonight.
Yeah, there they are. They're delighted at that performance. Waves all round, thrilled with that one. And so they should be. What a day for Wallingford Rowing Club. What a day for Windsor Boys as well. One of the moves of the regatta to push themselves up into that silver medal position.
The question now, Windsor Boys, of course, they always prioritise the Forley. Will they boat a competitive PE8? They've won the Cox fours. They've come second in the Coxers fours. You've got to look at it and think that's going to be a fast 8.
going to be a fast day. Imagine if they went all in on the PE one year.
I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. I don't think it'll happen in the near future, but look, they're building a program now that's capable of competing on 2 fronts.
Yeah, sensational. Sensational from Windsor, sensational from Wallingford Rowing Club, and that will be our curtain closer for the second day of racing at the National Schools Regatta. We will leave you with the pictures of our medalists, of the spectators, the friends and family soaking in the sun, because it has been another thrilling day of racing here at Dorney Lake for the 2026 edition of the National Schools Regatta. We hope you have enjoyed our coverage right the way from 8 o'clock this morning through to 6:30 this evening. We've had hundreds of athletes taking part, and it's been a pleasure to bring you all of this coverage. I've been Fergus Mainland. It's been a pleasure to have Tom Morgan alongside me, and we'll see you back here all at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to do it all again.